All right, good morning, everyone. Today we've got the Top Cut Events online regional for the One Piece card game. Our first kind of real regional for the EB02 meta, which is really exciting. It's a short burst of a meta, but it's a good one. And I'm joined with Ying. How you doing this morning, Ying?
Pretty good. This meta is going to be extremely short, like you said. We have 11 coming around the corner, actually. Next week should be pre-release of the next set.
Yeah, we've got pre-release next week. We also have the week after that the formal release of starter decks. There's just a lot going on, and I think a lot of people are really excited for what this looks like. We've kind of had this 2-month period where we have our own unique meta compared to where Japan was with the same meta, which generally doesn't happen. We're going to have that again with OP11, and it feels like it's going to kind of be that kind of pattern until maybe we synchronize next year.
Yeah, like if we've seen the decks, right? The decks have been released. I believe Bonnie was just
four of the
released
six.
recently.
Yeah,
Four of the six,
yeah.
Four of the six. We're waiting for Bonnie and we're waiting for Yamato so far.
Yeah.
But of the four that's released, which is your favorite?
Man, probably. Okay, it's my favorite, but maybe for the wrong reasons. We have the Shanks starter deck that came out, right? Unfortunately for some Shanks players, I don't feel like the cards maybe are the best in Shanks, but I've been a real big fan of Red Purple Uta for a while, so being able to have these cards to maybe try out that deck is fun for me personally. I know. Again, that's maybe a little controversial. I know a lot of people are hoping to get a boost for Shanks, but that one's been kind of one of the more interesting ones. What about you? What about you, Ying?
For me, it's the deck has been off the radar for a long time, which is Buggy. And now with their new support, it's looking pretty good. With the new Mihawk and Crocodile, that's a really strong card.
Yeah, for sure. And I didn't know this until I made a video for it. But we also do have for the pre-releases, we have the Mihawk promo as the pre-release promo too. So I don't exactly know when Japan got that, but the fact that we get this on frame 1 of the new Star deck is really good too.
Yes.
So I think that is definitely, of the Star decks, I think it's the one that's going to change the most. I think Black and Purple Luffy's also got some good pieces too. And yeah, I definitely am looking forward to seeing how it's going to change, but depending on or compared to where Japan was in their OP11 meta.
Yes, our meta is going to be vastly different. It's not going to be it. The Japan meta was vastly revolving around Blue Purple Luffy the entire time.
Yeah,
essentially. So you're either playing the deck or you're playing against the deck. But now that you're in this meta where you have the new starter decks, you have a lot more new support, it's going to change a lot of things. But speaking of playing around a deck, whether you're playing it or playing against it, the same thing right here in EB02.
Yeah, we still have a Purple Luffy that's still running on tear. We've had some results. This is kind of like the second week of EB02 of a meta that really only gets like 3 or 4 weeks. But yeah, we're going to, it's definitely the favorite. I know it's the deck that a lot of people are on right now, and which means we're going to see if we can try to avoid it for this first round or two. So I'm jumping through some tables, seeing if there's anything that catches my eye for what people are playing. We've got some Shanks, we've got some Bonnie. What else we got? We got some Enel, which has gotten a little bit of a boost from EB02.
We got the good old Luffy and Whitebeard. That's never going away.
That's nope, no sir. Another Luffy. Who else? Yeah, I am just jumping.
Another one.
Yeah, I would expect EB02. Oh, a Rob Lucci mirror match. That one's pretty.
That's
a little bit
classic.
Unusual. Yeah, unusual for this meta, but not.
We have a Lucci and a Red Purple.
Oh man, I found a Luffy versus a Vegapunk though. That might be. I'm actually kind of interested on this one. Yeah, let's if you don't mind.
Okay, let's do that. We can do that one.
Actually, here, let me just jump through a couple more real quick just to make sure.
Yeah,
because not everyone was going through their table, so they're setting up. We're going to take a tiny break as we find out what our first matches we'll get over there, and we'll see you guys in round number 1. Be right back.
All right.
All right. All right, we are a little. It took an extra minute to find a game, but we ended up finding this one. It's Red Purple Luffy versus Rob Lucci. And if you asked me 2 days ago what deck I would be playing, I'd be saying Starter Deck 10 or Starter Deck 14 Luffy. But I've been
Yeah.
playing a lot of this, and I honestly think Red Purple Luffy's in a weirdly good spot right now.
Yeah, it's in that spot, a very weird spot where previously we have a Red Purple Luffy that's all about ramp, get to 9, get to 9, get to 9, all about getting to 9.
Yeah,
But now this one's more like I'm gonna aggro you in, and if you can't stop me, that's it.
yeah,
Because the new 6 cost Luffy, you now have a 6 cost turn that's relatively pretty good because your opponent's at 5, you get to rush immediately, you have a 6/7 right away. And they have to answer that Luffy because if they don't answer that Luffy, you have a 7k swing, go at face consistently, or potentially even going at face twice.
yeah. And the other thing too is that we just have so much pressure. If they don't, if it doesn't get removed, it just kind of stays on board. And looks like we're going to use the Trafalgar Law, looking at top 4. Now, I will say that there's a Kuzan and a one-legged toy soldier on the other side, so it's going to be pretty trivial, I think, to remove a lot of big bodies with these just already set up. But it looks like we're going to get an Uso Hachi from the Law.
Yes, but we do have 4 Dons left available. Nami search now, and I do believe the updated RP Luffy, the one with the 6 cost Luffy aggressive style, they do play Mogun.
Yes, yeah, that card can be great. Obviously, it really is good at targeting like Sanji and Pudding in the green-purple matchup. But also just, I wouldn't be too upset removing a Kuzan with it either. But it looks like we're just getting a red.
Absolutely not. I would love to remove a Kuzan. Speaking of removing Kuzan, we see a lot of GP Luffys that struggle with against Kuzan. So now they tech in cards to deal with Kuzan.
Yeah, I know more people are playing like the green Zoro a little bit. I've seen a little bit of like Radio Knife, which
Absolutely.
if you asked me what that card was a couple days ago, I'd be like, I've never heard of that card in my life. So
I love that card, Radio Knife. It has numerous mirror matches as well.
Yeah, and honestly, for green purple Luffy, it's mostly like sometimes you have to be able to use your Dom before you use your leader effect. So it being for 4 means that you can then get your 2 Dawn minus and 2 Dawn active, which is really good.
All right, we're going to swing 6 at the Zorojiro, so this is not going out of life. We do have 5 available, but what can we do with that remaining 5, right? Do we just play a Sabo here, have a 6k attacker? Do we play a Lucci here?
Oh,
It's a second Kuzan. Oh my goodness. Yeah, essentially at that point you can remove anything, everything you want. You don't need a Tempest kicking in your hand anymore. You don't need it. You have 2 Kuzans and you have a toy soldier.
Yeah, this is pretty brutal, right? Or if one is like, all right, I can maybe remove it and get some value, but now it's just like, man, I could establish like a 9-cost Luffy or something, and it just like with cards on board, it just already goes to 0. So yeah, that's a lot of cost reduction that just exists right now. All right, we're going 6 into, I guess, leader because there's nowhere else to go to. We are at 9 Dawn.
All right, are we gonna see a 9 Luffy coming down to start swinging? That's 9, or is it gonna be a? That is a 9 Luffy.
Yeah, so Dawn minus you lose at least 1 Dawn, right? The wording's a little bit crazy, but for intensive purposes, Dawn minus 1, you gain rush, and then you get to draw a card. So, one good thing though I would say about these Kuzans is that like Rob Lucci's never really been able to really pressure Luffy. Most cards that we've played have drawn us a card. So Luffy at 3 life at 8 Dawn right now, with a full hand is pretty solid.
All right, here comes the Kuzan swing. -4 on most likely the Luffy, going to 5. We do take that first damage.
Well, if 1/6
would you swing the second Kuzan, or would you just use the toy soldier, right? Because it's just, leaving a Kuzan up and standing, it's great. You don't need to tap it. You don't need You don't have to worry about your opponent swinging into it. Here comes the second swing.
Ooh, a Black
We do counter the
Maria.
second one.
I never see that card in that deck. That's really interesting.
It is. A 5 just to put it to 0. Brook
Brook
removes it.
Yeah, removes the Luffy.
We're going to have a second Brook. We'd have a Lucci. Oh no, a Bart.
Okay.
Bart. And we now have a blocker as well. A blocker double dressed to Kuzan. What do we do?
Yeah,
What do you do?
that is so unfortunate. And there are 7 cards in Lucci's hand right now. We could maybe like 7 cost Sanji to rest the blocker. Maybe pressure it with like Law or Nami, and then maybe pressure the Kuzan. But yeah, blocker here is absurd.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean Rebecca would have been obviously the better play if we had it, but we even without it, this is essentially the same, just as obnoxious.
Very, very, very. Because we now have that Brook that can consistently remove a body whenever you want at this point.
Yeah.
Because we do have a double Kuzan that's -8. You have a Lucci that's -9, and then Brook itself 10.
Yeah.
You can remove anything on board if you so choose to.
We have the Law. Wow. Yeah. This is a really interesting list of RP Luffy. Definitely different from the builds that I've been playing recently, which doesn't mean that mine are good or bad. It's just a different experience. So
yes, for sure. You also have this point where Law is gonna rip 2 cards. If you can aggro in your opponent, send them down to 1, send them down to 0. If they don't have the blockers, the double attack Luffy, not double attack, but like swinging twice with the new EB02 Luffy can get you that game.
Yeah, it can. And we got rid of a Jack and a 2K in hand, so there's only 5 cards in hand now for Lucci, which is pretty good, right? It's a kind of attacked rush if you want to think of it that way.
Yeah, getting rid of a 2K is pretty big here.
Honestly, and this might be wrong, but I'm like, man, no matter what I do, they have so much cost reduction and everything that I should probably just try to pressure them as I can. So it looks like they're going to rest the Bart there. We could go for leader here too.
Personally,
yeah, okay. Either we went for leader or Kuzan.
It's one or the other, and we have another 7K swing. Do we go at the Kuzan or do we go at the leader? Does go at the Kuzan, but there's still board enough to remove the.
Yeah, with no
Sanji
new cards. Yeah, Kuzan, Toy Soldier, and leader effect with Brook attack does get the removal.
Yeah. At that point, would you consider just, you know what? I'm not gonna win the long game if these Kuzan stick. If I'm consistent playing for board, would you consider just going face? Just set them down to 0 somehow.
Yeah,
because you can swing 6 into the Bart, so you don't have to deal with it the following turn, and then go 7 face.
I think that's definitely a decision there. The fact that we could use, I think no matter what, Sanji, if they want to remove it, they can, no matter what I do.
Yeah.
So I'd rather put pressure on the leader, maybe. Also, 5K Kuzans aren't as good when we're a 6K leader as well, right?
Yes.
So I think there definitely could have been some different plays. All right, thinking on this.
We do have options here. All right, we're going 6. Most likely at face. We're gonna -4 on Sanji, right? I assume.
Yeah.
It is Sanji.
Now, Law's also a blocker.
Yeah. So at this point, I would actually consider doing -4 in the Law just to bait out the block right now instead of Sanji.
I mean, if we do. I mean, Toy Soldier and Brook reduction, I believe.
There's also.
Yeah, if they have like a 4-drop Lucci, right, we can have a pretty nasty double removal.
Yeah.
All right, 2K, which is the, I'm going to call it the Jambe Sanji.
Yeah. A lot of people do miss this, where Jambe Sanji only applies to characters, does not apply to your leader.
Only characters, doesn't matter what color the character is, as long as it's a Straw Hat crew card, and then it has to have 6k power or more, which generally isn't an issue, but sometimes if you want to, make your Nami unblockable, you have to boost it up early. Okay.
Interesting.
So we have that. Maybe we have like a Jack in hand still. Yeah. Okay. Looks like it's gonna be a Jack.
7. 7 is most definitely a Jack.
All right.
We saw one get trash, but
ooh,
there's
10
a
drop
second one.
Kuzan. We play the late game in this build, huh?
All right. Let's go back to this again.
Yeah.
We knew it looks like he had the 10 drop Kuzan in hand already, right?
Yeah.
So would you consider not swinging 6k at face and just play the 10 drop Kuzan, remove the law, attack with your leader to reduce the Sanji, and then attack with Brook to just KO the Sanji, leaving your Kuzan active?
We definitely could have, assuming that Jack wasn't the card that we drew off of, Jack didn't draw the Kuzan just to discard it. 10 drop Kuzan could have represented a better, mildly better board clear, I think. But it looks like, but applying pressure to Luffy's at the same time, like just because they're a 6k leader, they're just losing so much pressure that we would have had otherwise.
Because 10 drop Kuzan does ensure you, so okay, you are now on a timer. Does the card itself hitting the board set your opponent in a timer where every single card you play from now on, if they don't have rush, will be removed?
Oh, we're playing 10. Are we playing the big boy secret rare Luffy? Oh, we are.
There it is.
So if anyone who not know how this works, Dawn -10, which is the maximum we can do. Put all your cards to the bottom of your deck, and then you get to take an extra turn. Also, our leader says if we have 0 Dawn, we get to ramp 1 active. And then also the 10 drop says you can spend 1 Dawn to ramp 1 Dawn. So this is going to be a 7k attack with the with our leader here.
Mm-hmm. So this is where it goes back to that point, right? Where I said you could have removed the Bartolomeo earlier and then swung 7k at life with the Sanji.
Yeah, I would have liked our leader attacking to the Bart a little bit more, but
yes,
it's just where we're at. Because now, this you have to take your next turn first, though. You can't attack with it.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Hey, it's early. I had to get up at like 6 a.m. this morning. It's a Saturday morning. We gotta. Oh, and draw for turn. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. We're good. We did the sequencing. All right. We're gonna use the effect of the Secret Luffy once again. So we're already back at 5 Dawn. So if you really want to think about it, this was like a Dawn -5 effect due to the combination of a leader and the effect of it. But we're gonna go big 6 into Brook. We did get the removal for it. Man, this would feel so much better if we just knew that the blocker wasn't there.
Yeah, can we get a Mo gun right here and remove the Kuzan?
Yeah.
Please.
Oh man, Mulligan would be insane. The thing is that we're at 4 Dawn, and then unironically, like we can just lose to 10 Dawn split between Jack and the Rob Lucci. And Bart's been just like a weird number at 3k, right? If it was a 2k, then we would have been able to pressure it with our 1 drops on board. The fact that if we had like Mulligan, we could give the reduction to Jack and then like get rid of the Bart if it was Rebecca. So I think earlier I said that Rebecca was maybe the better play, but since this is a 3-drop 3k, we got out of a lot of kind of removal pressure that would have existed otherwise.
Yeah. This turn, instead of removing that Brook, he could have swung 9 into
we
Black
do have
Maria.
the Black Maria. Okay, so activate main. You get to ramp 5 Dawn, and then at the end of your turn, if you have more than your opponent, you get to put it back to the same amount. But spoilers, Lucci's at 10 and we were not at 10, so we just get all the way back to 10 Dawn, and that's going to be the end of our turn.
Yeah. So right here, you're actually in a very, very strong state now. Because now, if you have a second 10-drop Luffy...
if that happens, it's mildly game, right? So
Yeah.
this is definitely a combo that I see, and I think a lot more other people see in the purple and black Luffy. Due
Mhm.
to with leader effect, you go back up to 3. Then like you just ramp a little bit better on the way back with that leader,
Yeah.
but still seeming pretty potent in this leader too.
Yeah. Because I believe it's -10. Get one active, get one rested. Then you have Luffy effect. Go back to go to 3. Swing for 6. Following turn, you have 5. Get one more again. So you now have 6.
Mm-hmm.
But then having 5 active Dawn to play is kind of good.
Yeah. All right. Getting the reduction here on likely the 10 drop Luffy.
I do hope he has a way to remove it. If he doesn't, it's not looking good.
Yeah. Oh, we're going down to
Takes the last
0
life.
on a
He says,
6K.
I'm okay with going to 0. You push for a game or.
Yeah, and you can tell our Lucci players took a pause to that, right? He thought he was just getting one card out of hand. He's like, I could, with one Dawn open, I could just go for a game, right? Like Jackson 8K body, we can make it a 17K body with 9 Dawn. That's kind of good.
So in this case, I would consider swinging 6 first with the Lucci. Just to eat one more card from hand. Because that one card could be a 2K, it could even be a giant. But
Yeah.
I would hope it's not a giant. But it could really just be a 2K right then and there. And at that point, that Dawn becomes a 2 Dawns instead of 1.
Yeah.
It takes a 2K.
Yeah, because we can do. I think honestly, what they're likely thinking is that, well, if I have Rebecca and Hina, I can use that, get rid of the 10 drop, play a blocker, and with 2 life, you're not really afraid. So yeah, just using the Sanji
Mm-hmm.
1K to get out of that one. All right, using the effect of Jack just to draw one and get rid of the Black Maria, getting rid of another 10 drop Kuzan, which that also could have gone rid of the 10 drop Luffy with the combination of stuff on the board.
Oh,
Oh, finger pistol. Never mind.
that one I wasn't ready for. It just KOs it.
Yeah, because like leader effect, yeah, it's 5 or less. Leader effect and Kuzan attack, yeah,
Yeah.
reduced it by 5.
We have 4 left. I hope it's a blocker.
Yeah, Rebecca would still be really good here. Bart would be. Oh no, just passing with 4. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, curious. They could have pressured a lot more if that was what defensive cards do you think they have?
I don't know at this point because he could have done a lot more. If you could leave 4 open like that, I would have swung 10.
All right,
There's
10
the
drop,
second one.
10
All
drop
right.
again, and so with 2 cards in hand, this could just be game. This is going to be 7K at leader.
He has
Otherwise,
to counter the 7K. If he doesn't need to counter the 7K, it's actually, I think this is lethal now.
yeah, it might
Yeah.
be, with another one. So, oh,
Yeah.
they messed up though. They didn't use they were too fast with it. They lost out on one Dawn.
They did lose out 1 down. However, there's still a 9K swing coming in.
Yeah,
If this 9 goes through,
yeah, it just could have been a 10K.
yeah.
All right. I mean, but 9 and 12 are still good numbers. It just
Yeah,
means
because we
that
started with a 7. So the one card he added has, even if it's a 2K, he would have counted the first 2.
yeah.
Right? He has to go for it.
Yeah, I think at this point, right?
Yeah. Unless you're saying your hand could stop a 15 coming in next turn, you could go for the Kuzan and Jack. But
I think we have to go
I
for
think
it.
you just go for gate.
Yeah. Because yeah, if they had 2K 1K on that previous one, I think they would have gone out of it. Because
Yep,
you have
just
no
pitch it right
guarantee.
away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only difference is that like if you got like a 0 cost event and there's like a 2K in hand already, you could get out
Mhm.
of this, right? That's something that
Yes.
10K wouldn't have been enough, but I don't think we've seen any amount of it. Yeah. Okay. Making sure this is what they want to do. Yeah, 9 and then 12 should be good. And
And
yeah, it
that
is.
is game.
That is game. So, yeah.
We knew he had Rabby in the hand already because he was a search, but he had double giant in Rab Beam.
And Rat Beam, yeah.
My goodness.
Yeah, and we see they're like, man, I just did not see Rebecca. We saw that they milled one earlier, and I don't know if we saw if they're playing any Monshuri, which yeah, I think I just saw one through it, but
yeah, there's one in a hand right now as well.
Yeah, definitely great for finding Rebecca, especially when we don't. If we don't draw one, if we hit one in the trash either. So, clear with like something like Gecko Moria also no longer in this meta. It's very tough for maybe like our first Rebecca to kind of get in rotation there. But
yeah.
The
Manshari, like you said, it's very, very necessary. That's why people are running 2, maybe even 3 or 4, because it's non-searchable. You want to get cards that are non-searchable.
Yeah, 100%. I'm looking through. Oh, there's a. I'm gonna have my little book. There's a Marco player on table 35.
Let's hop right into it then.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, I think we can probably.
We have time for this.
Yeah. I was here. You guys forgive me. I will have to update the things as we go, just because this game might be ending pretty soon. But left leader is the Marco.
And we do have a Sanji just being played right now that popped out a Rayleigh from the top of the deck.
Here, I'll just.
That's Marco's so strong into GP.
Yeah, definitely. Just being able to, as kind of mentioned, get that. Like, we don't really care about the cost of cards, right? We just care about the power of it.
Yes.
Silvers, offs, and Sanji in the good spot. Just really good. Which, if you don't know what this Sanji does, you will definitely know what the card does. I think in the next couple of weeks, it is a
absolutely
it is a menace of a card right now.
Because then we have a Marco that does a minus 2k, and then a Sanji that popped a Rayleigh that minus a 3 and a 2, then thus removing the 6 cost Luffy, as we can see on the other side, that was just put in the trash.
All right. Yeah, sorry, this one was a little bit quicker on the draw for players, but yeah, it is. There we go. Yeah, I was kind of thinking like seeing if Marco wanted to maybe try to get it for round 2, but this is a pretty good spot though, right? But not impossible. I feel like not impossible for the removal. Yeah, and yeah, man, double Emporio on field, right? Especially against green purple, where they don't get the like they have like a really hard time removing. Just like getting a draw 1 or 2 every turn is obnoxiously good. So it looks like we're going to attack 6 into, I'm gonna guess, Zoro.
I would assume so, because we could potentially have another Luffy come down for a double swing next turn. It's that would give him a chance for that lethal.
Yeah.
Question is how you go about it. If you have the Luffy here, so you're gonna 10, do minus. Oh, there's the counter.
Yeah, it's going into, I guess, the leader. Yeah. So going into Zoro. Yeah. Double 1K. Yeah. All right. So passing there. Looks like Luffy's going to, I think, 10 Dawn total.
Yeah. So this 10 Dawn, if he has a double attack Luffy right here, you actually have a lot of different math you can go about.
Yeah. Generally, Marco's life is not too scary.
And we do have 6 cards in hand.
We do, yeah.
So let's see. If you have the Luffy, let's go counting Dawn.
Yeah.
It was 6, and then get 2 active. You have 6 remaining. You now have a 5, 6, 7, leaving 2 aside for your Luffy to attack twice. then you have 4 dons available to attach to anything you want.
Yeah, because it's gonna be what, double 11, so it's gonna be 5, 6, double 11. I think is good numbers. Oh, we searching though.
We are searching.
All right, we did find it.
Oh,
So,
there it is. There is the Luffy.
So it's gonna be 5, 6, double 10, which is nearly as scary, right?
That's also very scary too.
Yeah.
Personally, I probably do 5799.
5799, yeah, is probably a little bit better, yeah, because you always want to make sure that your opponent can't just 2K out.
Yeah, because it's one card. No matter what, the 10 might be better, but we don't know what you could potentially trigger as well.
Yeah, I mean, we start with the 5.
We'll have to see. Start with 5. Don't play Luffy yet. Start with the 5.
All right.
That's number 1.
Third Emporium.
Now you can play the Luffy. Yeah, you want to maximize your dons at this point. There's that.
There's the Luffy. So again, if you guys don't know what this card does, you might find out very soon if you go to any locals in the near future. But it is essentially a 6K or 6 drop 7K rush. You can don -2 on 2 active don to let yourself restand and take a life. So we can attach 3 don, make it a 10K, and then lose the 2 don and have it attack 10K once again. And our opponent has 6 cards in hand, 1 life, and is just a 5K leader. And I think they're doing what you're suggesting. I think it's going to be 7K with leader and then double 9s.
Yeah. He has to counter 7.
All right, 2-1 with Otama and Marco.
There we go. Double 9 coming right in. Do we have the perfect counter? Yeah, you do take a life when you use that effect to restand, though.
Yeah, so it's balanced in the fact that, like, you have to, it's all in, right? Either you win or you lose here. Yes. And only 3 1Ks. I don't think that's enough.
3 1 is not enough.
Yeah, doesn't have the counter for it, and narrowly getting there with green purple Luffy.
Yeah,
because it's we're only able to get to 8K versus a 9K body.
Yeah, because we have a what is it? 1 card in hand, 6 card hand. I believe.
Yeah, it looks like we had Seaquake and Newgate, so just no 2K left in hand. So pretty close one. I do think Marco's really good at finding 2Ks, but not being able to, 7Ks I think wear it down pretty quickly, unfortunately. So
absolutely. Because Ivankov does allow you to draw F6. I believe he did have 6, so he went to a 7 card hand.
Yeah.
After that was a 5, takes you out 1, so went down to 6 cards,
Mm-hmm.
and then 7, you're down to 4 cards. Of those 4 cards, you must be able to stop in 9K, and then 9K again with 5 cards.
Yeah, so I mean, we did 1K and then 2K, 1K, so we had 4 cards left. And of those 5 cards, with one of them being random, we need to have like double 2K, 1K. So not an easy task.
Yeah, and also you're playing against Marco. Marco does have a lot of high-end bodies that do not have counter, like Newgate, like Sanji, like Rayleigh. So at this point, I would assume at least 1, maybe 2 are even dead cards.
Yeah, and sometimes I see like people running Divine to try to help us get there, just as like a defensive tool. It's pretty easy for us to leave open 1, and honestly, like if we have nothing better to do on 6 Dawn, just being able to like hard remove the like a Sanji pudding with that, I think is still really good. But it wasn't in the cards for this one. So that's the end of round number 1 for us, though. We're getting pretty close to the end of that and the start of round 2. So if there's any leaders that you guys want us to try to find, let us know. Ying, are there any that are catching your eye right now?
So of the leaders that are seeing more play recently, outside of your standard Lucci, your GP, I'd be pretty interested in something like Vegapunk, something like Enel, because Enel is having resurgence right now with the new support that I got with the new 10-drop Enel. And of course, Bello Betty, people are playing Bello Betty again because it's fairly good in this meta, fairly good into GP.
Yeah. You can make their leader a 5K with Karasu again. I think that there's just a lot of room for aggression because sometimes like GP does just brick, right? It doesn't always
Yes.
get there. I think Red has with Morgun. I think it just has the best removal for that deck specifically too. And
Hmm.
yeah, it's just a strong deck right now. So
Absolutely.
we'll go from there. I kind of mentioned this earlier, but I'll say it again. If you asked me 2 days ago what I'd be playing, I'd be playing Star Deck 10 or Star Deck 14 Luffy, which I
Mhm.
publicly put a bounty up for whoever wins or whoever gets the top placement with that deck. They will get two 2024 out of print Eggman dice. So a pretty good prize if you ask me. So looking forward to seeing if anyone are able to get to top tables. But also last Thursday, I did stumble onto a Star Deck 10 Luffy list, which I ended up just really synergizing with. And I think that deck, and we saw a lot of people on it already in the top 32 tables. I think 3 or 4 of them had them. So
Yeah.
I expect to see that deck a little bit more than I expected, again, a couple days ago too, because of that.
Yeah. It's also not terrible because it's fairly good into Lucci. That extra +1 cost does matter a lot against Lucci.
Yeah.
Um, Also, it is a black deck. It does have removal. It
Hmm.
can have answers to GP.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And yeah, being able to pressure their leader without any Dawn investment's good. That deck also doesn't have like a lot of removal. Ironically, you can beat GP with their own secret rare sometimes, which feels a lot of fun. Yeah, and I think that's the big thing about GP, like the red and purple Luffy, is that if we can make it so that um, yeah, like they can't really, if they try to remove my 6 drop, it means they're not pressuring my leader,
Yeah.
and you can just see like late game, like they got to 10 Dawn and they're at 3 life without really having to use any counter because they're so focused on having to devil out board or stuff like that, which just feels great as the Luffy player. So
Yeah, yeah. Like board removal is crucial. You have to be able to answer board, but if you
mhm.
don't answer board, you now have consistent big bodies going at your face. You're now being pressured on the other end.
Yeah,
It then becomes a race.
for sure. So, well, that's going to be. We're going to take our little break though. So again, let us know if there's any leaders you guys want us to see. I did see some Reiju. I saw some sarcastic green purple Luffy's. Apparently, there's some rogue Shanks list hanging out there, which we can check
Oh
out
yeah,
maybe. So,
oh yeah.
but that's going to be it for us. We're going to take a break. We'll go to round number 2, and we'll see you guys. And I'm going to put 10,
10?
15, 10, 15.
Yeah, something.
All right, we are back. We've got for you guys round number 2 of the Top Cut events online treasure or online regional. Sorry for the EB02 meta. And what do we got for round 2, Ying?
We have Odin, a red and green deck, against Shanks, a pure red deck. So these are one of the 2 red decks that you will be seeing more often in this meta.
Yeah, we've got quite the variety. I think right now. I think Odin's definitely has a little bit more interest right now, just due to the fact that he does have some new support, which is really cool. The new Yamato 6-drop is really good for the deck.
Absolutely.
And being a 6K leader defensively is really strong in this meta right now, and Odin can do that moderately easily.
Yeah, and not even just being 6K, it also makes your mono cards at 1K if they're non-counter. So being a 6K leader, that's number one. And two, having those mono cards that are essentially 1K counters helps you with your bricks. And the deck itself does fairly well into GP Luffy as well.
Yeah, and I think also to say, Shanks is not the best with 6K leaders. I would say that it is a little bit tough for the deck. Also, I'm going to say this right quick. Our camera is our thing isn't showing the whole camera, so it looks like our Odin's player life is like off the edge of the screen. It's pretty close, but it's still on screen all the way, just in case anyone is going to say that in chat. But yeah, the fact that a 6K attack means that even if you use Shanks effect, you still have to use a card to get out of it is pretty tough for Shanks.
Yeah. Yeah, and Odin, when you're swinging, you're not actually swinging 6. You're actually swinging 7 because it gets a 1K from its effect, and then 1K from the Dawn.
Yeah. So Shanks is kind of okay with that because you can -1 and 2K out, but it's still a little bit it needs a little bit. And it looks like we've got an Uta Searcher. We must have top decked that or gone that for life. Would have been way better to play last turn. But looking at top 5 for a Red Hair Pirates card, we get the Lucky Roo, which again would have been a little bit better to be able to play this turn, but it's what it is. We're going to go 5K with the Shanks while we still can.
We have 3 available, so if he's leaving 3 up, are we expecting a Sanji coming down? Or is it? Or do we call it Sanji?
Yeah, it looks
it's
likely
Sanji. That's not
or
Sanji.
Hongo. Okay, yeah, Sanji's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Sanji. That's not Sanji.
I honestly, I'm mildly impressed that I don't get it mixed up as much. Sanji, I usually get as the 3-drop. I almost always call, but I also call the 4-drop blocker chopper also Sanji. So my hit rate is always 50-50.
All right, we are now at 5 Dawn. Oh my goodness.
Oh, this is unfortunate.
That's not pretty.
Yeah, it just means that likely I'm going to say that they probably have a 6-drop Yamato in hand, but no 5 cost. The card that this deck needs to find is 5 cost, and we are doing some damage, but not establishing anything on board is a little bit unfortunate. And back to Shanks.
Yeah, because you don't have to answer that Sanji immediately because you want to be able to. Your ideal 4 and 5 as Odin is Hiyori into a 5-cost body that then puts a Dawn under Odin to allow to use your effect. That's your ideal.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we did miss that. We don't have that play. But we are gonna go to 7 next turn. We're down 2 life already.
Yeah, we're just hitting each other and not playing cards right now.
Yeah.
Now I will say for Odin specifically, you usually like to get out of these smaller attacks just for the idea that you can be a 6K leader defensively, so you can get out of it. But yeah, they play out the Yasop. We don't see this card I feel as often, but that does make Shanks a 6K also right now.
Yes. Oh, there's a 6.
Yeah,
there's the Yamato.
The new Yamato. So this card, the wording for it is really peculiar, but it says activate main. You can give this card rush, and then also give your leader 1 Dawn. So the turn you play it, you get rush, and then also, and you have to have an Odin leader or ace leader, or sorry, Wano or ace leader. But
yes,
it does fulfill the requirements for your leader. Yeah, we do get rid of the Sanji to get the draw 1. And then, yeah, right now leader is a 6-7, now 8 going into a 6K leader. or it will be, yeah, with the attack.
Yeah,
It's a when attacking for it, but yeah.
correct. Yeah. So obviously the Sanji, you needed to out the Sanji. That Sanji is gonna put way too much pressure for you. But that's just how it is because you have a body on board. That's a consistent 6K swing. That's taking at least one card from hand every single turn.
Sure. All right. So we are going to, I believe, 8 Dawn right now for Odin. Or sorry, for Shanks. We are at 7 Dawn for Odin. We're 6K leader defensively right now is Odin Israel, and we also have the 6 drop 7K Yamato.
That Yamato being 7K. You are on 8. So if you have a Beckman, you do have the out to Yamato. If you have a Rayleigh, you do not have the out to you. You don't have a guaranteed out to Yamato to be exact.
Yeah,
but you
so
can swing into it.
So real quick, the way that you do it is that Yasop has a when attacking Dawn ×1 to give something -1000. You attack with the Yasop into leader, give the -1000 to Yamato, and then you can use the rest of your 7 Dawn to Beckman it out off the board.
Yes. But considering how we're thinking about our turn right now, I don't believe he has the Beckman in hand.
Yeah, right. I mean, Shanks has been the 50-50 leader, right? And it's 50-50 because either you see it or you don't. And I think generally Shanks has enough option cards to get out of most situations, but currently we don't have that. But it looks like we're going to play out the 5-cost Luffy. Okay, he's still a great card, but that
it is.
Odin, I think, gets value when their cards on board stay, and this definitely looks like they're going to have to, that Yamato's staying on board, which is great.
Yeah. I'm surprised he's doing that and not swing the Yasop first. Oh, he's going 7th attacking face.
Yeah, that is interesting. Because I mean, if you make Yamato a 6K, it's the same as attacking into leader, right? So you're applying the same amount of pressure, but. And now like Yasop's not going to be able to get like its value.
It doesn't have that guarantee Yamato finish now.
Yeah.
Because then now it's all right. I have to keep Yamato on board because if I try to swing at Yamato, you're gonna protect it. If I did it earlier, you might not have protected it.
Yeah, it looks like we're going 7 into likely leader.
At this point, most likely.
Oh, double 1K though. So
double 1K. There's no 2Ks in hand. You're giving a lot of information right now. Another 6. And there's there's the dead card, quote unquote.
Yeah. I recently published an Odin list, and one of the comments, and I'm not making fun of them, I promise. They were like, man, are you okay with this much non-counter in the deck? Like, yeah, leader ability. And then I looked again, and the comment was gone a couple of minutes later. But this is powerful. So we're playing the 9-drop Newgate. That's going to give us a +2K. And again, Yamato's effect is activate main, so we can give the Dawn to our leader. So that means that defensively, we're going to be an 8K Odin, which is just absurd.
7, we do have the counter. Looks like what's going at a body.
Yeah, I would say.
I would assume it's Yasop, if there is anybody. Or actually, no. At this point, it might be Luffy.
Luffy, yeah, because he's technically like a 7K if you want to think of it that way. So
yeah.
All right, we do get the removal for it. I do like the. I don't know if it's intended or not, but the fact that Odin and Newgate work very well together, right? The synergy is really cool. Again, an 8K leader is pretty obnoxious to have to deal with now.
Yeah. However, you are Shanks, and Shanks, your bosses are 12K.
Yeah, for sure. So we can, if we want to, we can play. Looks like we are 10 drop. And yeah, it's going to be the OPO9. We could also play the OPO6 one to get rid of the Newgate outright, but we're going to go 6K into Yamato, 1K out.
Yep.
And then
I'm assuming here comes a 12 at the. Would you go at the Yamato or would you go at face and put him to 0?
I think we just go to 0. I don't really feel like Odin really has like what's their answer to 10 drop shanks? How does Odin interact with that card?
You don't.
Yeah, you don't
That's
get to
how
that
you
point.
interact with it. You don't interact with it. I mean, their only real interaction is attacking over it, which does require a substantial amount of Dawn.
Yeah. Because I don't think Shanks should be worried about losing next turn. Yeah, going down to 0.
There is, yeah, being on 3 life, you're pretty healthy.
Yeah. Someone said in chat, yeah, 9 cost green Shanks could answer that. That card I'd say is not incredibly meta, I think, in the deck, but this isn't a super meta deck, right? So there just could be builds that could exist out there.
So when you're building Odin, you're building for why you're playing Odin, and the reason you're playing Odin is because it's a good deck into GP.
Yeah.
You're not playing it to go in against Shanks, because you may or may not see Shanks. You're more likely to see GP if you run into a Shanks. Well, what do I do? Your best bet is hope that my body stick, and obviously missing a 5-cost turn is very, very painful. That really set him back behind. If he had an extra 5 cost on play right now, he could have done maybe another damage or 2. Then he could have actually threatened lethal at this turn.
Yeah, it was just unfortunate. I mean, we were able to get the damage, but it just looks like our Odin players just not seeing the cards they want, right? I don't think we've seen them find a single 2K this game. I don't think we've seen missing the curve. Not playing anything for the first 3 turns of the game. Yeah, definitely just like an issue with, like a minor issue with trying to find the pieces. But looks like we're just going to try to get some value. We're going to play out the dragon, so we have like a lot of pressure. We could kind of go for game. Technically we can, right? Systematically we have the numbers for it, but a couple 2Ks just wins them the game. Oh, which
Okay,
they don't have either. Wow. No one's playing 2Ks today.
2Ks are fake. At this point, you just swing at the Yasop, right?
Yeah.
And then chip the rest of the remaining damage. And
Yeah,
now he's
concede. I get it.
Conceding.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hody in hand, Mole Gun, which just came a little bit too late. Yeah.
Yeah, can't do anything with that.
Unfortunate. Yeah. So there we have it. Shanks currently 2-0. Congratulations there. And a quicker one, a little bit of a peculiar one, but an interesting one to watch just the same. So let's go to us real quick. Let's see if there's any other tables that are worth jumping to.
Yes.
Let's see. We've got green purple again. We see another red purple Luffy out there, which is really interesting. That one, yeah.
There's a lot of them.
There's a lot of those today. Bonnie versus Shanks.
We got Anel and Lucci, a classic.
I'd be kind of down for that one. They're at 1 life.
I think this is gonna run a long one. This might be a long one.
Yeah.
This is definitely gonna be a long one. I see the hand size now.
Yeah, let's go to. Yeah, we can go jump to this one. I'll have to update the things, but there we go.
All right.
So on the left we've got the Anel. Camera setup's a little bit rough, so do apologize for that. But let's see, we have Anel, which again has some new support. There was a 10 drop on there when I switched over to it, but I think it just got removed, unfortunately, for our Anel player.
Yes, it did get removed. Putting 2 on Flambe. It's going at the Uta. Says, I must answer Uta. I will give up cards. And it's 8-drop Katakuri. And we're removing Kuzan. So as you can see, there are 3 cards in that life face up.
Yeah, there
I
are.
think it's safe to assume we got Katakuri 3 times already.
Yeah, and the only reason jacked in is because it's 11 costs, so it does get out of it. But yeah, this is I think going to be a grindier matchup.
Oh, absolutely. Looks like a big grind, all right. Because we do need to answer that category immediately, ASAP. We do have a blocker on board, so that's good. And we do have an Uta. So Uta's -2, leader's -1. That's -3. Category it would be at 5. He does need to do another -2 in order to answer it. But I think our Lucci player here is very, very hungry for cards.
Yeah. You can, without Gecko Mori around, I think that starving Enel is a lot stronger of a prospect right now. Yeah, only 2 cards. And the fact that, Jack gets removal every turn, but the fact that we have to, get the. We have to rest it, which means that they can interact with it, feels bad.
There's a lot of things you can that doesn't feel good right now.
Yeah, agreed.
The start of 5. I'm assuming this is going to Flampe. Yes, it is going to Flampe. Two for Mancheri? Well, 1 for Mancheri and then using the effect to bottom deck 2 and adding 1 to hand. So we got a 10 cost Kuzan and a Suru to the bottom of the deck. And you add 1, I believe, 3 cost to 5 cost to hand.
Yeah, Monchery is such a good card right now. If we're able to defend it, for sure. We have also, if Yamato comes down, it can get rid of a 9 cost, which is absurd. So Monchery does fall into the, it's a little bit, it's under 9 cost right now. So it can get removed by that too.
Yeah. I remember playing game once where Yamato then KO'd a Rayleigh on the other side. Like, what?
Yeah.
There's a -2. We're now at 5 for category. You need at least 2 more to answer it.
All right, there's Rebecca.
Into takes. Oh, what? Oh, wait. He says that's not it. That's the wrong card. There's a Hina.
But now, all these cards are good on board, right?
Yeah, you don't want to replace any of it. It doesn't feel good replacing any of it. But you might have to.
Yeah, and just with how the sequencing had to work, right? You had to be this way.
Mm-hmm. Personally, I'd remove either. I would choose to keep the Mancheri. Mancheri is way too important. It's remove a block or remove the Uta.
Looks like we're gonna get rid of the Shirahoshi. That now cost 1, so now we can just use Jack effect, draw 1. And yeah, we will get rid of it. But again, we just have no
pressure.
Yeah, no pressure.
It's card removal at this point. It's just who can remove more cards.
And okay, that's a good card if we top deck that one. So Kuzan's there. We got rid of the Hina. How Monchery is a 0 power, right?
Correct. It's 5 at Mancheri. I think it doesn't. He just lets it go. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Because you kind of have to protect Jack a little bit more.
There's the Yamato. Goodbye, Kuzan.
There's Kuzan, and then just pass.
Yeah. Nothing else you do, right?
Now, if time got called right now, right? Time procedure says life is the first constraint, and Nell's got a couple last cards in their life area.
Would there be enough time to get him back down? I would say no.
No, right? It's so weird, how the pace for this goes. It really is just I keep them at 5, and then I can just put them all the way down. And they're like, man, I have so many cards that I want, but I don't have the time to play them anymore.
Yeah.
And we see a Toy Soldier. We see a Laboon. We see a Kuzan. I'm going to guess that there was a 4-drop Kuzan to put the Toy Soldier in there.
There's another Kuzan
Another
coming
Kuzan's
down,
good.
though.
You're
You
gonna
do
have,
get to replenish your hand a little. Very important. Like I said, he's pretty hungry for cards right now.
yeah. And if we have, all right, just tapping on it for. I mean, if we had Sabo to help protect this Kuzan, I think we'd be good.
Yeah, that would be. So since tapping 4 might just be Laboon, maybe? Or is it another Rebecca?
Laboon would get you the removal. Oh, just another Rebecca.
It's another Rebecca. Okay.
Hina play over Uta remove the remove the Yamato. Oh, okay, replacing the Rebecca. Yeah, I don't know if this game will end this weekend.
That's why we have the time constraint.
Yeah.
For moments like these.
Jack effect, we got rid of the Rob Lucci, and honestly, this is the Yamato. This is a pretty good spot, I feel like, for Lucci. I think they've been clawing for it, but again, Yamato, like, Anel's just not losing anytime soon. We're just deciding to not attack. It looks like.
Maybe it does keep him at 2, which is not the best spot to use Yamato, to use Anel, to use 10 cost Ace if you have it. There are a lot of cards you can't really use because you're. Oh, he has 8 Dawn. It's a category number 4.
Yeah, the fourth one is absurd. All right, well, at least fourth card back in the life. All right. We're getting pretty close to Yamato being able to
We have
Jack.
a total of 9 cards in that life. Yamato does remove a Jack at this point.
That's hilarious.
Oh my goodness. I never thought I would see a day where Yamato can remove Jack right now.
Yeah. Just like, yeah, why does Lucci have 9 life? It's a it's a complicated question, but there's a good answer, I promise. It's because Anel it's just so what's the opposite of malicious? Just so charitable, right? Wants to, it's like, hey, I'm just trying to survive. You're just trying to survive. Let's just chill out until we hit time and I lose the end game procedures.
Really, sometimes it really do be like that. We're now down to what 12 minutes left in the round. If I'm not wrong, but like 12 minutes. They do need to get through that 9 life within this next 12 minutes.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's not looking good for this now. Life-wise, at least.
Yeah.
But game state-wise, if they have all the time in the world, I don't mind this NL position.
No. And someone said this in chat, too. And this is definitely a matchup where I think 10-drop Kuzan wins you the game.
Yes.
We saw a Lucci player earlier today and playing that card. I don't know if we've seen it in this build either. I would have to say I'd feel like we would have seen it already.
Yeah, we saw it. He bottom decked it.
Oh, he bottom decked. You're
at some
right.
point, yeah.
Gotcha.
At some point, he might get to it.
All right, just going to play out the Shirahoshi for 4. This does give the -4 cost. And
then we have the Uta for another -2. He is now in range of Jack. Jack will now finish him off.
But yeah.
Discarding a 2K, because why do I need 2Ks if you're not attacking me?
Yeah, if you're not
right?
attacking me, right? Yeah, T-Bone only gets me so much mileage. So, but yeah, one thing that
he has to swing here, right? Because if he doesn't swing here, Yamato does KO the Jack.
Yeah, okay. And they could have blocked for Shirahoshi if we want to get out of it, but all right, no Yamato, likely. Yeah, the idea that 9-drop Yamato could get rid of Jack, though, that is
That's actually
wild.
absurd. All right. I'm assuming a 5 is going at the Mancheri. The Mancheri has to go. Too much cycling. Block number 1. We do have a second blocker. But we also do have a very, very large hand.
Again, unironically, Shirahoshi could pressure this. Oh, it's Kuzan.
Oh, Kuzan. So it wasn't Katakuri that removed the first card, because that card on the bottom is the Toy Soldier.
Are we double
so
Kuzaning?
we got Kuzan.
There's no
Kuzan.
way. Double Kuzan? Okay, no,
No,
for a
it's
sec. Okay.
Gedatsu. I think you can remove a lot of cards with that
Yeah.
Gedatsu.
Yeah. Honestly, I would consider Gadatsuing and then I could attack with Shirahoshi into the Manchuri, but Shirahoshi blocker is probably still just good.
Yeah, I would keep the block just to make sure you're safe. Oh my. I don't know if a 10 drop Kuzan can save him at this point.
It's definitely, I think, the first step.
Because, no.
But
Here's the thing. He can play 10 cost Kuzan, but Yamato can out it.
you're right.
Gedatsu can out it.
I got cut off, but I was gonna say, like, traditionally Kingdom Come is a necessary card to get rid of like big bodies and stuff, but I guess Yamato's just taking it,
This is definitely not a normal game.
No. And that's like why it's like it can be so much more intimidating, because it's like, man, this is tournament setting. This is probably a higher stakes game, and then just to have such an unusual one. All right, another Rebecca.
I think this might be Becca number 4. I know there was one in trash earlier.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you grabbed it already. So Hina, okay, we put Gedatsu down to 1. You can remove it. Discarding Lucci, because what are you going to do with Lucci,
Yeah. I mean, unironically, I would play Lucci for 4 just to get rid of the Shirahoshi. I don't care that they heal one, because
at this point, I don't mind if they heal, because it's going to be the same no matter what. You're getting that life.
Yeah, and back to Enel. 5 at Hina. Yeah, just gotta let it go. This is Ace. 10 into likely a Rebecca block. Yeah, and pass from there.
And now he has to answer an ace.
Yeah. Which is, again, pretty tough. And, this is like, this was theorized as like the way the match would go for a while, but like Gecko Moria prevented that from happening. That card just got too much value and too much recursion that it just made it difficult for like Enel to stabilize, even if you Gecko Moria each, or hit each one of their Gecko Morias into their life, right?
Yeah, just a single Moria to get 3 cards. It's absurd. It's a lot.
Yeah.
You go Moria, you get Rebecca, you get a body. Okay, what then? Well, Moria, you get Rebecca, you get a reducer, and then you go into a Lucci. You now have a Lucci that can attack. You have a Moria that can attack. You have to deal with 2 bodies every single turn.
All right, we're finally hitting in.
We're going at live.
You got 6 minutes left in time, so kind of have to start respecting.
Gotta start poking one way or another. He's not stopping at 10. Here's another body. You're not stopping that either.
No, and that's the new 10 drop Enel here. Yeah. All right, back to a more reasonable 6 cards left in life, but Lucci now
all face up.
All face up though, right? So knowing that you're giving them 3 non-counters at the end is really good information. So that can help. Giving them Toy Soldier or Laboon can help, removal on some of your bigger bodies, but I think Jack being able to survive as long as it has been, I think, beneficial for Rob Lucci, but still. Oh, Tempest Kick. All right, I think we have at least 10 cards in trash.
I'm not sure. You might need to count that trash. All right, Laboon, so that's -7.
Yeah, I know a lot of people were like, man, and me for like a little bit, we're just like, man, Lucci can't get rid of big bodies anymore. It's going to be way too tough. It's going to be way too expensive. But no, it is, how many 10 drops have we seen hit the board from what I would say is like a minimum resource Rob Lucci, from cost reduction from Uta, Laboon, Hina, right? There's just so much cost reduction still in this deck that you get that.
No, start with 6. It looks like it was at Kuzan and decides to defend it. And second Laboon. All right. Now what?
Now what? Yeah. I mean, we have more rush cards. I think, we start with 5 into Laboon.
There's a Brook.
Another 5 in the
Another
Laboon.
5. Toy
2K.
Soldier.
10 into perhaps a Rebecca blocker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes the most sense.
And then our
And
third
then another
10 drop.
no.
And okay.
Oh, it's going at the
2K.
Jack. Double at the Jack. Yep.
Yeah, you have to discard a card. Yeah, I would have maybe discarded a card because it's just 11K. You can still discard the card and just not get the
not
heal.
recover. Yeah.
But to get that plus 1 more K, I think I would have. It could have definitely represented like Jack being removed, and now you just get rid of the now for free.
Yeah. Without anything. But we are down to 2 cards in hand again.
Oh man,
He's starved once again.
All right. Well, these are both 6K bodies, so or 6 drop bodies rather, 6 cost bodies.
Interesting. So, is there another removal?
Yeah, with only 2 or 3 cards in hand, I'm curious to see what our way is. I mean, Tempest.
Oh, Tenko's Kuzan's coming.
Oh, okay, there he is. He's finally
that
here.
Will remove one, and then because the other one's at 1, you can jack the other.
Yeah, the -5. Yeah, okay. That, he's been waiting, I think, all game for this, right? All game.
Yes, he has.
That card, especially since you gave them back all their life, right? There's no way for now to remove this card.
Yes. You now need to answer the Jack and the Laboon.
All right.
I don't think he pitched for Jack.
I was not paying attention enough to say one way or the other.
I don't think he pitched for Jack because he was out 2 cards. He was at 3 cards at the time when he swung at the Jack. He went down to 1. He drew for turn. He's at 2, and then plays Kuzan. He's at 1. If he Jack, he has to draw on this card.
Oh, message the judge.
Yeah. But we are also very low cards left in Lucci.
Yeah. We've got a minute left in like time procedures too.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Judge is saying 10 drop Kuzan was the pitch. So I sincerely, I wasn't paying attention to that part, so I wouldn't say one way or the other.
Okay. I missed it because we expected it coming. 4 Lucci's in trash. How many Mancheries in trash? 2, 3. 3 Mancheries in trash.
I don't think people play 4. Yeah.
I don't think people play 4 either.
Yeah, I think they just gave up. Yeah, they decked out of all things.
Yeah.
What a wild
deck
game.
out.
That's crazy. What a crazy game.
Oh man, it got to that point.
It went from giving them too much life to giving them, now time procedures are a thing to like now I've got 0 cards in deck. What a crazy game. What a wild game to capture.
We didn't see Andy spend dying.
No.
Lucci didn't get play. I mean, he did use Manchester a few times, but like he couldn't get another one back in hand.
Yeah, and that's you can't recycle the monsters. You have to either put like the Lucci's back into your deck or put the like.
You can technically put the Manchesters back in your deck. It's just you need to know where it is, the position specifically. So when you discard for your leader effect, from your deck, you need to be able to draw it the following turn. If you're not drawing the following turn, at least draw it off of Jack. If you're not, you need to be able to know the exact position of cards in your deck.
Yeah.
Well, at least the important ones.
And I would say, that we're not really in a meta where I think that really counts as much for Lucci right now. You know, and that's definitely if you place a deck more like Rebecca or something, that's definitely a skill that I think acquired. But by and large, I'd say like this is like an exception where yes, there is some plays for it, but I don't blame people for not practicing it because it's like the
Yeah.
1%, right? This kind of thing happens, I
Yeah.
think, so rarely that it's not always worth the time to practice what good sequencing on the bottom decking is.
Yeah. It's a very difficult spot to be when you need to memorize your bottom deck cards because how how long, like how many times did you man Sherry? How many times did you Lucci? How many times did you bottom deck cards in general? Because all right, you did 2 here, you did 3 here, you did 2 here, you did 3 here, you did 3 again. Okay, how many times did I do it? Oh wait, it's been like 30 minutes now. I forgot my exact order. What am I gonna do?
Yeah, yeah, it's a crazy situation. So we're gonna be done with that one. Obviously, that one went to time. We're gonna go to round 3 pretty shortly. Let me know if there's any leaders.
Yes.
If you guys want to try to see, we'll find that out, and we will be right back. See you guys then.
Yep.
All right, we are back. We've got for you guys round number 3, and we've got Purple Luffy versus Shanks, two leaders. In I think most of OP10 were pretty popular, but they've
Yeah.
been a little bit of a backseat, I think, from the EB02 meta.
Yeah. So less so Shanks. Shanks is still pretty there, like
Yes, yeah,
still being seen in EBO2. It's just instead of the old Shanks where it's all where you want to play your rush Luffy's, you want to play your rush like consistently have your rush cards to have answers to teach. You're now okay. I need to dial it back, play more of a control version where I want to be able to answer Sanji Pudding. So as you can see, there's a stage. That is one of your answers to Sanji Pudding. That stage given a -1 without needing the Yasop extra Dawn, allowing you to remove it if you have Beckman
yeah,
or even Rayleigh on 8.
yeah. I've been really liking this card, and we also have the Lucky Ruse, so this is a great way to just interact with this purple Zoro as well. This is a pretty good start from Shanks to be on like more of the control-y side.
Yeah, we're starting with 6k from Zoro. Like now Shanks can actually swing into Zoro. He doesn't. He can swing 5 at it. He
Hmm.
taking a card from their hand. Doesn't have to go at face anymore. Doesn't have to take extra dawn to swing into these 6k bodies.
Yeah, and I feel like the decision here is because like it could be like if your opponent's going to play out like a Sangoro off of like a Luffy Taro, you definitely want to get rid of that card.
Mm-hmm.
So
There
I
is.
I understand like why you would maybe want to be a little bit slower with it. Yeah, we do have the Luffy Taro Don -1 going into the Sangoro. Okay, so now we have a easy way to kind of interact with that now.
Yep. You have the Trinity Zoro on 4, and then Luffy Taro on 7, getting the Sangoro. But we do have the Lucky Roo. So Lucky Roo will answer the Sangoro immediately if he chooses swing attack with it, and then it probably will get blocked eventually. This question is at what point will he block?
All right, using the -1K on, I'm going to assume the Zoro. It could also be
Ouch.
if we want to be creative, right? We could do something like give the Dawn to Lucky Roo and like Mole Pistol.
Oh yeah, you can move pistol now. You can move pistol the Sangoro. So there's the Yasop for the +1 to leader. Going 7. I assume the 7's going at the Zoro.
Yeah, so essentially 7 to 5. So being able to use that to pressure. So 2K, 1K if they want to keep the Zoro around, but that can apply so much pressure. Yeah, I think saving it is worth it.
Yeah, it is an extra body. However, if he chooses to block this upcoming swing with the Lucky Roo, it's still the same thing. But Luffy is in a very, very good spot right now. He has the curve. He's going to 9.
Yeah, this can
Is
represent what, Big Mom?
it can represent Big Mom, it can represent 9 cost Luffy. Which one is it? It's
Oh
Mom. He
yeah,
says, I don't want to deal with your Lucky Roo.
yeah. I really like ramping to the Big Mom because like yeah, you don't really like lose the card, right? Like you just kind of go neutral with it with how the effects work. Being able to get rid of the Lucky Roo that can interact with things, having Sangoro. This is like perfect curve for the purple Luffy player.
Absolutely perfect curve. And because your leader is 7, he can just leader affect him. That's it. I mean, it is a 6k leader. Okay, interesting. Same thing. So then another 6. He does leader effect, I assume.
Yep, and then we can
Yep.
go 8 into. Yeah, we're gonna go 8 with Luffy Taro.
8
This
into
one will
6.
probably
This
take. Yeah.
one you probably take, yeah. But we are going to 8 Dawn now.
Yeah.
At
So
8 Dawn, will it be a Rayleigh?
yeah, Silvers is I think the card that we need to help put us back into this game a little bit.
Yes.
We need to kind of like Songoro. As long as that stays on board, they get more card draw. So yeah, definitely have to respect that this board. I think at this point.
Yeah. So Silver's Rayleigh does do -3, -2. You do have 2 swings they can do into the Zoro if you choose to do so, or go in that face. But you are now on the back foot, like very, very far back. Okay. Swings a 6 into it and then counters with a 1. Eight dawns. We have the potential cards you can play at this point. Beckman, Rayleigh, Dragon. Yeah, those 3 cards are the ones you want to play at. You're expecting to play at this point. But if you don't have any of them, what do? You need to answer this Sanji somehow.
Yeah, you need to answer the Sanji. So building state can help you with that, but still not great.
It's not. It looks like he's trying to answer. He's answering the mom instead of the Sanji.
Yeah, with the Beckman, which I mean that is the bigger body. But I think there's no
The
like
extra
great
draws.
answer, right?
Yeah. Makes me wonder why he didn't use the Red Force first before doing that.
Yeah.
I mean, the numbers are still the same. He pitched a 2K just now because the 1K could have been at the 5 swing and the 2K would have been at the 6 swing.
Yeah. So it would have been the same as you mentioned, but
yeah.
Maybe they're trying to use Red Force to get maybe a sneaker removal kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're starting with a 5. I would assume just leader effect right away. There's no reason to hold an extra use a card in your hand, right?
Yeah. Oh, okay. I mean, unless they, I think you're right. Yeah. Whenever unless you have like some kind of like Red Hawk kind of scenario, yeah, you just use it as soon as possible if you can.
Yeah. So at this point, he just gave up that 1K for no reason.
Yeah.
If he's taking these the 6 and the 8.
And 9 cost Luffy likely.
Luffy? Yep, there's the Luffy.
And 10 and 2. I think we try to get rid of Yasop, right? Or do we not care about that card? Do we just go for face?
At this point, I don't care about that card. I'm just going face. I'm putting you down.
Yeah, I mean, we are at 3 life right now, which is just a lot of life for Purple Luffy right now, right?
You're very safe. Like, it's okay if they play the
10 cost.
10 cost, yeah.
I mean, we have the Dawn to be able to use Giant right now. Yeah, there's just a lot.
Yeah, he's actually not allowed to play 10 cost at this point
because he just loses the game, right? That's the
It becomes a numbers game. So, all right, how do I get through that last life and do the rest of the cards in your hand? But Purple Lucy or Perfect Curve, it's very difficult for any deck to stop this.
Yeah, it really is, right? And like the removal is tough for it. The interaction, like Shanks is like known as like the grindy removal deck at times, right? It's not. I wouldn't say it's like a complete control deck, but generally has ways to answer this. But this is when this is the situation, it's so tough. And I think the only thing I would say is that maybe they're like a little bit greedy with maybe with their Lucky Roo to be able to maybe block and get rid of the Zoro early instead of it being in your life with the Big Mom. But there's no guarantee that Luffy saw any of those cards either.
No, absolutely not. And even if he does block to remove a body, he still needs to answer the bomb afterwards, because because then it becomes the bomb could be on the Yasop instead. But I do believe he's supposed to ignore the bomb and go into the Sangoro because those extra cards you draw with Sangoro is too much.
Yeah, I think they've drawn what 2 or 3 cards at this point, which is so much. We
2.
have 1 Dawn. Okay, just 2.
Yeah. So from 5, you get a 2K.
Another 5.
Then a 6.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
6. You're right. Yeah.
There's a giant.
Oh, giant this early. Interesting.
Okay.
So this probably means that their hand is just very full of non-counter, right? We want to try to defend board as best we can. We don't really care what bodies survive, right? It's just that some bodies survive. And there's a good chance that Shanks is able to remove this 9-drop Luffy now.
I would assume so. Because that Luffy is now down to...
Oh, no. We're just prioritizing the Luffy Taro, it seems.
Interesting. I mean, you are more guaranteed to remove the Luffy Taro than you are for the 9-cost Luffy. However, I think you just have to. You just have to try because the 9-cost Luffy would have been 8K does require at least 3 cards minimum 3 cards, and this it's not going to be a giant because you just used it.
Yeah. All right, we're going to start with a 6K swing due to the Shanks -1.
Wait, it's more than that, I think, because there's $5.
Oh, sorry, I only saw the 1. It looked like 1 stacked.
Yeah, he just stacked it all up. I had no idea how much. So +4, 10, 9. Starting with 9. So if you're going to stack your Dawn like that to swing 9, I would have swung 9 with just the Luffy first.
Yeah.
Because that means you're not using any Dawn. Your opponent doesn't know what you're about to do.
Here, give me 1 second.
So leader, double 2K. Four cards left in deck. Or what's it? 5? 4. 4 cards left in hand. Start with another, and then another 9. Takes life. And then 11. Does 11 get there? 11 gets there.
Does.
It's all that
does. Yeah. Yeah, sure does.
9, 9, 11. Interesting.
Yeah, and that's just the power again. Like this is definitely where it can be, which is just so like Shanks is just known as like just such a leader where like you can get the discard for like you have so much defensive, right? You can get out of these, but when you can develop a lot of 6Ks, it can just be really good for them. So
yeah.
But
those 6K bodies were a menace.
Yeah,
sure.
Definitely. All right.
And even if he did have the extra 1K from hand that he pitched earlier, it's still not enough. He doesn't have enough counter to get out of the swing, or even a 9K swing.
Here, 1 second. My apologies. Just trying to find another table. I know I'm a little distracted. I'm sorry for that one. But
no problem.
Yeah, let me find here. We're going to take a tiny break. This is just going to be a break where we're going to another game. Just give me 1 moment. We'll be right back. All right. All right. Sorry, we're at another game. We've got Bonnie versus Rob Lucci here. Do apologize. The Bonnie angle is a little bit off. I can't really do
Hmm.
much more for it right now. I guess I can like. Nah, I could. It would mess up a lot of other things. But we've got a Shanks and a 5-cost Bonnie on the board there. Double Rob. Rob Lucci has out Rob Lucci and a Kuzan and a Sabo. It looks like we got the reduction on the 9-cost Shanks as well.
Yep. It's down to a 5/4, I believe. It's a 4-cost.
Mm-hmm.
But you do have 10 Dawns available to work with. Interesting. He's turning the Sabo sideways. I think he's going for that Bonnie. Yes, he is.
Yeah, so you get rid of the Bonnie, and then do we have a way to remove the Shanks? All right, so this is -6, so this is currently costing 3. And we have the Who's Who, so not the most efficient way to do it, but we still got there.
It's not the prettiest removal, but it's a removal nonetheless.
And we took 3 2Ks, one for Suru, one for the Who's Who, and one for the one-legged toy soldier. Yeah, that's a lot.
Oh my!
And I think they're just conceding. Yeah, they're like, you know what?
Oh yeah. He can't get through the board. He has 2 life remaining. It's a bunch of bricks, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 swings coming in. Yeah,
I don't know. I'm surprised they conceded. I think they could have maybe lasted one more turn.
I think push a little bit more. Yeah, he could have swung into the body. He has 3 cards in hand. He could have played another guy as well.
All right. Well, let me just find another game after spending 4 minutes finding that one. Right.
I actually thought that was gonna last a little bit longer than expected because it was 3 life, 2 life. He saw a board.
Well, let's real quick.
There was a board. Let's go to that.
There was. There is. Real quick. I do want to see. There's a Reiju who's currently maybe beating a Rabuchi, but the game. I don't want to jump to that. I just don't want to jump to the game just for it to end. But
yeah,
I guess we'll jump over there right now. I think the Lucci's on the other side. Yeah, we'll just go over here.
All right.
Actually, I think what is it? Just 10 for lead for Reiju?
It might just be ending right here. Oh no, we got out of it.
No, okay. Reiju lost due to a bunch of 2Ks. All right, that one's over.
It actually just ended right then and there.
The audio portion of this this one. Oh, there's a black and yellow Luffy versus a Nell right now. That's really interesting.
Oh.
All right, here. Well, we'll go over there real quick.
Yeah, this might last a little bit longer. Might. By the way.
Might. Yeah. Here, let's go over there. All right, let me fix the names. So on the left, we've got Star Deck 13 Luffy, which we talk about Star Deck 10 Luffy. We talked about Star Deck 14 Luffy, but there's a lot of Star Deck Luffys, if you can believe it. And this one, I would say, used to be in contention for best deck in the game for a long time, but it lost its best friend Moria. But I know a lot of people are still trying to find what's the best way to brew it without the recursion that we are usually used to in this deck, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to play the deck still. Don't get me wrong. Because we have people that are playing around with it using 7-cost Law.
Yeah.
Because you can play it for 7, attach a Dawn. With the Law effect, attach one more Dawn. Obviously, when you play for 7, there's only one card in the entire deck you can put in life, and that is the 5-cost Luffy.
Yeah.
Right there. Supernova is the only Supernova in the entire deck. Unfortunately, I went and checked because I went and played it recently.
Yeah, and it's weird, like what cards get what tags sometimes, right? I've also seen, because oh man, yeah, using the Nami effect, this will be able to get rid of either the Sabo or gets rid of the Luffy. We have 3 cards in hand, and then leader effect. Can we sequence it that way? Right?
I believe you sequence it.
You can, right? I know that there's a contention for this point with this leader, right?
I do believe you can.
Because you want to be able to discard to get down to 3 first, and then Oh, I mean, it doesn't matter. I guess the alternative is that you discard first, so you were fine either
Yeah,
way.
no matter what, you get the 3.
Yeah, it would be more if you're at 4 cards and you discard from leader effect first.
Yeah.
No, that was correct. Yeah, you can do that. Generally speaking, rulings for this game were pretty easy, and then a now came out, and then there's just a lot of like weird edge case scenarios.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but looks like we're gonna try to go for game with maybe this good old ace. So our leader's currently a 9k, 10k.
No, I don't think he's going for game since there is a Shirahoshi on board, and there is a Sabo blocker right there. If it was double ace, that would say yes, he's definitely going for game. But
yeah, but
doesn't look like
Garp over there. Garp has, you have 6 Dawn. This can be an 8k attack with Garp.
Yes. I don't know how I feel about AK swing through 4 cards though. Oh, never mind. It's impossible. They're just kidding. Not happening.
That's so brutal. All right. I think you still do. You have to still do it though. I mean, we'll play ace for 2. Sorry, Sabo for 2. Our leader is now an 11k. Yep. Discarding. I mean, we have so many cards in hand still. Okay.
It'd be nice if he has a way to.
I think we still put everything on Garp though, right? Maybe. Sure.
Extra blocker.
Okay.
I'll
and
probably
then
just go at the ace then. Just eat the last card from hand. Oh no, he's
really?
going to face.
No, I would definitely go to ace. Yeah. Maybe unless they're just like, I don't think you have any cards that heal anymore, which could be true.
I mean, he did drop a 2k.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really surprised because you still need to answer that Shirahoshi eventually.
Yeah.
And
there is, 2 blockers? Even with 2 blockers, you have 4 cards in hand. It's your best math, is 11, 11, 13 or 11, 12, 12. At that point, you just stop the 2 12s. You only counted 11. That's it.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, we played the Shirahoshi last, so that does get hit by that. So only 1 blocker. You can look at either player's life, which guess what? Neither player has life.
So you can swing 13, 13?
Yeah.
$13 is 2 2 1.
Man, I do not miss having to do this math against
2 cards. Otherwise, it's 11 11 9. It's 2 1 1. If it's 11 11 9, so he has to do 13 13 is probably the best number then.
Yeah, 13 13, and you have 1 blocker.
Yeah.
And then from there, yeah, 13 13 has to be, I think, the numbers. And then
yeah,
because we only have 6.
Yeah, it's 13 13 or 11 11 9, but 11 11 9 doesn't work. 11 9 just never works because that only requires a 2 1 1, whereas 13 13 requires a 2 2 1.
Yeah, and we only have like 5 or 6 cards in hand, so I mean, without Moria in the deck, there's, I think, less bricks for how this deck works right now.
Yeah. I assume this is going to be a block or counter. Probably just block it, just because. And then you counter the next swing.
I'm so surprised they didn't block with Shirahoshi.
Yeah. Could have been at 1 life. All right.
9, 11, 13, 14, or 16. Well, enough.
Plus 6. Yeah, 16.
Yeah.
15, 15. I can't even math anymore.
Yeah. No, I know a lot of people have been in the mines. They're like, okay, how do we play this deck, right? It's still a great effect, right? It's still unique. It still has a lot of power. Like, what's the best way to play it? And, being a 7 or 9K leader in this meta where there's a lot of, like, being a 9K leader when you're in green, purple, Luffy's all about attacking 7Ks is so strong, right? It just means, like, they can't really affect you. And so I know why people are trying to make this deck relevant again.
And right here, you have 4% to attack, 1 blocker, 3 cards in hand. This is it. Luffy's supposed to take it.
Right? They have no cards. They have no cards in their life, right?
Yeah, so he can't recover anymore. It's just 777. That's it.
I mean,
You don't have to use all the Dawn.
we've made it this far, right? Unless there's something that we're missing, right?
I don't think we're missing anything unless there's a missing glare somehow. All right, we're starting with 7.
All right, 2 2.
All right, 2 twos. Another 7. All right, he can't take that anymore. So
right.
He can't counter anymore.
And then respecting our opponent not having the Garp attack. Yeah, there's the game. GG.
I would definitely swing with the Garp.
All right. Yeah, I mean he's been watching the game unfold, right? He's like, put me in. Let me finish it.
Like put me in, coach.
All right.
I'm ready.
All right. So that was. Let me make sure I get the name right. We're at table 14. This is Germain or German. I'm going to see. I definitely want to see if we can get their match next round too. I know we just got like a bit of a sneak peek of the deck, but yellow. This used to be the deck that it's always like the rotation, right? Deck is mid. Deck is good. People are like, people are excited for it. Deck becomes too good. People are less excited for it. Deck becomes less good, then people get excited again. You know what I mean? Like it's just like the underdog mechanic of trying to make that leader relevant again.
Yeah, everyone just loves to play tier 2 leaders when possible. Like tier 2 leaders shows more, I guess, in a way, skill expression when it comes to being able to win. However, at the same time, it's just you have decks that are good against others, but you don't have decks that are extremely bad against others as well.
Yeah.
There's a pick. It's a choice. You have to pick and choose. Do you want the decks that are? You want to play the deck that's really good into the meta decks, but then lose to every tier 2 deck possible, or do you want to play a deck that's good into every single tier 2 deck possible, but lose against the meta deck, which you really don't want to do that, of course.
Yeah. So it's tough, but like sometimes you have a good player and a good run, and you just miracles happen for lack of anything else. So I still think that OP10 and still EB02 have been some of the most open metas that we've ever had for the One Piece card game. Normally we do like top 10 leader breakdowns, but I think we could do like top 20 at times, right? There's just so many leaders that are viable, which might be
especially in the Viper.
it might be a little bit of whiplash maybe next meta. We'll see what it looks like, but if your leader is purple and has Straw Hat Crew, I think you're in a good spot, more or less, for next.
Yeah, if your leader has the ability to use Gum Gum Giant, it may or may not be a very good leader.
You might be immediately relevant still in this meta. So, but we have some new cards. We've seen some of them. We still have some to be announced as well. So that should be really exciting. But we're going into round number 4. This one will be probably a little bit of extended break just because there is a little bit of administrative work going from dropping anyone who wanted to go X3 or not. So we'll do that real quick. We'll get that started, and we'll get into round number 4. If there's any leaders you guys want, let us know. I think we want to try to follow the BY Luffy player, though, if we can, because the build looked really interesting.
Yep. I would say the Reiju, but however, we did see the Reiju lose at the very end.
Yeah, just triple 2K in hand gets a lot of defense in the spots where you need to. So we'll get.
Unfortunately, that is the case.
Yes. So we'll get that set up. We'll see you guys in round number 4, and we'll be right back. All right, we're back early for once. I think we're
Yes.
finally there. Usually the first couple rounds are a little bit of a crapshoot, just so we can we need to kind of find a match and see which one we want. But uh,
Yeah.
we're
We're doing our best to avoid what we expect to see later, so we
yeah,
can see less of that consistently.
for sure. And we decided to go back to German's version of BY. Ended up beating a Nell last round, which even at like its peak, I feel like a Nell could be like somewhat of a trickier matchup. So
Oh, absolutely. It's tough. It's more on the Null player than it is on the BY player.
mhm.
Back then, of course. Right now, I think it's more on the BY player than it is on the Null player to win that matchup.
Yeah, it really is. And I honestly, this is really just a matchup that never really saw play in the sense of like of both decks being quote unquote full power, right? Shanks, I
Mhm.
think, was like a little bit lackluster in OPO9. I think partially maybe because of this. Gecko
Yes.
Moria was still around in OPO9 as well, so Luffy was
Uh,
still doing Luffy things, and
yeah.
yeah, we'll have to see how this matchup looks like without Moria, and I don't think most people are playing Ice Age, but some people are playing Kingdom Come, which also BY Luffy was using.
Yeah, that would be your immediate answer to to Tankos Shanks or Roger or whichever you played at the time, because that's the easiest way to answer it. Because just one card answer, I still have $4 available. I can use my leader effect, and I can play a little child
Yeah.
to bring out the adult version.
Yeah, and if you have just started playing the One Piece card game last a little bit, you might not know about this leader. Came out about a year ago. It's very unique. One, face-up cards go to the bottom of your deck instead of your hand if they're hit off of life. But also, you have this ability, Dawn times 2, activate main once per turn. You can discard a card from your hand and then put 2 5 costs to the top of your life if you have 0 life. So you can use that to rotate through your life, make your leader a 9k on your opponent's turn, which is quite strong. And
Mm-hmm.
it's a really interesting kind of. I don't feel like there's a way to talk about this deck without just seeing it in action.
Yeah, it's one of the harder decks to play by far. In my opinion, it was actually the hardest deck to play at the time
Yeah.
because it's not just about being able to do it. It's all about manipulating your trash, manipulating your hand. All right, at what point I need this in my trash,
Mm-hmm.
so I don't have to use them from my hand? Because, like you said, you can put those 5 cost cards into your life. However, they can be put into your life from your trash or from your hand. So if you don't have the correct cards in your trash, you would then have to use cards from your hand, which then reduce your hand size. You want to do that as little as possible.
Yeah, and definitely like the end game scenario was play Gecko Moria and loot for value, right? But
Yes.
getting to that point where you can do that, I think was pretty tough. Obviously, Teach could be a weird matchup because we did kind of depend on our on plays as well. So
Yes. Yes. The entire deck is all about your own play.
yeah, so I do think it's going to be interesting to see how we can adjust in this current meta without as many tools as we used to have.
Mm-hmm. So back then, you just had to keep on going face. You're racing
Yeah.
against a teacher essentially because you want to make it so you want to step your life. That's where Makino came in play. You want to be able to play the Makino, set up your life. So, okay, I have my adults at the bottom two.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care about my third life. I don't care about my top life because you already took one of them anyway. And then when you take a hit, you're down to the last two. If those two are both adults, you're set. You as soon as you go down to two, you can use your baby. You're now a 7K leader. They don't want to attack because they don't want to play bodies. And then you can use your baby again. You can now leader effect consistently.
All right, starting with leader attack, we're just going to use our Shanks effect to make the leader a 4K. We could play like a Luffy for 5 here, but again, that Lucky Roo is such a menace. But okay, I like this.
Oh, I like that a lot too because at this now you're saying, okay, I can't attack. I'm not allowed. If I attack, I can just pop the Luffy to pop the Lucky Roo. It did its job and get the draw. But then if you choose not to attack, BY needs to be able to remove that one extra life from, which is not difficult. It's a flampe. You lose nothing out of it, honestly, and you then use your effect. and then allowing you to swing a 6 and potentially even a 7 if you have a ace in your hand.
Yeah. And like I think like BY Luffy is definitely a deck that you need to know how to play against, but your opponent also needs to know where you're giving them value or where you're taking away value. Looks like we're going to play Marco here to get rid of the Garp, which um, could just are we just trying to not get rid of the Garp?
I think he played it and said pass
Okay,
without
interesting.
declaring to KO the Garp. Because in this, you are in a tournament game setting where what you say, it's what's going to happen.
Gotcha. Because yeah, it's choose up to one. I'm trying to think if there's
Yeah.
a reason you don't want you like Garp and Trash is bad. I mean, if Gecko Mori existed, right, you could play it off there for just like some value play, but
Yeah.
uh,
Now it's just remove it if you can.
mm-hmm.
All right. We now do have a surviving Garp just like last game. It may or may not come back and bite you.
All right, yeah, because I mean, there are just some weird games where like what, Garp can attack, right? Um,
Yes.
Alternatively, like when Gecko Mori was around, like 5 cards on board was not a lot. We are going to use
Oh,
the Makino though,
Makino.
so that does take the top card or a card from your life. You look at the other two, you get to rearrange it. So this is legal. Unless don't look at your life any other situation, but
Yes. Do not look at your life unless the card allows you to do so.
yeah. So just making sure they know what the order is. They're down to 2 here. We can just use Luffy's effect to get rid of the Lucky Roo, so we get a card draw. We technically would have lost that card anyways, so at least we got the conversion.
I mean, technically he popped the Garp no matter
sure.
what.
Okay, all right, yeah. So you got rid of the Garp anyways. All right.
Well, we do have a Makino in play now because I will don up a Makino in the swing.
Yeah. All right. So we still have 6 Dawn to work with. We know it's in our life, so if we have a 2-drop that can convert up, that would be good. I don't think we'd really need to though, but
I don't think you need to either. I like ace here if you have ace. Like I want to be able to swing 6 and then play ace and swing another 7.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm looking at chat too, and like yeah, this just looking at the conversations, yeah, this is a very complex deck, and it really puts the onus on your opponent for recognizing again like what's the valuable play, and because it plays differently than I think a lot of other decks that exist in this game because you're so often a 7 or 9K leader. Your opponent not knowing the awareness of that could be impactful, but
Kuzan.
yep, still a
I like
menace.
that too.
Still a menace, no matter
I
what.
like that. We are at 8 though. We have hit the point where he can remove pretty much anything on the board if he has the cards.
Yeah. Silvers.
So we have Silvers Rayleigh, Ben Beckman.
And something that's kind of interesting in this matchup too is that Ben Beckman does get around Sapo's protection because it doesn't KO; it just puts it into the trash. So that could be good late game to try to establish that. So
yes, and prior to all the Moria ban and so on, the matchup was more very heavily on the black yellow player.
Yeah.
If the black yellow Luffy player is able to consistently be at that 1 life to never get rogered.
Oh, but for sure.
Now, how about now though? You don't have that Moria anymore. You don't have the value play as much comparatively. And it looks like Shanks' player is just, I'm just going to keep you at 2. You have to eat your own life. And I'm just going to set up my board and just go for a push.
Yeah, because
that's how I'm reading this, at least.
Generally speaking, I mean, so I have not played this game or this leader since its support got removed. But yeah, like generally speaking, like you want to keep them at 2. If you put them at 1, it's really trivial for them to go to 1 to 0, then loop their effects, right? So I really don't know where the optimal plays can be with this deck. To try to push pressure and at the same time not lose.
But Shanks is second. he is going to 10 the following turn.
Yes. If they establish
Uh,
10 drop Shanks and we don't, I mean, since we don't have Kingdom Come available to us anymore, I think that's a way bigger issue than what it used to be.
yes, by far. Because you will run out of resources much, much faster. You have to have a blocker Sabo be able to answer a Shanks if it's played. And then if you place the second one, you need to have two every single turn. If you're playing two every single turn, you can only do two for one turn actually, because the first one you're playing one Sabo already.
Yeah.
Second one, that's double Sabo, or you have one Sabo left in your deck. So if anything, BY is on a clock. It's a time bomb.
Yeah, and it's tough. I think like the only card I can think of is like maybe like Gum Gum Bell, which can give something what -7 cost by taking a
Yes.
life. Which
Yes.
both these things are good, and I could see good for this deck with where we're at. But I don't know. One thing that I do think is that so much of this deck was you spent 8 Dawn for Moria and 2 Dawn on leader, so you didn't really have flexibility on boosting cards on board. So having like more like aggressive leaning with this deck, I think could be successful, but we just have not had the start to be able to do that.
Agree. Second Makino, even though we know what was there, he needed to rearrange again. He needed something else. So
and then one drop.
Searching.
Yeah.
One drop searcher. He doesn't have the correct little one. Or
our
adult.
big one.
I don't
yeah.
know which one.
We do find the 5
So
drop
it takes
Sabo.
a Sabo. 2 4 little ace. So it is an ace.
All right. So we did stack it that way, which is good.
Okay.
So our leader's now a 7k due to the 2 cost ace effect. We have a 7k rush.
All right, but we do need to put another. Assuming
Dawn.
he's not leader effect.
Yeah.
All right. There's Sabo.
The Sabo.
Okay. So he's gonna swing 8, 11, I would assume.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
8 and 11 seems pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah. You want to eat as many cards as possible. Discarding Sabo. Okay. Putting 2 back. It's Luffy and Sabo.
Yeah.
Rocket Luffy.
And real quick, for anyone seeing this for the first time, it might be a little bit confusing what's going on. So so since we're at 0 life, we can use our activate main to discard a card, and then put 2 5 costs into our life. So we put the Luffy and the Sabo, and then the 2 drop Sabo says, look at the top card of your life. If it's a 5 cost Sabo, you get to play it and give your leader plus 2k. So
Yes.
leader is now 11 or what? Yeah, 11k. We can go. It looks like we're maybe playing something for the 1.
Interesting. So it's gonna leader effect in 2K then.
Yeah.
Just a 1 card out counter. It's leaving 1 up.
Interesting.
Does he play the event?
Oh, it is Garp.
Okay.
Okay.
Nope. They just Garp. Okay. I thought it was gonna be playing the room event to restand the ace.
Yeah. That would be interesting. I would not see that coming.
Yeah.
But the ace is only a 6k right now either, so like it wouldn't be incredibly worth it. So we're able to do what this deck wants to do, but I think that also kind of shows the weakness at times where like you have like one big attack that they can't get out of, and then all these like little tiny ones that are really easy to get out of. So you really only pushed 1 damage this turn, even though you could have pushed for 2 maybe.
There's 10.
Boy, there's 10.
Good old Shanks.
Now, right now, I mean, you can still pressure the ace, which is probably going to get pressured, but yeah, you probably start with the Marco. Yeah,
I just turn every card sideways at the ace at this point. The thing is, I actually wouldn't turn the Marco. I would turn the Shanks first.
well, it's just 5 to. Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Then I guess Shanks going face then.
Yep. All right. Yeah, this is an issue though.
My opinion on this case, where I would turn the Shanks is, you have no way of answering the Shanks.
Yeah.
You have ways to answer Marco technically is another attacker, and by turning the shank sideways, you're not attacking life, sure, but it also means you're not giving them another. They have to have the little Luffy to play that.
Yeah, I think I mean Shanks can only attack life, right?
Yeah.
Or the Marco, the Silvers, neither of them can attack anything besides the Ace.
Hmm.
So I don't feel like you want to attack Shanks into that quite yet.
Yeah, it works both ways for
Mm-hmm.
sure. But I do like this where it's asking them, all right, you're giving me three cards in hand if you want to protect the ace, and then let it go,
Yeah.
or let the blocker go. The blocker was gonna go no matter what,
I mean,
I believe.
if you didn't have a 2-drop Luffy, I would not have taken this damage, right? I would have left Sabo around.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
has
So at
to
this
have
point, you
something.
know he has it. He has to have it, but you need to be at one life at least. You must always be at one life in this matchup.
Sure. Because otherwise, as mentioned previous, Goldie Roger just invalidates all your Sabo
Everything,
blockers. Yeah.
yes, it invalidates your entire deck essentially. This is saying, all right, I need to be able to do 2-2-1 for the Roger swing, 2-2 for the Shank swing. That's 5 cards, and then from there on, I need to do it every single turn because otherwise you have to win the following turn.
I will say
You have
that
to win on the clapback immediately.
this Luffy's probably the worst card to be in that spot right now.
Yes.
Ace would be good, Sabo would be good, even the other Luffy, to be able to maybe pressure a 7k attack after the reduction of like Shanks. All that's good, and just this little 5/6 that is not really doing anything is kind of tough.
Yeah. It's just gonna sit there. Like if he can bring this Luffy back and bring the Sabo back, because he must have Sabo every single turn at this point.
Mm-hmm.
At least one.
All right.
Start with 6.
Big 6. Wow.
Okay. I was not ready for that one.
No. Yeah. Why? I am a little confused. Why would we block with Sabo if we had no way to get rid of this
Yeah,
Luffy in life,
I would
right?
just let it go then and heal back to 2.
Oh, Shirahoshi. Okay. Oh, that is unfortunate.
Oh
Yeah,
my.
I can see why they were considering so long because this very likely is their best play. It's just not that good.
No.
That is tough.
Oh my. Yeah. You're now a base 5k leader of 1 blocker.
Mm-hmm.
And with how many cards in hand?
We have a lot, but zero cost blocker. Sorry, minus 1k blocker. Uh, is not going to hold the line for very long.
Do we have a dragon? Do we have a dragon in hand? I'll start with 6. I'm assuming that's going to be a 2k. Has to be a 2k. All right. That is a 2k. Another 6. Interesting.
Yeah, I think I'm not going to say that I know this matchup or anything, but I don't know if playing the Garp that turn was the play. I think attacking like 8k with Ace to pressure twice was maybe better. Since we are way more flexible with our Dawn, since we don't have to spend 8 on Moria anymore, that playing 1 for Garp is actually pretty, I think, cheap now.
Double 1k for another 6k swing. Just no more 1ks.
No more 2ks.
And no more 2ks. And there's only 4 cards left in hand, or 5. I missed the exact number when he flashed it.
Mm-hmm.
But you have a Shanks that can swing.
Yeah, it's just tough because like
8 for Rayleigh. Well, I guess that's Shirahoshi going.
Yeah, and we're just gonna pass, right?
Yeah, yeah. He never popped the Luffy. You're telling me he doesn't have a baby Luffy in hand? I'm not gonna swing.
Yeah, you're
There's no
just
more. There's no need.
yeah, 100% agree. Yeah, like clearly, like they're already struggling. I wouldn't be surprised if they just concede here. Yeah, um, yeah,
It's tough. It's tough when you've essentially told your opponent what's in your hand. So what we've seen between the last two turns, there's no baby Luffy.
no,
There's no 2Ks left.
mm-mm.
He used two of them on board, as you can see, and he used two on board. Forgot how many for countering. But then after that was just 1K, 1K.
Yeah,
There's the concede.
there's the
Triple Sabo double ace. Oh my god.
yeah, full house here. Yeah, just not seeing the other 5-drop Luffy at all.
There.
Yeah, and I think that was just an issue. Like, the other Luffy at least helps you like control your life totals and stuff, and I think it's a little bit unfortunate, right? Something where, like, if you had Moria, right? Moria can fix any situation in this deck, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not having that access means that you will have these situations where you are just kind of stuck at one life.
Yeah. So trash and hand management is that much more important in this current BY, where if you don't have the matching baby to adult, you're not playing the game.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. But I do think that there is, right? Like there's a treasure map, right? There's something that this
Mm-hmm.
leader can still do. And
Yes.
I commend Germon for trying it. And hopefully, there's a lot of tournament left, right? There's still, an X1 run in the future
Oh,
potentially for him.
absolutely. Absolutely.
So I'll be definitely keeping track of how they're doing, and good show from both players too. I think that was
Yeah.
an interesting game, even though again we've been following a lot of Shanks today. I'll try to.
It just happened to be Shanks every single time. But we do like the fact that we have players that are willing to take decks that have been falling out of the meta and then taking it back into to play the game. To play the game.
All right. Well, here, let's
Right.
quickly get to table 1 right now.
Oh,
I will update the things as we get them, but let's go. Yeah.
we are nearing end game state here.
Yeah. It is Vegapunk versus Teach, which is a weird matchup, to say the least. Like
Here's the thing: if you leader effect, or if you negate Vegapunk's effect off of your trigger,
yeah,
it has to be a trigger. It cannot be off your leader or your 10 drop. You can attack with that Vegapunk.
you can attack with it. Having 2 copies of Burgesses is good. It's very peculiar to see Teach with such like high total in hand afterwards too. It's just a weird one. I don't know what else to say. It's just a weird matchup.
Yeah, because Vegapunk doesn't really have a lot of on plays, and the ones that do have on play, they don't really do anything against the deck. In this case, it's Nami doesn't really do anything against the deck except against this right here. You have what else is on play? Lilith,
Yeah.
to search, and honestly, I can't think of any other. Oh, Edison to draw 2, discard 2.
Yeah. There's also the new Vegapunk though.
Oh yes,
That
you're right.
card is pretty impactful. But yeah, just a battle of attrition, right? We're gonna use leader effect for 1 to play the Vegapunk out there, and then likely pass. But with Devin being able to crit that blocker off, like it's very tough. And you can also like use your leader effect early, just to say that they don't get any on plays from the cards from their life. Not that there's going to be, I think, a lot of that, but if you want to try to mitigate that, you can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this one might be a little bit more linear than when we jumped in here, but it's a weird one. I haven't really seen this matchup a lot.
So blocker's gonna go in. Not blocker. Kalina's gonna go in.
Yeah.
With banish, probably. You have double Burgess going in.
No on plays, so in case there's something that plays off a life.
Yeah. So that means if there's a Vegapunk, for example,
Yeah.
Oh, he chose double attack,
Oh, it chose
which actually
double.
just as good.
Okay.
Oh no, no,
No,
oh yeah,
it's the trigger. It's
yeah,
the
yeah,
trigger.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah.
trigger.
Yeah, yeah.
So now on play. We're both thinking the same thing.
Yep, yep. Like sure, like most of these cards that trigger play, they get to draw some elsewhere. We can also just have. I mean, oh, it looks like we have another 10-drop teach to just negate
Say, all right,
blocker.
just say, all
Yeah,
right, no block,
yeah,
and we have
and
2 swings.
that'll be it.
That's game.
All right. Quick one, but there's that one.
We did jump into end game as per usual.
Per usual. Yeah, these honestly, this meta, especially with green purple running around, it's usually like matches last about like 15 minutes. Or they take like the last 30.
Average,
Yeah. I think last like OP10 proper was like a little bit better for like constant 20-25 minute matches, but
yeah. Now in this case, because people are racing against GP, so if they're racing, they're trying to put pressure. They're more aggressive. As they're being more aggressive, games last faster.
Yeah, for sure.
Or a lot shorter, to be exact.
All right. I'm looking through. There's still a lot of. There's some games going on. I'm just trying to find one that might last more than 2 minutes when we jump in there. So
yeah,
let's see. Honestly, yeah, a couple more green purple matches than I expected to be still going on. Teach matchup just finished.
No, that one just ended. Oh, it's actually 14 Luffy. He just ended. I'm not sure who won though.
Oh, which one? Which table was it? Table 20?
It was 20, but I'm not sure who won.
You said the magic word. Star deck 14 Luffy. So my ears immediately perked up. So we'll see. I'll see if how they did, and if we can if they won, we can do get their round 5 match for sure.
Yeah, I would love to do it if possible.
All right.
I do want to see it.
Okay. Honestly, like it's not the most. This matchup looks like it's got some time, so I want to go to that.
Okay.
We're at table 32.
All right.
Let me get this updated.
Do this one then. All right.
All right. So on the left, we've got green purple Luffy, which moving forward, I will not auto decline a matchup if it's that leader.
Don't worry. You weren't auto declining it.
Yeah. I was just skillfully ignoring it, but
you weren't the only one. I too was auto declining.
Yeah. Now this is the matchup that definitely Lucci wants to see, right? Lucci has a lot of ways to interact with 5/7, which I think is really strong. The fact that we can just have so much removal, but I think the kind of the counterplay to that is specifically the Luffy Taro. That card being able to we're going 7. We're attacking with our blocker too.
Interesting. I don't hate it. It does put him more on a smaller timer.
Let's see. Oh, Star deck 14-1. Nice. All right, we'll definitely get to that match next.
Nice.
Big fan. Give it the a good dose of commentary's curse.
I now I just gotta remember the name, which I don't remember.
Yeah.
I should have jotted it down.
Let's see.
Leader effect. He's not a 4 Dawn. No, 5 Dawn. But it's a 6K leader.
Yeah, and that's something that I think, honestly, I think something that Rob Lucci players need to that helps this matchup is that you just play 4-drop Lucci without doing anything. I'll just explain the effect of it, I guess. Yeah, so we're a 6K leader. We're going to give the boost to... I don't know if it's going to matter that much. Yeah, we're going to go 7K into life. Double Rebecca is pretty nasty.
It is.
Especially not having another Zoro in hand to try to interact with it. And since everything's active, we can't even Electrical Luna. But there's just this weird situation endgame, which I think we might see, is that we can just use multiple copies of Merry Go. and just like super protect something that we want to keep around.
Yeah.
All right, so giving a +2 cost to to Sanji, who's currently an 8 cost. Gonna get the block after Luffy Taro. And then I guess pass. So we have 3 open for a multitude of Gum Gum Giants. 6K leader right now as well.
6K leader, $5 available. You're actually pretty limited on what you're able to do from here on out.
Mm-hmm. All right. So we have like a reduction of 8 if we want to. Looks like we're going to start by attacking into the Zoro. We also have the 3-drop Nico Robin blocker on the far end there. That can be used to not only like can let us draw a card and get out of an attack. I do think, like specifically in this matchup, the Dawn amount for Green Purple Luffy is quite the resource because we do kind of miss out on like Sanji pudding just does not stay on the board, right? And that just
it should never stay on the board.
Yeah, just a lot of Dawn that you miss out because of that.
Yeah, but all right, we do have. He did counter out over the 2, so he's keeping that Zoro. He wants to keep the Zoro alive, so he's keeping the extra pressure.
Oh, that's interesting.
Does the Lucci player have the removal? I assume he has the removal since he swung the Kuzan.
Mm-hmm. All right, just deciding on this next turn.
Also, since he countered out the first swing, I assume he's committed to counter out every swing from here on out to keep the Zoro alive for the extra swing.
Yeah, because that does get a lot of value. I think we only have what 1, 2. I think we're only at 5 Dawn right now. 6 Dawn. 6 Dawn. No, 5. I think we're at 5 Dawn.
5.
For, yeah.
Yeah, it's only 5. 7. No 2. Does he counter with cards or does he block with the Robin?
Yeah, that Robin is not high.
Double
survivor.
2K.
Double 2K to save this sword. Wow. Yeah, this is interesting. Like we know that we're probably going to lose this 5-drop or this 4-drop Zoro. So I'm surprised we're defending it when it's the only 5K that they can attack into right now.
Yeah. So he did -4 and another -4. Assuming he didn't, there's another minus. So he's taking out 2 bodies.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a pretty stellar Rob Lucci play here. Yeah.
Yeah.
But at the same point, like if I'm the Lucci player, I'm definitely afraid of losing next turn. There are 4 or 3 cards on the board that cost 7 or less that can be continue to stay rested as well. This could definitely be Green Purple Luffy's turn to win here.
He does have the setup. So do we have the Sanji pudding?
I mean, the draw would be great. The
draw is great. You get to restand and you get to electric Luna the board.
Yeah. Also, if we have, we're at what 7 Dawn right now, so we can't Uso Hachi the Rebecca. We could like Zoro 4-drop the green one again if we have it, but it really has to be. Do we have like? I feel like we need Luna. If we have Luna, we have a chance to win this game. If we don't, it might be a little bit too late.
It might be tough.
Yeah. All right, there's 3. Could be anything.
I'm not saying it's Luna.
No.
But it just might be Luna. Electric Luna is definitely one of the strongest cards in this deck.
Mm-hmm.
It's in certain matchups. In some matchups, is actually one of the worst cards in the deck.
I have already seen people call for the card to be banned from
Electric
existing
Luna is
for like a year to like this card is too good. It should
yeah.
be later locked,
No,
which I'm not saying I don't agree with, but it's just wild how like almost overnight it was.
yeah. You need to understand like Electric Luna is something that's both super strong and super weak.
It
Because
it can be,
it's
but
really strong into some matchups that are all like into control decks like Lucci, where a lot of their bodies are 7 cost and under.
mm-hmm.
Like their primary bodies that they play, Lucci, Kuzan, Laboon, Hina, they're all 7 and below. Unless you can play the Jack or 10 cost Kuzan or something, they're never getting through. Oh,
All right, we're gonna use our leader effects. So we don -2, get 2 back. We are a 6K leader. Now
he
what?
has 2 swings available.
Yeah, but we can't win this turn, right? That's the thing.
You can't, yeah.
And we could attack with Luffy and just make it so I wouldn't take the life, obviously, but
At this point, just got bored, right?
yeah.
Kuzan goes
Excuse me. We can go 7K.
board again.
Yeah, Rebecca will probably take this one. And with just 2 cards in hand, I think just a bunch of 6s can really do a lot of value here.
Yep. Does have 2 available.
And even if you giant, right? Like one if you
It's
remove
not pretty.
It's not. No. Yeah. I think if you remove purple Luffy, you're in a good spot. Not having blocker though is a little bit scary. Both are on low resources, and I think this is turn 0 in time as well.
Oh, we are in
I
time.
believe we are in time, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have the time.
This here have 2 cards in hand, 1 life, 1 blocker. It is a 3 cost.
All right, starting with a 7.
7? Interesting.
All right, finally got the Zoro.
Oh, it's going at board. Saying like, I don't need to go for game. Let's go for board.
All right. -4 to something. Likely Luffy.
I'll pretend like I know which something.
Yeah.
-4 again. Probably also Luffy because it did get bumped up to an 8.
It could also be Zoro, and oh, that's right, it did get bumped up to an 8. You're right. So currently cost 0. Rebecca Brooke would give you, or just regular Brooke still.
That's board enough. Yep. And he has what? He has 3, 1. That's 4. He has 6 available. He can swing 6 and then play something else. Oh, he's swing 7.
Yeah. Also, Brooke got the -1. I'm going to guess to Zoro, and then Lucci is going to get 2 more. So if we have another 4-drop Lucci, we can get rid of the Zoro as well.
Yes. He is presenting 4 Dons available.
Yeah. The issue though,
the last life.
If there's another secret rare, yeah.
There's the Lucci.
All right. The issue though, yeah, secret rare Luffy can just win the game though.
Yes. It would be
I believe
7.
I think it'd be 6,
7,
8,
7, 7?
or 3 7s. Yeah, your choice.
6, 8, 8, 3 7s. What's it gonna be? They're all scary numbers.
Yeah.
They're all like, all right. The first one banks on not having 2K. Next 2 banks on opponent not getting the total of 3K out of 3 cards.
Yeah. I mean, if my opponent has a 2K, oh man, that is.
Oh.
That's probably it. Excuse me. Yeah, that's probably it. Like we get the card draw, right? We get to have 5 Dawn open right now, but
even Electric Luna doesn't really help.
I mean, maybe.
I mean, it helps, but like I don't think it keeps him alive.
Yeah. Yeah, just giving up. We do have the Luna, right? But
but no
not
counter.
not enough to get there. Yeah, no Gum Gum Giant, unfortunately.
No giant. If there's a giant, maybe.
Yeah,
Actually, to be honest.
but it's
All
close.
that.
Close game. Close
Oh, we
game.
had it. That was game. All
Oh
that
man.
cards.
Yeah, only spammed him in hand, no counter. Yeah, one more
Yeah.
Seeker would have got that. That is crazy how close that game
Yeah.
was.
It was. It was. It was.
So there it is. Well, that's going to be it for this one. That's the end of round 4. We're approaching the halfway mark. This is the Top Cut events online EB02 regionals. We have 1024 players. We're going to round 5, and should be interesting to see what the second half of this tournament looks like.
Well, we just saw a Lucci taking down GP.
Mm-hmm.
That is one of the primary reasons why you even play Lucci this round, this set, because it's good. It's not the worst. It's good, pretty good in the GP. It's very Kuzan reliant, as all Lucci games have been recently. It's can a Kuzan stick on board or not? Can you answer the Sanji pudding or not? Can you answer or the big bodies they play instead if they're playing anything but GP?
Yeah, exactly. And from the first little bit, I did see just a lot more people on Rob Lucci because of that. Even though the card has lost in his lobby, Tempest Kick, or not Tempest Kick, Great Eruption, Moria, Ice Age, right? The deck just keeps being relevant, and I think just kind of just shows the power of the deck in itself. So we're going to take a tiny break. We're going to go into round number 5. I do think that we do have a start deck 14 Luffy still undefeated, so that's going to be the one that I want to jump into. So we'll do that. We'll be back, and we'll see you guys in round number 5. Be right back.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we are back. We've got round number 5. This is the end of this round marks the end point for this one, and I do apologize for a bit of the crookedness on the Vegapunk side on their cam, but I really want to do this match. This is my own commentary bias, but if I was playing today, I'd be playing Star Deck 14 Luffy. I have a bounty out there that whoever gets the top placement with Star Deck 14 Luffy gets some 2024 Eggman dice. So. And we've got Cardi Board, which I personally know him, goes to a lot of my events and stuff. So really cool to see him undefeated so far, 4-0. And which means, Ying, you're going to have to root for the Vegapunk player to even out this stream. I hope you know that. Just it would be very lopsided if you don't.
I don't hate it. I don't hate that because Vegapunk is a very, to me, I think it's a very skillful deck.
Yes.
Knowing when to put cards in life, when to just play a card out, when to take life, when not to take life. And your deck has so many triggers, you actually have to be very careful when you attack.
Yeah. Yeah, you really do. And it's definitely like an awareness thing for both players. Luffy generally wants to go second, so going first is a little rough. But real quick, let's talk about these leaders. So Star Deck 14 Luffy, he's got this pretty easy effect. Just on ×1, you're able to give all your cards +1 costs, and then if you have something that cost 8 or more on your field, you're able to get +1k. It's on both players' turns as long as you meet the conditions for it. So pretty consistently late game, you're able to be a 6k leader defensively and 7k leader aggressively. But first, brand new, we have a whiff.
Oh,
Rebecca, the patchwork, and I missed what the last card
I think it was double patchwork.
Oh, patchwork, yeah.
Oh, that's very painful. Well, following up, we just talked about Luffy. Now we gotta talk about Vegapunk. It's only fair, right?
Yeah.
So Vegapunk, activate main once per turn. You do need to rest 1 Dawn though. Place up to 1 5 cost or less egghead type characters from your hand.
Yeah.
Face up in your life or into play. So you can either play it or you can play put it into your life face up. So that's one of the best thing about Vegapunk right here. So you actually play a 5 cost for 1. If especially early game, so if 5 costs for 1, you now have a 5/6 or 5/5 or even lower, whichever one you want. And if you are on 4, that's also the perfect time to play Lilith as well. You can Lilith search and play a card.
All right, taking the hit there.
And he used Stereo Sheet, allowing you to get 2 triggers to search for 2 triggers and leaving 1 Dawn up. That 1 Dawn, like I said, you can now use it to play another body or heal.
Yeah, and the thing is that you don't really want to be at 3 life because a lot of your effects are based on being at 2 or less. We're going to play another Pythagoras. Yep. This card is a little bit obnoxious, I won't lie.
It's very obnoxious, so good.
And I will say that if asked, I think that into this matchup, I think that Luffy has the advantage here, but it's been a little bit of a slow start. Brand new, not finding anything has been unfortunate. Being on the odd curve is a little bit unfortunate. We're going to play Kuzan, which is currently a 5 cost due to leader effect. So unless they have Nami, they have no way to remove that, which is good. But it still can be tricky to interact with.
Yes. It's also a little unfortunate here. As you can see, he discarded Luffy for the attack, right? Pythagoras can only play a 4 cost or lower when it's KO'd. And there's no 4 cost in trash.
Yeah. All right, going.
But we're starting with another 6k in life.
Yep. And I don't know if I'm just a greedy player. Normally, unless like it's just really easy to get up, I usually kind of take some of these early attacks because I just know like I'm way more defensive as a 6k leader later in the game.
Yes.
But double 6 is intimidating. I might try to 2k out of one of these.
Yeah,
if I have
intimidating at this point. Yeah.
And
there's the 2k.
Tashigi. Yeah.
It'd be nice to have the extra card for branding right about now, but it's a shame. All right, we do have 6 Dawns available. This allows you to do a 5 and a 1. And the 1, of course, being Vegapunk leader. There's the 5, Shaka. And the 1 could either be Nami or Rocket Luffy. Actually, no, it can't be Rocket Luffy. It has to be Nami.
Has to be Nami. And yeah, unfortunately for our Star Deck 14 Luffy player, it is Nami. It does get the removal on that. Just even though we're a 5 cost, Nami does get rid of that. And they are able to sequence their hand size to be at a low number. So again, very great start for our Vegapunk player, and Luffy definitely needs to catch up on some lost ground here.
Yeah. So based on the board state, would you consider Vegapunk a aggressive deck or a control deck?
It's such a weird deck. It's hard to say exactly what it is. I think that in this spot, we do need to play Sanji out, and we need to be able to put the Dawn underneath leader before we do, just so we have it. It needs to be a 6 cost or more, right? So
Yes.
but this is why the odd curve is so tough, because it's unless we have a hard time establishing a body here and being able to be like it's just impossible. It's impossible to be a 6K leader right now.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna put a Dawn there. We could attack 7 into one of the bodies and maybe like Sanji. Okay, Sanji's gonna be used.
There's the Sanji.
Yep, get rid of Pythagoras.
Remove that Pythagoras. There is no 4-cost body in Trash, unfortunately. If I just wish if he had a 4-cost body, he would just discard it off of that Nami right there.
Sure, right. So it could have been a little bit of a misplay. Like there's
he had a 4-cost body.
Yeah, but I mean that's a 2K that left the Pythagoras survive, right? So it's a little bit of this and that.
It could have been either or. Yeah. All right. We have 3 life, 3 bodies that can swing with, but how many cards in his hand in our ST Luffy? It looks like 5 or 6.
5 or 6, yeah. We do draw a lot. There hasn't been like that much pressure so far.
Sanji is a 6-cost right now, so I don't believe there are any cards in the deck that can remove a 6.
Yeah, if you're looking at like more standard lists, there obviously are yellow cards that can, but
yes,
I think by and large, yeah, the Sanji is cemented onto the board for most of the rest of this game now.
All right, he's 2K checking, starting with 6K swing.
I think I'd probably get rid out of this one. I think staying at 1 life is so important. Oh, we're not. Okay.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh. At that point, I'm eating cards from hand or putting you to 0. I will put you to 0 if I have to.
There's going to be a lot of pressure, I think, now.
It says there's 6 or it says 7 here.
All right. I think it's like 5.
He says never mind.
Again, it could be a Nami, and we have to just
Nami doesn't.
We know this. They have to remember this. All right, looks like a 7.
Now it's 7. Saying, all right, give me 2 cards. At least 2 cards now.
Yeah. Maybe if we have like 0-cost event. Oh no, we're taking this one too. Oh wow. I mean, there's a chance you don't attack with Vegapunk. Oh, man. But we play the 0-cost. Very good. All right, looks top 5 for a scientist that we get to play.
Correct.
And
Pythagoras again.
Another Pythagoras. Yeah, that card is pretty nasty.
Having a floater that says, you can KO me. I'm fine with that. I'm just going to play another one.
Honestly, like in this matchup, I think Pythagoras is like the best card. So it's very tough to see all of these hit the board. There's 2 blockers out. They're going to have to decide if they want to attack with Shaka.
So here's the thing. Like this turn. Oh wait, he has like no cards in hand, so he can't attack with Shaka. He's not. Because if he attacks with Shaka, he could potentially just lose the game.
Yeah, but
I mean, he does have a Vegapunk.
Vegapunk blocker. We've 2 cards in hand.
Yeah,
I would say it.
I think I attack it. Yeah, I think I attack with it. Yeah.
But yeah, here we would need Sengoku would be great. We have the Kuzan and Trash already. Jack would be a card we could play to be in that board, like the state to be large enough, but we wouldn't be able to remove anything without any additional costs. So
yeah, like this turn right here, he's not leader effect at all. So if that Vegapunk was played off a leader effect, he would have 4 extra Dawn available. He could ST Luffy could have been at 0.
Yeah. And which I don't think would have been wrong. I don't think you. I think you could have afforded attack with Shaka. I think is the end.
I think you're safe.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very safe here.
But this is the key turn. You really need to be able to establish your leader needs to be 6K defensively. Oh yes. Man, and holding 5. If we have not seen any cards to get there, that this is just really unfortunate for a
Yeah,
Star Trek 14 Luffy player.
yeah. And you're at 9 Dawn also, so you
Mm-hmm.
let's see what can you play. What so in our head, can Jack get there? Can Sengoku get there? What's he missing if he plays those?
Yeah. I think we're missing our 7 cost. Yeah, this is unfortunate. We're going to play something for what looks like 4.
Oh,
Rebecca's
Rebecca.
fine. It can get us a 2K Tashigi back, and maybe like give us a reduction for Hina, which
There's
we
the
can
reduction.
use to on the Shaka. Maybe if we have like a Brook, but we can't Sanji here because we have 9 Dawn, so it's just a little bit too expensive. So
So it looks like 3 for Brook.
yeah, not awful, but
Not awful, but not the best. He does need to answer this Nami as well.
yeah. So we're gonna go what looks like 6 into Nami. Then we can go 7 to Nami.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, 7 into Nami, which Vegapunk can just block. Or we can
Yeah,
have
I
the
would assume so, unless that's an event right there.
Rayquaza is just so much better in our life sometimes, but when we're playing against such a removal heavy deck, yeah,
He he's
Rayquaza.
using it.
Okay.
That's interesting. He says, "I want to keep my blocker."
Yeah. Which I get. And what 4 costs are in the trash right now? Just Frankie, I think right now.
I believe so. Yes.
I think the biggest issue though is that this can lead up to like we're in top deck mode. If our life is bad, we can just lose to Star Deck 14 Luffy just having a lot of attacks next turn.
Yeah.
And we find
Oh,
8
it
drop
goes kid off the top to burn the last life.
That is insanely good.
All right. So I assume we're gonna go with.
But at the same time, this is very scary, I think. Like we can
Yeah.
just lose to 3 attacks now if we can remove the
Yeah.
Vegapunk.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe even 6 potential attackers. Starting with 7.
Yeah, so it's going to be like 7, 7, 5, perhaps.
I really wish you took that last life last turn.
Yeah.
Oh my.
No, but then they'd have 8 more Dawn that they could be using aggressively, right?
Yeah.
So it's probably fine because the card was Sanji. It had no.
Yeah.
All right, blocking with Rebecca.
Yep. Swing another 7 and a 5. I think he has to.
Mm-hmm.
Because if the last life is a Rayquaza, you just play either the Vegapunk or Shaka back from your trash.
And you defend this card just as much as you defend. Like if they attack into Hina, you just defend it just as much, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Attacking Hina or life, you defend it as much as you can. You're pushing for game now.
Yeah. We know there's a 2K in hand from Tashigi.
Mm-hmm. Now, on the Luffy side, how do you swing for game, though? What is your
it's the 2K
sequence?
Tashigi. If we have any cost reduction, we use that with Brook to get rid of the Vegapunk, right? I think it's pretty understood. Yeah, you just always go for game because if you can remove Hina, you could have gone for game.
Yes. There's the swing.
All right. Do we have? I mean, unironically, this deck does run a lot of bricks. We can like triple 1K out, but if we had 1Ks, we would have used it. We'd have to like double 2K. All right. 2K, 1K with
You get 1K.
Sengoku. All
Oh,
right.
okay. He didn't want to give up the Sengoku. That's what it was then.
Yeah. We get to draw a card and trash a card, so there's another Vegapunk in trash, which could be impactful. And
That is another Shaka.
now it's just go for game. Let's see how it works out.
Yeah. Does he have the reduction to remove the blocker?
Yeah, because if we have Hina, I think we play it for 3. Even if we play Rebecca for 4, it's probably worth.
If there's a Hina and trash, that is.
Yeah. But yeah, no cards in hand, 2 life, but it's Vegapunk life, right? It could mean anything.
Yeah. There are a lot of triggers in there. Oh, 6?
Oh, okay. Sakazuki.
Oh, yeah, Sakazuki. He doesn't have a reduction. He just Sakazuki removed the Vegapunk then.
Yeah. A little bit expensive. But,
very, very expensive.
But I think worth.
Yeah.
Oh, we had Sabo in hand too. All right.
Deck cards.
No, don't. No card. No card. Okay, just to give the plus cost.
Increased cost. Yeah. That's. I don't hate that.
All right, 5 at leader with brand new. Any triggers?
That looks like a Nami, but he doesn't have any triggers in hand to discard.
Yeah, you can't activate it. Yeah.
Yeah.
6.
6. That's Edison. There's no reason to use it.
Yeah, 5.
5. Discards a 1K. It's exactly enough for game.
Yeah, that is so unfortunate. If the totals were a little bit different, maybe.
Yeah. Was missing the 1 extra swing.
And 7, yeah, 2K ties it, but not out. That is game.
Yeah, that is game.
That is so close.
Game. That was very close. I really think if he swung the Shaka, that would have been it.
It really cards in hand. Yeah, they had a Sabo and a 1.
No counters.
They had 2K worth of count.
Yeah.
Excuse me, but yeah, I think that was a super close game.
Yeah, because then the K would have been in hand, sure.
Yeah.
But like, that's 8 extra dons you can use to attack.
Yeah, and if there are so many triggers that could have been that would have just changed the game, right? The fact that the Nami was first when they didn't have a card to discard is really unfortunate for Vegapunk, and yeah, super close game. Super close game.
Close game. GG's.
GG's.
Luffy takes it.
All right. Obviously a little biased. But really good.
It was a very close game, though, I gotta say.
Yeah. And I think generally speaking, Vegapunk is just really, you live and die on like your triggers, right? I think they played really well. I think again, attacking with Vegapunk should have maybe been the only thing I would have changed to apply that extra pressure, but because clearly it was pretty clear that Star Deck 14 Luffy was just breaking a little bit, right?
Yeah, it's just understanding when can you survive and when you can't survive.
Yeah,
that's the biggest thing when you're playing Vegapunk. Am I able to survive this attack if I do this? Am I not able to survive if I do this?
Yeah.
That's all. Yeah, that's the biggest thing you have to understand.
And I'm jumping through the other tables. We can probably this setup's not neither setup is the best, but it might be what we have to do. It's Reiju versus Green Purple Luffy. Reiju's a mile away and Green Purple Luffy's centimeters away from their camera, so it's a little tough. Let me know what you think.
That's tough. Let's take a look around.
Yeah. If Carlos on table 2 wins, that's Reiju who's 5-0, so we can go there maybe next round.
This one finished already.
This is Rob Lucci versus Smoker. Smoker seems to have established a board.
I'll skip Jonas's table.
Yeah, because I think his just finished. What else do we have?
Shanks and RP here.
Which table? Oh, that's usually just
9.
So it's usually just so one-sided though. What else do we have?
It's
Green,
Looking
purple,
very
horse.
Shanks favored at the moment.
Uh,
Just would
I can
yeah.
believe it, but it's really just like if they ramp, they are good against Shanks. Otherwise, it can be very.
Because actually, Shanks only has how many cards in hand? Let me zoom in. One, two, three, three or four cards in hand.
Here, I'm gonna go to table 32.
Two
It's
bottles.
it's Lim versus Shanks, which I'm interested in seeing.
Okay, let's go there.
Yeah. Let me just. We'll update this info on the fly.
Yeah.
Right, pew.
We're back again.
Yeah. We're gonna start with a 6K attack with Lim. There is 2 silvers and a Shanks on the side. So these Dofis are only 5Ks, but the fact that both of these can attack and restand on the same turn is really good.
Yeah, but we are down to 3 life as Shanks. It's not the worst.
No.
Right, 3 life is very safe, very safe. I'd be scared if I'll be at if this attack coming in, and I was at 2 life, I'd be scared.
Yeah.
But because I was at 3 life, go down 2, I'm not scared.
And Lim's still been, I think, pretty prevalent in our meta compared to, especially like to Japan's. But looks like we're gonna go 7K into Shanks here.
I believe they need to counter out of this because it's going to be a 9/9 afterwards.
Yeah, if they were trying
If
to go
they
for
don't feel
game.
safe, yeah.
0 cost event, which means generally.
All right.
I mean,
So he has to play for survival now.
which isn't that difficult to do with double. You have to play another body out to be able to get the restand blocker, but
Yeah.
not impossible.
Let's see. He has 7 available, so he can put 1 on, swing 6, play 3 for limb if he has a limb.
Yeah.
Specifically limb. Search for body and then play another body with the effect. This does allow you to go full, have enough rested to have both your Dofis active again afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like it's gonna soul 6, 7. I believe Dofi requires 2 or 3 to go active afterwards.
Yeah, too. So we'd have to play something here.
At least 1 body, yes.
Yeah, but then both would be active.
It looks like he's playing a body for 3 and then using lead and then keeping 1 active for an event, possibly.
Yeah, because we could play like Mihawk here, restand, attack again, and then Mihawk would beat the condition for it. So we'd have two blockers left up.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Oh, a third one.
Oh, third.
All right.
I guess.
Yeah. That is a card.
Definitely is a card. All right, so 3 cards in hand, 1 darn active, 2 blockers, 4 potential attacks. Here's the thing, though. On the Shank side, if I knew I could survive the double 9K afterwards, I'd go down to 0. Assuming you have a Roger in hand, though.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's trying to math.
Yeah, because generally speaking, you want to. If one body survives, then you can definitely lose to just like Mihawk getting there. Only 3 cards in hand against this board is kind of scary, but we have 2 blockers.
But he does have 1 on active, so if he does play Blast Breath,
Potentially,
then
yeah.
I think he's pretty safe. Right now, his best numbers are 10, 10, 11, 12. Unless there is a dragon, which then allows him to swing 8, 8, 9, 9, 12,
Yep.
which I like a lot.
Yeah, and we can The fact that they used one Dawn already is pretty important. It means that Goldie Roger can't come down.
He took the first 9.
Yeah. Now, if Shanks is running anything unblockable, it'd be scary, but I don't think they generally do.
I don't know. So at this point, since he took the 9, he can do 11 and 11. 11, 11, 12. Or can he trash one? He could trash one, swing 7, 8, 12 if he has Beckman.
Yeah, Beckman. Even though Beckman, like having double blockers is scary.
Very.
Yeah. All right. Well, Big 10.
10.
And so the numbers are
12, 12 afterwards?
12, 12. Yeah.
Yeah.
We still have 7 Dawn for Beckman, potentially.
So at this point, he just counters this.
If you have Blast
10.
Breath, you counter out. Otherwise, yeah, you're in a bad spot.
You have to counter out of this. You counter out of this. Or if he has a Mo pistol, that'd be insanely good.
Yeah. Yeah, Mole Pistol would definitely be the better of the two. But yeah, I think if you can get out of this, though, I think you do. Because especially since
I believe he has to.
The only other rush card that's present is like Luffy 5-drop. Oh, having to block it, though? Oh, man.
Oh, no. I think this might be it. There's a 12. You block that first.
All right, unless you're just, trying to bait them to just going all in. There's one more 12. Do we have the Blast Breath and everything? Blast Breath? Oh, 9. We do 11, 13. Okay, 13. We had the Blast Breath. We baited it out.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Instead of going 12 here, if I had the option, if I have a Beckman, I'll just remove the Dofi and just pass because he can't win them out. The Lim does not have a single rush card.
For sure. Yeah. If we had like Beckman to prevent them from winning, are they conceding? Oh my gosh, they just don't play. Conceding. I don't think you needed to concede though, especially because you run Red Hawk. That's crazy.
Yeah.
All right. I guess what Lim also had like Mihawk left in hand too.
Yeah, he kept the Mihawk in hand.
That's still like not guarantees that you win. I think you still play it out in case the Red Hot trigger happens.
Yeah, if the Red Hot trigger happens, you can't win. Yeah. The minus 10 kids, it's a lot.
Yeah.
So you keep 3 available for Mihawk. What do you do? 899.
Yeah, I'd be like a little bit intimidated to put everything on the Dofi to play around.
Yeah, I wouldn't put everything on. Yeah, I wouldn't put everything on the Dofi.
But yeah, super close.
899 would be the number.
Yeah, but I think they're just talking about like what they could have done differently. Beckman I think was the last card in their life, so it wasn't in their hand. But if it was in there, I would have 100% have just Beckmaned out 1 life against Lim.
Right. Yeah. But here's the thing: he had the 1 cost, right?
Yeah.
What's his name again? I'm blanking out.
Building Snake.
Yeah. So he could Building Snake -3. It's now at 3K. Put everything on the Shanks and swing into it too.
Yeah, I think that could have been there too.
Yeah. So anything that can put him remove the body and put you're okay with.
Yeah, I agree. But that also could have just meant like, I don't know. There definitely was like a lot of counterplay too.
Yes,
playing another blocker could have done it. Yeah, there's a lot.
It doesn't look like he had a blocker. Actually, no, blocker would not be able to do it. Assuming he doesn't. It depends on how much counter in his hand, but we never know.
Yeah.
But safest play is definitely remove the Dofi.
Yeah. If they're at 1 life, they just can't win, right?
If he uses it, then it becomes a 3K. 3K, you have 6 Dawn remaining. Go 11 to 3. it requires everything from the hand.
Yeah. Yeah, which I mean, I
Which
guess they could have gone out of 2, but then they
he
wouldn't
got
have the
he does
Mihawk.
get out of if he uses everything, but no Mihawk available. It has to be a perfect double 2 swings with Lim and Dofi.
Yeah. So, okay, well, that's kind of the end of that round. That is round 5, so we are past the halfway mark. We'll go into round 6. We're going to have 32 players undefeated right now, so I'm going to go check if we can find out what those are right now, see what they're playing, if there's any decks we missed. We do know that there's a Star 14 that's undefeated. There's a Lim that's undefeated. There are likely a couple green purple Luffys that are undefeated. And
Definitely.
yeah, we've got likely 5 more rounds left. That's the expected for today. So we're going to take that break. We'll be back. We'll see you guys in round 5, and see you then. Be right back. All right, we are in round 6 of expected 10 rounds of the Top Cut
Yes.
events online EB02 regionals. We've got round number 6, table 12 is going to be Smoker versus the green and purple Luffy.
Who do you have on this? Smoker or Green Purple Luffy?
Generally speaking, a lot of people say that, Smoker is better in EB02 compared to OP10 because we do have answers to it. I think Smoker is the best deck in the game to take advantage of Mulgun. And that's really good for removing cards in this. So I think it can be Smoker
Absolutely.
favored, but it's also the deck is nowhere near as consistent as Green Purple Luffy is. And yeah, with the pass on turn 1.
Yeah. So what I find Smoker having advantages of in this matchup are 2 cards. Actually, no, 3 cards now. Since you mentioned Mogun, one of them, Hody, another one of them, and Akos Kid.
Yeah,
those 3 cards are key and crucial in this matchup.
Definitely. And we're just going 5 here, which means it looks like we're going to play this for 3. We could attach a Dawn onto it. To the Sanji and get 2 Dawn back if we wanted to. I mean, no reason to not do, right?
Yeah, so just 2 Dawn, it could be for anything, honestly. It could be a Searcher or a Locker.
Okay, yeah, I do like this. It does mean that, if they end up having 4-cost Zoro, it could be troublesome, but looks like we're missing our curve for Sanji and Pudding, so this is already a pretty good start for Smoker.
Yeah, this is very good. Even they went first, second, there is no Sanji Pudding here. Maybe you can get another search. Now there is. So on their 7 Dawn, right? If they have the Luffy Taro, that is your ideal 7 Dawn play right now. He chose not to swing. He's starving him. Do you think it's correct to starve a Smoker?
It can be like you just get so much. Like you kind of need those cards in your life, right? But if you starve them, it just means that they can play Hody, with more, without feeling bad about taking the life. So
yeah,
I don't know. I think starving them might be a little bit troublesome.
Yeah. And of course, everyone's favorite card, Smoker itself.
Yeah, and this is going to let us have
2 Dawn.
4 Dawn less active. If we want to Mole Pistol the Zoro, we can too.
Personally, no. I'll hold it. I'm saving it. That's for Sanji Pudding. Unless I have multiple. If I have multiple in hand, maybe. But I'd rather save it for Sanji Pudding. That's my personal take on it. We do have 4 extra Dawn available. Here comes a 5k swing. Takes a 1. To turn the Sanji sideways or not to turn it sideways. Turn it sideways. And a 2. All right. 6 cards remaining in hand. 2 more for another Rosie.
Dang, that is a lot of blockers.
Yeah.
And we have 2 open for like 10-layer Igloo if we have it too. So there's a lot of chance for this is a really good start for our Smoker player.
Super good start. You get the draw off Sanji.
Yeah. Here. All right, there's our first Sanji Pudding.
Without the Luffy Taro, so he gets 5 back, 3 back. He does have 5 available. Does he have a second one? He does.
Oh, the double Sanji Pudding is so good here.
Yeah. So at this point, even smoking answer 1, he's not answering both.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's like one of the key decision points is like knowing like when to use your leader effect or not to try to balance it out as best you can. And yeah, just still starving out, which is, starting to add up a little bit, right?
It is. Hody would be really nice right about now. Because a thing about ACOS Kid, like I said earlier, is you need to have the cards available to protect it. But if you get starved, you actually don't have cards to protect it at all.
Yeah. I mean, we still have, like, again, a good amount of cards in hand. Yeah, there's the
There's
Hody.
the Hody.
Yep, take the life. We're gonna get 2 back.
And then one more with the Smoker.
Yeah.
The 4 available. Bingo.
See, but this is the issue, like, with starving, right? Because this feels way worse when
Yeah.
when that happens. I mean, we can use the
I just go everything into the Sanji pudding. So you just go 9 into Sanji pudding, 9 again into Sanji pudding, then 6 into the Zorojuro.
sure.
Eat up the entire hand.
Well, we can't go. Yeah, we can. Yeah, those are good numbers. Yeah, you're right.
Because you have double Rosinante. They will protect the bodies. Yeah, that's not an issue.
All right, it looks like
Oh,
we're
we're
gonna
starting
start
with
6 with into likely Zoro. Okay, taking it.
Yeah, he has to just let it go.
We could put everything on this if we want, but no, we're just gonna go 9 into Sanji pudding.
Eating cards. Yep. 2 cards. Gotta just do it again.
And what, they have like 3 cards in hand, so it is
4.
4. It is kind of tempting to hit into Luffy because I don't know if. Do you think 9K is going to get rid of one of these Sanji puddings?
Probably not. However,
Okay,
taking
never
cards from
mind.
hand.
they,
Oh,
they didn't even finish the attack. They're just like, yeah, the card's gone.
yeah. But even if they protected it, right? Having no cards in hand doesn't feel good. So you just have to let it go in this case, I guess.
Yeah.
So here's Rojiro. He has to search for another card. Let's get another. He gets another Sanji pudding. But this one you can't play until you use your leader effect first.
Which is, yeah, a little unfortunate again, but you do still get like some Dawn back. It does represent a card draw still, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, because it's 7 Dawn to 8 right now.
Yes. But you are very far behind. You have to. You're staring down Hody. You're staring down Smoker. That Smoker's gonna hit your life eventually.
Yeah.
And if he has another Hody, I think it might just be a go next.
Yeah, we have 6. I mean, if we have like if we have 8-drop Kid, right? Like I think the idea is that if we stall them out from resources, 8-drop Kid is less of a good card, but
Yeah,
I
but
think
now
we
you're
need some
fighting
pressure.
down these.
Yeah.
Yeah. Start with 8. And don't forget, since Smoker is a punk hazard card, it's an 8K.
Okay. Maybe 1K out.
Another 8. I assume this will be another card or the Rosinante.
Yeah, we still have 4 open too. There could be a chance of playing like an Electrical Luna.
Yeah, that is one of the key cards for this matchup.
Yeah,
there is
there
Electric
is.
Luna. That will stun the board.
Yeah, anything 7 cost or less with both these are. Smoker still gets their effect though, from just getting that extra Dawn every turn. So, but it looks like immediately we're paying. No, we're just getting our Dawn back.
Yeah. Moving our Dawns. Our leader's active. So 4 cards in their hand. Yep. All right. So is it another Hody? Is it what's it gonna be? I think another Hody here is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
But you do run into Luna again. Luna is, of course, being the card.
Yeah.
One search. So it's not a Hody Jones this turn, probably.
Could still be, but yeah, losing 2 additional Dawn is quite scary.
Mm-hmm.
It's going down to 2 life, rather, from Hody is a little scary. But yeah, I think the biggest thing with Green Purple Luffy that has been not true for I think the majority of this game is that from an empty board, you can apply 3 7K attacks pretty easy without with 1 card, right?
Yeah.
That's what I think why I think Green Purple Luffy has been so solid is because of that extension for it. And even if you have board clear, even if you have the defense, right? they can without any interaction with most stacks, you get there still.
Oh, it's tapping 7. Oh, it's Beckman.
Okay, that's still strong.
Yeah, so I think he was looking for something else there. Ideally, it wasn't a smoker.
Yeah. If we have the mole pistol too, I think that just kind of wraps up a
Oh
lot of this
yeah,
game. Being able to get rid of the Sanji and putting again.
more pistol would have been good. Yeah. Ideally, on that turn, if the search was Monet,
Oh
that
yeah,
would have been really good.
yeah. I think
Monet
was
allows you to remove.
probably what they were searching for.
Mm-hmm.
Unironically,
But we do have.
Oh,
How much
sorry.
extra?
We
I
have
was gonna say how much time?
5, so we could just go
5.
10 into Sanji put it all in leader. I don't even hate that play either.
I don't hate it. It forces the Gum Gun right away.
Yeah, when they're already kind of a little bit dawn starved, it's pretty good.
Yeah, they're what 1, 2, 3, 3, 7 right now.
Mm-hmm.
But Luna is definitely the card to play against decks like these, where their primary offensive cards are 7 and under. He plays another smoker.
Yeah.
And passes. Like, oh, yeah, I'm gonna play an extra body instead.
Yeah, and
He's valuing the body.
These effects don't stack, right?
They do not.
I get putting that on the board because it's just like another body they have to answer. That's otherwise dead in hand. But while we're playing 5/7s, they're going to play their own. Sanji putting that, we knew that was in there.
Yep. So that's their third. Sanji putting.
Yeah. And now they get to use their leader effect for essentially free, which is disgusting.
Very.
You have 1 Dawn untapped. You played a 5 cost this turn. Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
And you drew a card.
Yeah.
So technically, you never lost anything.
Yeah.
He lost 1 Dawn.
And that 1 Dawn is technically on your leader if you want it. It's a 6K right now, so
yeah,
very strong. Part of the reason this deck is so good right now.
Yeah. Very efficient. Dawn efficiency is what makes this deck particularly good.
All right, thinking about what we're doing with this extra Dawn that we have. Smoker doesn't have that many cards. I think there's like maybe 4 or 5. I think.
Once they spread out the Dawn, I can give you the exact number.
Yeah, and looks like we're going to start with 8. Likely at...
I believe this going at Smoker or Hody. I would assume Smoker, because actually, hard to say. Hard to say, because Smoker is Spanish, whereas Hody is 1K more.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we're going 8 to... likely... Again, it could be Hody or Smoker. You don't care about, like, if Smoker leaves the board, it's a little upsetting, but you have another one. Their effects don't stack, so that helps.
Yeah. So at that point, I want to assume it's Hody. But having 2 cards with Banish, it's very, very scary. Gives out the blocker, Zorojiro.
Yeah. Finds a giant.
Giant.
Man, a 4/6 body that finds giant is so good. Like, that is just so much value.
5 cards in hand.
Likely can't win this turn, but you do want to be able to pressure them. Giant is super good in the fact that we have 9 Dawn right now, so we don't even like lose that much Dawn.
You're perfectly okay with giving up Dawn here. Question is, how do you want to make these swings? What are you checking for?
Yeah.
Right? I'm trying to count cards in hand. It's really hard.
yeah, it is. All right. Okay. We're playing.
Another smoker?
I don't think I've ever seen 3 smokers on the board at the same time. That's
That's
a lot of smokers.
yeah. So you're telling me the hand has a lot of bricks.
It must be. Which, again, if we pressured, I think earlier, we'd be in a better spot. But I think we start with like just our smokers attacking banish into Luffy, and then maybe try to pressure the Sanji pudding afterwards. Oh no! It looks like we're gonna start 9.
Yeah. He's gonna giant right away. No reason not to.
Yep. 5 cards left in hand for green purple Luffy. At this point, I probably put everything underneath Beckman, right? Or put a lot underneath Beckman.
At least 2.
Yeah.
Because you have to be able to take cards from hand to remove the Sanji pudding. However, at the clapback, I'm assuming 6 cost Luffy is coming down. And I'm also assuming there's a lot of bricks in the
All right.
Smoker's
Immediate
hand.
2K.
Yeah. It's like, say less. You can have this 2K.
Our green purple Luffy's already getting ready for next round. They are locked into this one.
They're locked in.
3 cards left in hand. No Dawn active.
He's 6 Dawn available. I'm assuming there's a Mole Pistol coming down at this point.
Yeah. Would
It's
be
going
solid.
7.
Yeah, I think we do these into life banish a 4-cost Zoro.
It's like, life? Sure. I don't mind. It's not my Sanji pudding. Another 7.
Yep. 1 drop. Yeah, I think you might be right. Mole pistol might be, or mole gun might be coming down.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna go 7 into Sanji pudding. Likely.
That's what I'm assuming is coming.
Yep. 1K out. And pass. All right, so we are representing, I guess, double 10-layer igloo, like 20 layers of igloos.
Those igloos are pretty good because they do give minus power for the entire turn.
Correct.
Which inherently it's super strong against the Rush Luffy.
Yeah.
We're starting with 7.
Like you can use it right here. You can get out of this attack and then give the other Sanji pudding the minus 2K or the Zoro the minus 2K.
Mm-hmm.
The issue too is that like if they don't win this turn, another Hody can just represent game almost by itself, especially because you're untapping 5 cards if none of the smokers leave the board.
Yeah.
Or sorry, you can't do that. Sorry, but you get to untap with the have 5 active. I meant to say the smoker on the board.
The problem right now is if Zoro right here, if the GP has the Rush Luffy, it's play for 6, get 4 Dons back.
Yeah.
So essentially playing it for 2. And you can attach 6 Dons to it, so it's 13-13 at the end if it goes down to 1 life.
Also,
he has to counter this.
Electrical Luna stuns the entire board, which is absurd.
Yes. That too. It's very, very good.
All right. I mean, we haven't seen 6-drop, I think, all game. I don't think we've seen it added to hand off of our effect. I mean, we've only had 2 searches, right? 4-drop Zora and 1 Nami. And I think Nami added... I don't remember what... I don't think it added the secret rare.
Oh, he went down to 1 lot.
Oh, this is scary.
So, let's see. He has 8 Dons available. He can get 6 back, get 4 back. 11, 6, 11, 11. Or 7, 10, 10. That's expected number right now.
All right, we got
the igloo.
Yeah, so this will give you +3 for the turn or for the battle, and then you can -2 the leader. So leader is currently at 4K. Or sorry, 3K.
Oh, leader's at 3.
Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't have.
if we
It
have,
doesn't look like he has it. He played the stage.
yeah, so he's not trying to go for game. And we have to like just lose a lot of Dawn here because if we use Luffy effect, essentially we get it all back. Is the shorthand for what happened. Because we lose 2, we get 2 back, and then so yeah, they just use Luffy leader effect. Uso Hachi. Oh, maybe they didn't. Wouldn't you want to play? Yeah, sorry, you should be 4.
It
Okay.
didn't. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. For a second, I'm like, why would they?
Now. Oh, to rest the smoker.
Oh, and
Now you
then
got Electric Luna, the
Gotcha.
entire board.
Gotcha. Okay. Now, sorry, it looked like he just untapped everything, so I was curious.
Yeah.
Just because we don't hear audio. So there we go.
Yep.
Okay, now use leader effect. Now we're 6Ks.
Here comes the Electric Luna.
Yeah,
Right.
Luna is disgusting here.
Yeah. So now Luffy is a 4K leader now.
4K, yes, yeah, with the additional minus, and then like, Luna just says we can't do anything.
Yeah. Just go 5 a leader. Yeah, I think go 5 and play. As long as you keep at least 3 active,
3 active, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is going to be 6K at leader.
Yeah. The Luna is coming down. This is what this looks like. He's prepping for it. There's no reason to play Usohachi on that turn otherwise.
Yeah,
A
right.
5-card Luna stun. This
Yeah.
is better than a 10-cost Luffy.
It is the best amount of value I think you could ask for this card.
Yes. It's not even close
No.
to any other card.
All right, they're going to take it. Going down to 0. Everything on Nami. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, there's the Electrical Luna. Oh, man, what a stun. 3 Dawn open, so we have 1 open for Giant. We can only attack with our leader right now. We have like 6 cards.
And even if you Hody Jones, let's see, what's your best number after you Hody Jones? Let's see, just play for 7. You get 3 back, so 6 available. 9, 10.
I mean, 9
9,
is
10.
Yeah, 9's a good number because they have to. It could be a good number, but
a single Giant gets out of it. That's the only thing.
Yeah, assuming that you draw into something with counter.
But your leader is a 6K leader.
Oh, that's right. You're right. Yeah. You're right. You are right. Sorry, I'm just so used to putting counters on my my things. I should just always assume that leader's 6K late game, though, huh?
Yeah, at this point, I think so.
Like, I don't even know what our best option. I mean, we could like 8-drop Kid to bunker up.
But is that enough? If I have the 8-drop Kid, I would play the 8-drop Kid over playing Hody Jones.
Sure, right? Because I think that we actively know that there's a Giant in hand because they Zoro searched it earlier.
Yeah. Well, he did use 1. I'm assuming there's another one, no matter what. If there's an 8-cost Kid, I'll play for an 8-cost Kid and play an extra turn. If I'm going to do that, I swing with my leader first to bait it out.
Mm-hmm.
Because then if he chooses not to use it, I would completely pivot around and play Hody.
Sure. All right. Yeah, but I understand. The options are very limited, and the ones that we have are not great still, right? Mm-hmm. The fact that outside of Kid, the biggest costed card that we have in the deck is 7 cost most of the time means that Luna just hits us just so cleanly. It's so rough.
Yes. Very rough.
Yeah, asking for cards and
counters.
Yeah.
What's in there? What 2Ks in there? What 1Ks are in there?
Mm-hmm. How many Giants? Yeah, 'cause I think it has to be like 8-drop Kid. Um, I mean, if we play 5-cost Rush Luffy, there might be some weird numbers that we can get there with, right? Because we don't generally care
Yeah.
about if we know that they're going to have Dawn for Giant, we don't really care anymore.
Yeah.
It looks like we're going to play
Oh,
out. Yeah, Hody. Yeah, just
well, he's
saying
just going for it.
this is the best way we can do it. It's not pretty, but we have to. So getting
Yeah.
6 Dawn left as mentioned, and then 5 and 8 plus 6 is 19. So yeah, 9 and 10. Single Giant wins in the game.
Yep. If he has a giant and 2K in hand, I'll just take the 9 first.
Yeah.
It's correct to swing Hody.
Yeah. And then 10 here.
10.
Yeah.
He
no,
doesn't
no
have
giant.
it.
Okay, that's it.
It was just the bluff.
Just the bluff.
But he has to play it that way. He has to play the bluff.
Yeah. Super close game. Yeah, they must have used it from. I strictly remember Zoro adding it. So yeah, Smoker takes that one. What a crazy
yeah, exactly
game.
9K. He had 2K, 1K, or he had the Luffy. Either one, it's one or the other. He just didn't have. I would assume he has a 2K, 1K, and the Luffy was just in hand already.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, from life, because he was looking for it. If he had the Luffy, I think he'd go for game previous turn.
For sure. Yeah, I think you were good enough to try to go for it. But yeah, I think Luffy was probably last card in life, likely.
So he had the kid and he had the Hody.
There it is. But yeah, Hody winning another game. Not not too surprising. I think that card has proven itself to be quite the strength for it. So well, that was game. That was round 6. I don't think we have enough time to really jump to another game either.
We don't. With only 7 minutes left, before overtime, a lot of them are ending already.
Let me let's see. The table 1 had the Limb player that we saw earlier. I don't know who won that one. Table 3 has our Star Deck 14 Luffy player, which they're playing against Purple Luffy, but it looks like they might stabilize. I don't want to jump into a game that close to ending it. Table 15 maybe has something.
Table 15 is a Usopp and Zoro.
We could probably watch this.
Usopp is looking. It looks like Usopp's about to win either this turn or following turn.
All right. Well, we can watch to see if that happens.
We can watch the remaining. Yeah. Let's watch the remaining part.
Yes.
Because if this Usopp does make it through, we may even watch it next round.
Yeah. If Usopp wins, I'm super down to watching it next game. But let me fix these nameplates real quick so you guys can watch it. But on the left we've got Usopp, probably one of the most discussed leaders in OP10. Not for or most highest contention. People either say this deck is bad or good. No one's decided. And then we got Zoro. Everyone's decided this deck has been good since that one. There's been obviously some metas where it's better or worse, but it's never the worst deck to sleeve up.
It's always a solid deck.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think it has like a great interaction with playing against Green Purple Luffy. I think you have just a lot of aggression for that deck. And when we're in like these newer metas, just playing the most streamlined aggro deck will always, you get value against some, unoptimized decks.
Yep. Oh boy. Swing 6. If he takes a 6, it might just be game.
Well, we don't have Dawn for.
He has 4 Dawns available.
Oh, he's got 4 Dawn. Okay.
Counters it.
Never mind. Looks like we don't have the giant or the King Kong right now.
Yeah. Just it's all right. Don't need a King Kong. Just swing.
Yep, going down to 2. Playing out the Kyros, and then we could play a blocker for 3 pretty easy, like the Frankie.
Yeah.
And
Frankie is the best card to play right now. Just play over. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Right over Rebecca. And that he passes with 4 cards in hand.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty hard for Zoro to win here, but not impossible. Just
4 cards in hand. Gotta get through 1 life, 1 blocker. He needs 1, 2, 3 swings to go through.
And then, if Frankie gets KO'd, it essentially draws 2, right? We have the stage active and we have the leader effect. So
Yep.
if there's a Leo in
So
trash,
it's
yeah.
Leo in trash, or maybe even Rebecca in trash, either or.
Alternatively, if we have we could maybe mole gun to get rid of the Frankie and just try to go big numbers. But there's
2 big
just,
numbers.
yeah, it's just going to be tough because Usopp's going to be able to fix their hand pretty easy if their hand is kind of bad here.
He does have double Cavendish. Also, he discarded a 1K for the second Cavendish.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's kind of telling.
And the 1K was the 7-cost Rebecca. For those that missed. Because we did get in a little later.
All right.
Let me search. 1 life. Staring down quite the menacing board right now.
Mm-hmm. Big 5.
The biggest of the 5.
1K out.
There's the 1. Three, 4. Blocker chopper. You're gonna need a lot more than that.
Yeah, gonna need. I mean, it's just tough.
Another 3 for Rush Zoro.
Surprised we didn't put a Don underneath her leader though.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we could have done 6 and 7 instead.
Yeah. There's the block. Draw for leader.
In this spot, I wouldn't be upset to even get the Bart blocker. Yeah, pretty good.
Yep. He's ready for next turn instead. Just passes. All right, let's get another blocker.
All right, and I think this is going to be pretty easy for us to go for game. Yeah, just conceding here.
I believe so too.
Yeah, no Don needs to be invested. Yeah, he just wasn't able to get to the end game. So we do have Usopp currently 6-0. I'm definitely down to watch them going into round number 7. So that's probably what we're going to start with next round. We had so many 2Ks in hand. Yeah, not even a threat. Not even a threat.
No threat needed. It's just the only way for Zoro to win this matchup is you need to rush him down to 0 ASAP.
Yeah.
If you can't rush him down to 0, it's game's over.
Yeah. Yep. So
Yep.
we're going to be done with this round. We'll go into round number 7 after this. We should have, I believe, 16 players undefeated going on into it, so I'll try my best to figure out who they are. We have at least 1 Usopp. We have at least 1 copy of Smoker and a couple others. So we'll go there, and we will be right back. We'll be right back.
Yep.
All right, we are back. We've got for you guys round 7. We have 16 players undefeated. I said at the end of the last round we wanted to play Usopp on the stream. I will say Usopp is probably a pretty bad matchup for Star Deck 14. I've been playing that deck a lot, so this is the only Star Deck 14 Luffy undefeated, only Usopp left undefeated, but we'll have to see what this this matchup kind of looks like.
Yeah. Like you said, Usopp and Star Trek 14 Luffy. Star Trek 14 Luffy is about, all right, I'm gonna remove one body at a time.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about that single removal each turn. Whereas Usopp's like, okay, remove one body of mine so I can draw one.
Yeah. Yeah, it is very, very tough. So we're gonna see what this looks like for this one. We're gonna have Leo go first. Star Deck 14 Luffy going second is helpful for the deck, but also the Rebecca turn is very strong.
Yes.
On curve.
Be able to Rebecca into another 7 cost into Cavendish, and if you have Coliseum, oh my goodness.
Yeah, and we do have also I know a lot of people are asking for it. What are the leaders that we have left undefeated of our top 16? Do you have that handy?
Oh yes. Let's have it for you. We have, starting from the least. All right, we're gonna start with the least because we gotta keep the normal for you on what you expect to do the most. So we have, of course, Usopp right here, right in front of you, and ST14 Luffy. We have one Lim available left undefeated, one Anel undefeated, and honestly, to my surprise, one Nami undefeated.
Yeah, Nami's left undefeated, so those are definitely like the hopefuls, right?
Yes, Nami for sure. It's definitely the one to hopeful. Anel, I'm not really as surprised.
Mm-hmm.
Lim, I'm not really as surprised as well. Same with SC14 Luffy. I'm more surprised for Usopp and Nami, if anything, out of the 5 that are the one of that are undefeated.
Yeah.
But going forward, our other undefeated, we have 2 smokers remaining. So 2 smokers, 2, and we have 3 Marshall D Teach available, 3 Blackbeards, undefeated, and last but not least, not to anyone's surprise, there's 6 green, purple Luffy undefeated. There are no Shanks undefeated anymore.
Yeah, no Shanks, no Rob Luccis, no Bonnies. Really surprising. And unfortunately here we don't have the Sanji. Sanji here to remove the Cavendish I think would have been really strong. Because I think there's also more than 5 cards in hand for Usopp.
Yeah.
And then maybe
so
just
one of the ways
4.
to play around Usopp. Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah.
No, Brook for 3. Just use it to get rid of
nothing. Oh, actually, no. He can't get rid of the Leo. He can't get rid of the Leo. The question is, does he want to get rid of the Leo? Because putting Leo in the trash is a target for Frankie.
Yeah, it is a target, but also like any of your 1-drops can convert to game due to King Kong Gun. So that's also something worth like removing for. But yeah, generally speaking, you like seeing the Leo in the trash as well.
Yes, for sure. But as you can see, we don't have much available left. There's a lot of cards in hand, and I was saying earlier, one of the best ways to play against Usopp is turn their leader off.
Mm-hmm.
Swing big. Make sure they don't counter. If they counter, they're giving up a lot of cards.
Yeah, we put our first card into our trash from Luffy's side with a 2K Tashigi. And then there's no Rebecca this turn, which is actually pretty good. There is the Zoro, which does get rid of a 4 or less, which we are a 4 cost due to leader effect, so that does work. There's a Rebecca that you desperately wanted.
Yep.
Just 1 card away. And then a Deo as a blocker, so still pretty solid start.
But we still have a pretty large size hand there.
Yeah, we do. I could see us laying, if we have like Jack right now, Jack get rid of blocker and then attack 7K into Cavendish. Doesn't seem that bad.
Yeah.
Just
or not, if not Cavendish, even face. Take away 2 cards or take away 1. But Cavendish being a draw 1 each turn is kind of
it is kind of tough when clearly Usopp's kind of missing his best card as in Rebecca to go for board.
let's see. What is there left to do?
Yeah, so we are on 8 Dawn right now. So
No.
if possible, we'd want to establish a 7 cost.
Yeah, and we don't have a Kuzan in trash, so there's no point in playing Sengoku even if you have it.
Sakazuki. Okay, actually, I like this play. This seems pretty solid.
Oh,
Are we? No, wait. Are we on the odd
oh
curve?
yes. Is it?
I don't.
I
think,
thought.
I swear we went first or we went second.
I thought it was my second. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Maybe I'm wrong, but maybe we're just on the wrong.
If that's the case, this makes more sense.
Yeah, because Luffy, they should be at 7. Yeah, Usopp's at 7 Dawn right now, so you should be at 8.
Are they at 7 or are they at 6?
Well, I think I see 3 Dawn there. What was their previous play? Zoro and
Zoro.
Okay, we must have just been on the wrong curve then.
We were on the wrong curve.
Gotcha. All right, that makes a little bit more sense then. Being able to get rid of that Cavendish is strong, but being able to remove the like the Sakazuki's not super easy to remove. It is a 7 cost right now, but it just means like they didn't miss Rebecca and Curve, and there's still a chance for it.
Yes. So you could see a Rebecca coming right here, right now, if he has it.
All right, thinking on our
5.
Yeah. So
if I remember correctly, ST Luffy, you need a 8 cost or more in order to get the extra 1,000.
Yeah. Yeah. Currently we're a 7 cost, so no, not quite there yet.
Oh, just a tad bit short.
We do have a new Navy card coming out next. Oh, and taking the 5.
That's.
All right.
I guess you wanted cards, but like, given a 2K versus given a 1K, depending on what you had,
Yep. There's Rebecca. Rebecca effect draw 1. And I think the biggest issue with this deck is that we have no answer to the Kyros, but that ain't Kyros. That is the Luffy and Cavendish. Oof.
Oh, that Luffy can swing into Sakazuki.
You can do it right now, yeah. I think if we have a 2K, we save it, right?
If he doesn't have a 2K, this is giving away a lot of cards in your hand. And if you let it go, it's also giving away a lot of things in your hand.
Yeah, we use a 2K just for Toy Soldier, but it is tough.
Very.
I mean, double 1K seems not
because if you double 1K, he has to double 1K twice.
If they want to, right? Like I would probably if
I personally would definitely double 1K. I would have to. I would swing at it twice. I don't mind not swinging one extra turn with Luffy.
Yeah, because we got a
Since
little bit.
You have that wide board, they have to answer everything every single turn.
Yeah, this is tough.
Oh, he's holding 2 cards.
All right, 0.
Oh,
cost
it's a 0 cost. Is there 7 cards in trash though?
That's close. It's close.
Do we have 7 cards in trash?
The thing is that if we do, it's our entire trash, right?
Yes, I would believe so.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is exactly 7.
It's going for the Sakazuki kill.
So, I mean, at least we're like, I don't think we have to be afraid of double attack for the rest of the game. I don't think that's going to really matter. But honestly, I think Luffy, of the two, I'm kind of happy Luffy hit the board because Kyros as a 7-9 is a lot trickier to interact with.
I don't know about 7-9. You mean 8-9?
8-9. Sorry, you're right. Sorry, both these decks have ways to increase the cost.
Yeah, the increased cost in general is very, very strong against black decks.
Yeah,
like any black decks struggle against that. And Luffy itself, while yes, it's a black deck, is also a counter to it itself, its own black decks.
Yeah, I will say I think this Luffy has 2 bad matchups in my mind that are moderately present. Teach is a tough matchup, which I think is a little bit more present today than it has been in previous days. We're
Taking
gonna
away the
yeah
on plays.
yeah we're gonna play Sengoku. We're gonna use it to play. Do we have a Kuzan in trash? We do. So
We
that
do have
draw
a
one.
Kuzan.
Sengoku, one of the newest cards, and pretty much like a backup Moria for Navy type, which is pretty good.
Yep.
And then we can now attack 8K into something on board. Likely we'll get hit by the block here. But yeah.
But we are AK over throughout the turn, throughout your opponent's turn as well.
Well, 6K, but yeah. Because as long as we have the Sengoku out, or as long as the Sengoku cost 8, so there are some weird matchups where you can just like reduce the cost of cards, which means that you don't get the boost anymore.
Correct.
But I don't think Usopp doesn't run as much like cost reduction cards that I think are worth it.
Yeah. I actually don't think they run any at all.
The only one I could see is like Toy Soldier, but
oh yeah, I forgot about him.
Yeah,
even though he just put in trash as well.
yeah, and now it's at the safe at the bottom of the deck.
Yep. It's protected. All right, starting with 6.
Draw 2 and trash 1.
Yep.
Do you think this is at Luffy, or do you think this is at? Yeah, it looks like it's at the leader.
Yeah, it looks like he wants to pressure. And since Kuzan's rested, anything he play can just swing into the Kuzan as well.
Yeah, like if you have another Cavendish, just being able to attack and draw 2, trash 1 immediately is very good.
Yeah.
All right, going down to 1.
6. Another 6.
Yeah, another 6.
9 Dawns available. What are you gonna do with it?
Another Rebecca would be pretty clean.
Yeah. Oh wow. My.
I mean, we can still like. We have a blocker out, right?
Yeah. He has another 6. I assume he's gonna block here.
Yeah. Block or 1K.
But thing is,
yeah.
He doesn't need to 1K. He can just straight block. Yeah, straight block. The only thing is, if a Cures comes down, you can bounce the Kuzan and swing into the blocker now.
Yeah, that's why I would be remiss to block here. Because then it's Kiros is attacking for 7.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, for 9.
9, yeah. 9 into the 7.
Yeah, we're just gonna get the block there.
There's the 7.
There's the Kiros likely. Yeah. That card just prevents us from doing anything we want to do.
And go 9 into the Sengoku. You must protect it. If you don't protect it, that is...
It's likely game, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's already kind of... It's been uphill for a while for Star 14 Luffy. The 2 matchups you want to avoid with this deck are this deck and Teach. Both those decks, I think, are very uphill for you. I think this is a meta where as long as your worst matchup isn't green purple Luffy, you can afford to play a deck that just wants to dodge some less popular ones.
By far.
So I would not be expecting to see a 7. Do we need one more? Oh, with Rebecca.
No,
sorry.
2K1. Yeah. 2K 1K. Yep.
I would not expect to see Usopp at this spot of the tournament though, undefeated.
Yep. Another thing about Usopp that's really good, honestly, is against green purple Luffy, your Coco 7 costs are 8 costs. They do dodge Luna.
They do, yeah. For essentially both decks, right? Both decks get to do that.
Yes. Patchwork.
So it gives something -3. So currently this Luffy is at 4 cost.
5 cost.
5 costs. Yeah. Which means that we can, Sanji, get rid of it. And then, everything on, I guess, Cavendish.
I would assume so.
Which is 5 plus 6, 11. It's 1K more. Is it? Isn't it 1K more?
I believe it's 10.
Must have been at Kiros then, right? Yeah. Because it's 11K, so it's Kiros.
No, he's swinging. He's swinging 10 at something.
Yeah, I don't think it matters, to be honest. But yeah,
I don't think so either. Yeah.
if I'm being super honest.
Yeah, just very brutal.
Yeah. All right. So we are.
Oh my! Just King Kong gone just for the extra damage.
And no counter in hand, anyways. We knew Kuzono's in there. Double 7 cost. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is 100%. This is a tough matchup. I think I was
Very,
when I saw that this was the matchup of everything else that existed. I'm like, oh man, it's gonna be a little bit one sided.
Yeah, there goes your boy.
He's still
there
in a
goes
good
the
spot.
ST14. Yeah,
he 6-1
still...
is really really good. So I'll definitely be rooting for both players. But we've got Justin currently 7-0 with Usopp. 3 more rounds to go, and great contention for top 32.
Very, very well played. He's also in contention for that first place.
Yeah, definitely. So those are that. Let's see if there's any other matchups we can jump on into.
I'm sure we can.
Let's see.
We're relatively quick into it right now.
Let's just check out the Lim game real quick. They're still playing, so that's already a benefit. Let me just update.
And I'll take a look at Nami, see how far they are. That game's ending soon. I'm walking away from that.
All right, let me update these images.
Lim it is.
Lim.
This looks like it's going to end soon too.
Yeah, I just didn't have anything else to. I just want to jump to something.
Yeah.
All right. And the right leader is green, purple Luffy. Let's see. Which is always at the top. All right, there you go. All right. Board state is a little bit off board. It's cropped worse for you guys, so I do apologize that. Deck and stuff is in camera range, but there's a 1-drop Nami, a Sanji Pudding, another 1-drop Nami, and the 3-drop Nico Robin. And I'm trying to
with 2 dons up. There's
up.
A total of 7 dons on board for GP.
Yeah.
Whereas Lim, we only used 1 don so far. There's still 9 don available.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's definitely like in green purple Luffy compared to a lot of other purple Luffy decks, you really them going Dawn -2 for Giant, yeah, they can get out of the attack, but the Dawn -2 actually starts to kind of catch up with them, right? So there are some times where you're just like, yeah, I know this isn't doing damage, but the fact that they have less Dawn for next turn actually becomes important.
Yes. Sometimes you just want to bait out that Giant to make sure they have minimal Dons available to use.
Yeah.
So they can't do what they want to do.
We can play another Sakazuki if we want, which would be kind of good.
He does need 1 more rest if I'm not incorrect. Big swing. That's 10, I believe.
Yeah. Wherever it was going, Nico Robin's going to take 1 for the team. They're at 0 life, so that is important. And then maybe 3 for a Doflamingo.
3 for body, and then leave 1 up for Blast Breath.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Blast Breath is near staple card for Lim right now.
Yeah.
I know you don't have to run it. There's a lot of builds that do well without it, but I think it just gets too much value on the defense that it's just so good. Imagine if Lim could run Gum Gum Giant. Oh, man.
Oh, my goodness. Man. No. That'd be way too good.
Way too good.
I mean, Lim would instantly be tier 0.
Yeah. I mean, like, Lim's like, I don't know the full lore, so don't make fun of me, but like adjacent to Straw Hats, like it's it wouldn't be too surprising. I think it makes as much sense.
Let's leave it at that.
It makes about as much sense as Nico Robin being able to run Gum Gum Giant, right?
I wouldn't go that far now.
Oh, okay, all right.
You got someone that's on the boat.
That's true.
All right, let's see. We have 8 Dons available
One Sanji
on
Pudding,
GP.
2 1-drop Namis. It's 0 life to 2 life. We've
2
got
life.
1 Don open and the Doflamingo blocker up.
Yes, and we do know GP did search a blocker Sanji.
Mm-hmm.
It is a reduced cost at this moment.
Yeah. But you got to be careful. If you use Blast Breath early, you could go down to enough. Yeah, there are some weird times where that could work. But, Usohachi here.
Usohachi. It looks like he wants to remove the Doflamingo.
Yeah, and the reason that this is important is because one of the enders for this deck is the Mihawk. And Mihawk only gets the restand on Odyssey characters that are cost 5 or less. So even though Sakazuki's a great body on board, you can't restand it with Mihawk.
Yes. I mean, worst case scenario, maybe you can double attack with the limb.
I was unironically like, level 6? This level 7's not too bad in some of these weird endgame scenarios. So, but it's a lot worse when the leader is a 6K.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's the Dofi go.
Yeah.
All right, leader effect -2, get 2 back, and we'll get 1 active from Dawn deck. We're now at 7 to the 10. So even if you Blast Breath now, Sanji is still a 3 cost.
Yeah.
$7 available.
Yeah, I do wish they'd move their cards a little bit more on screen.
It'd be nice. But beggars can't be choosers at this point.
I know. Even when it's in-person events, I tactically have all control of everything. It's still...
Yeah.
It still can be tough.
All right, we'll go with 6K swing. We have 3 cards in hand, so Lim's it's starving for cards, honestly. Only 3 cards in hand. Lim really needs this extra body somehow for the double swing, but like, if he doesn't get it, it won't matter.
Yeah. All right. Sometimes I have some influence.
You got him.
I got him. All right. 2K out of the 6K attack. And man, we have so much on him. Dude, when did these Nami start attacking? Right? Like when
I think I just turned him sideways. 5-5. 5-5, leave 1 up. Actually, no, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm like, okay.
You need a blocker. You need a blocker. So it's 5 and we'll play 1 blocker.
Yep, there's the Sanji. And then 3,
double
4.
Sanji?
Yeah, double Sanji.
Double Sanji.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty tough for them to interact with, especially because these are 6 costs. Lim inherently does not have a way to interact with those, right?
No, they do not. If I remember correctly, Whitebeard rests a 5 cost or less, if I'm not wrong. And then KO's a 3, which does dodge a Sanji. And of course, Usohachi rests a 5 or less as well.
Yeah, and this is kind of like why I'm like we saw like Star deck, what is it, 24, whichever one is the Shanks one. We get a new essentially a red version of the Sanji 2K blocker, and that card is really exciting because you can play it for 2. It's only a 4K blocker, sure, but the fact that it's a 6 cost means that it does inherently get around a lot of effects, even though you didn't pay it for 6. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if it can't get hit by Usohachi, it obviously isn't like a 6K offensively on the next turn, but just having a blocker like that is nice.
Yeah. So let's see what's gonna happen here. Are we gonna swing? How should you swing, or what should you swing with? Because there's a lot. GP has a lot of cards in hand right now,
They're 6K
and
leader. These blockers are doing work.
yeah,
Yeah, we're gonna start with big
starting
8.
with an 8.
Yeah, and you want to try to keep as many bodies on the board to pressure. So we get rid of a going Mary. We'll draw 2.
Yep.
And we are at. We're out of that.
Yeah.
Man, their camera's dying a little bit.
Yeah, the starting die. It's pretty. It's been jumping in and out.
Yeah. And it can be
very
tough,
fuzzy.
and honestly, it's no one's like webcam issue. It's just literally how many bits does your internet let you use today?
Yeah. And then another big swing. We will block that.
Spending
There's
another
the.
3, hopefully for another Doflamingo. Yeah.
It is another Doflamingo.
So end turn, Dofi restand, end turn, 1-drop limb to restand the Sakazuki. Luckily, 1-drop limb lets you restand anything, right? It's not 5 or less.
Yep. It's not cost restricted. It's any.
So yeah, Dofi's really good for not only being a blocker, but if we need to like go for game next turn, the fact that it is a 5-drop that lets us restand is really helpful.
All right. Does GP have another blocker or another Usohachi to rest the Dofi?
Another Usohachi would be really good. I know there's a lot of like tech cards people are trying out. I think we talked about like Radio Knife. Radio Knife here would be very good.
Oh, absolutely.
Super strong. The issue is that either we go for game or we feel confident enough that we can survive the next turn. Sanji Blocker's doing a lot of work. Cum Gum Giant always having potentials. I mean, we have like what, 6 cards in hand for green purple right now? Maybe 5?
I believe so. It is it looks like 8 actually, or 7 or 8 maybe.
Yeah. Oh, you
It
guys.
is on a larger side.
You guys are right. We are at 7 Dawn right now, so we won't be able to.
Oh yeah.
Usohachi because we did use the.
Giant.
Yeah.
It's going 5 Usohachi. Interesting.
Did we have? I might have to go back. Did we have 8 Dawn last turn for Usohachi?
It was 8. Yeah.
Oh
it was
yeah,
8.
we lost 1 with Sanji putting.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Yeah.
You're right. You are right.
Completely missed it.
Yeah, they were at 8 last turn, so I thought they went neutral. All right. 1. All right, for
Search.
a search. All right, 0 cost. Not giant, but still pretty good.
Nico Robin blocker. That's a very good card for sure.
Yeah. We're going to put 2 Dawn back, get 1 back there.
All right. 5, 6, 7.
I don't think we need to go for game this turn. We just have to be like really cautious though.
You got to be able to survive an extra turn for sure.
Yeah.
So we need another. So we're going to a 7 here.
Maybe if we have like a copy of Newgate could rest the Nico Robin, which also means they don't get the card draw. We'd have to do something silly like attack with Limb, 1-drop first, just to have another rested card. And then...
I would not do Newgate. If anything, it would be Usohachi. If on the Limb side.
Oh, sure.
Because you need to use your leader effect to play Mihawk.
You can still play it for 5. It's just like way worse, obviously.
Yeah.
If you want the best way to try to end this game, I think Usohachi resting the Robin and then it's good. If we have like double going Mary to make Robin a 6K or sorry 7K, I don't think there's really that much you can do about it.
Mm-hmm. He did pitch one of them.
All right. All right, keeping 3 open. Pass from there.
3 open. How many of those are giants?
The only card
We have 6 cards in hand.
one of them is a 0 cost, which is just
Yes.
immediately a 3K that you know that's in there. Double
Yes.
blocker. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty tough
Let's
for
see.
Lim.
What's the math for Lim here? We have Sakatsuki, we have Dofi, and assuming there's a Mihawk in your hand, so that's three gone. You have 7 Dons available.
Yeah, assuming we have Usohachi and Mihawk, right? So we use 6 Dawn for that. We get double 10K from Dofi, or we have maybe we spread it closer, like 6 with Lim, and then a couple Dofi swings and a I think it's like 2 8s and then a third 8 with Sakazuki. That makes sense.
So what would happen if we spread it out? It would be 6, 8, 8, 8.
Okay, yeah, I think 6 8
Assuming
8, 8.
you have to Usohachi.
Yeah, Usohachi and Mihawk. Yeah, those are the best attacks.
That's assuming you have Usohachi and Mihawk. But another way to look at it, Nico Robin, since it searches Straw Hats, it can search the giant itself.
Sure, which is why like Usohachi would be preferred because you just
Yes.
rest it. Yeah.
Yeah. Or how many giant has he used? Can you take the gamble of him not having another giant?
Yeah, because at this point it's pretty clear. Oh, okay. So we're attacking with Lim, so we probably do have the Newgate here. And or yeah, it has to be Newgate. Yeah, Newgate is gonna rest the Nico Robin. We'll get rid of the Usohachi. That's fine. Because yeah, we don't want to KO the Robin. We still have 9 or 7 Dawn to work with, and we can go.
So we're not gonna be a Mihawk. So he has to spread it between.
Yeah, just 3 equally large swings, right? So 7 plus 7, 14, 25. So it's like 7, 7, 8, I think. Is that right? No, sorry, it's 8, 8, 8, 8, 9. 8, 8, 9.
8, 9, it's block a 9, counter an 8, and then counter an 8.
Yeah, because we know the 0 cost is in hand. So as long as there's a giant in hand, I don't think we can win this.
Yes. 10. He's spread it between 2 attacks, 10, 10.
I think that's also fair. But
I'll just block this 10 right away.
Yeah. I mean, there's a chance that you don't lose here, too. Yeah, giant here. Getting rid of Luna.
Luna is one of the cards that are not good in this matchup.
Yeah. It's tough for them. Yeah, giant to draw 2. Internet's less happy right now.
Very, very unhappy.
We're also at time right now, too. Yeah. And then the extra 1K off the Nami. All right.
Two Dons available. We know there's still a 0 cost in hand.
Yeah.
And all he has to do is block 1 and then 0 cost the other one.
Yeah.
Or does he just play more body? So it's even at this point, even if he plays more body, you have no life. You have 1 blocker. That's not enough.
No, it's really not. And yeah I think they're thinking about conceding. Like, again, 0 cost is known to be in hand. So that's why it makes it so tricky. You need to like double 9s, which are double 9s because we're a 6K leader. Right, 6K. Yeah, there's a 1. Yeah, at this point, like attacking 6Ks are just about the same. They have to give you a card no matter what. 0 cost. Wow. So you're very Dawn efficient, but like this is very scary.
And he already used Lim's effect as well, so he can't use it again.
Yeah, I mean, we get one blocker. We maybe have like Blast Breath. They don't have that much Dawn right now, right? But
Mm.
a one cost limb. I don't know if. I mean, unless you think that you're going to survive this turn with 2 cards in hand.
Even with double blast breath, it's not possible. It's feasibly impossible.
Yeah, you just need to have 3 5K attacks and you win.
You mean 4?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, 4. Yeah, because then you can just make the math very easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, and then the
That's
math
rude.
becomes incredibly easy.
That's rude.
Yeah. Sorry, we don't believe in 4 or 5K attacks. We believe in 5
We
7K
believe in
attacks instead.
6, 7, 7, 7, 7.
Yeah. I mean, I think with Dawn on board, like cards on board without any Dawn investment, you won anyways, right? There's
Yeah.
just like no way to just get out of the number of attacks that we had.
It's not possible.
So, all right. Well, there's our winner, Green Purple Luffy on round 7. That was the end. That was time and time. So we got not a lot of time left into rounds number 8. We've got 8 undefeateds. We're going to do our best to try to figure out what those are. We're going to take a tiny break. I'm going to say like 8 minutes. Probably not going to be. I'm going to put 7 minutes, and we'll go to
Maybe
there.
less. Yeah, who knows?
Yeah. So we'll do that. We'll be back, and we'll see you guys in round number 8. Be right back.
Be back.
All right, we've got round number 8 of 10 rounds expected for the Top Cut events online EB02 One Piece card game regionals. And we've got for us table 2, it's going to be Teach versus the green and purple Luffy.
Yes, this is our first teach of the day,
Yep.
whether we're seeing on stream, I believe. I don't think we've even seen any whether it's post game or not.
Yeah.
Either.
Yeah, it's been pretty close. Like most of these games kind of go pretty quick, I feel like. With Teach, honestly, it's either you set up and you're able to get to the late game, or you just kind of get rushed down. So we do know the 8 players undefeated and their leaders, and right now it is 4 copies of Green Purple Luffy and single copies of Teach, Usopp, Nami, and Enel. So
Yes.
we did consider watching the Nami game, but what was the matchup at table 1?
Well, unfortunately, it's Nami versus Enel. One of them will be out. One of them will still have will still be contending for first place.
Is my conception that that match is pretty linear for Nami and pretty uphill for Enel. So where I think having this game, this is the only Teach that we have left undefeated. This is the last one in the tournament, so I'd be down to watch this one.
Very much so. You can't put him away. He's made it this far. He has built his deck to answer his matchups. I actually am wondering, how are his matchups? Do you play into any Dofi at all?
Yeah. Yeah. Also, yes, Usopp is still undefeated, currently 7-0. And yes. Usopp is playing against Green Purple Usopp? Luffy. Yeah, which is a safe guess.
Yep. I did talk about it earlier too, about that matchup where Usopp having that +1 on the cost does allow a lot of cards in Usopp to dodge the Luna.
And I think the deck really punishes not seeing Mary go, because using Kiros to bounce back Sanji Pudding to hand is despicable.
Oh, please don't do that.
It's so rough.
Leave the Sanji Pudding alone.
It just says remove me. Yeah. That is like half the effect of that card is just please take me off the board.
It's like, please remove the one that's rested, not the one standing.
Yeah,
not the one active. But if there's no stage, you will expect them to Kiros, remove the active Sanji Pudding, and attack into the rested one. So yeah, you better have that stage.
Yeah, and so real quick, table 1 is Nami versus Enel. Table 2 is this one, Teach versus Green Purple Luffy. Table 3 is a Green Purple Luffy mirror match, and table 4 is the Usopp versus Green Purple as well.
Yes. So, going through the 4 tables right now, what do you think is making it through? What's your prediction?
So guaranteed 1 undefeated Green Purple. Yes. Green Purple, I think, is favored in this matchup. Nami is favored at table 1. And then honestly, I don't know enough of the matchup to say offhand if Usopp wins it, but I would assume that this is not the first Green Purple you've run into today, and you would likely play a deck that is like outside of Teach. Like I think most decks that are doing well have a evenish matchup into Green Purple.
So this is very dependent on the Teach's build as well as the Usopp player's build. I'm going to agree with you on the Nami and the obviously there's going to be 1 Green Purple Luffy guaranteed because there's a mirror match. Yeah. But between these players, if this Teach player has enough of liberation, the 6-cost liberation to be exact, and the GP Luffy does not play around it, Teach can win.
Yeah, the big thing about liberation is that the card doesn't care about the current cost; it costs about the original cost of the card. So
exactly,
it doesn't matter if you have Merry-Go, you still have that removal potential, which is really, really good.
Yeah, so you remove Sanji Pudding and a Zoro. That's 2 big threats gone with 1 card.
Yeah,
and of course we have a Burgess. The deck has no outer Burgess besides attacking it and using Electric Luna.
Now, part of the reason I think this matchup's also pretty tough is because you can play 10-drop Teach, but then you don't get to get the the Luffy leader is still going to be a 6K, right? Which means that Teach can't bully you for free. Like if you don't have a board established, you really are just playing 1 blocker, right? That's your entire turn.
Yes. Another thing about this matchup is If you ever attack before you use your leader ability and you hit into a trigger, you're not going to use a leader ability because it just straight negates it.
Sure. Yeah, that's a good point. You have to be aware of Liberation and Black Hole both have that trigger, correct?
Yeah. You do have to be aware of what you could potentially hit into.
Yeah. Also, you can do the same thing to remove Rush from the 6-drop Luffy. But generally, you kind of need to play that card first just to be able to have Dawn that you've used to be able to use your leader effect.
Mm-hmm. 5. Luffy going down to 2 life. 6 Dawn available.
All right, gonna go use leader effect by discarding the Von Augur.
Yep.
Ooh, looks like we're actually
You're
gonna
going
start
7
bullying.
into life.
I don't dislike this, right? If you don't feel like you can interact with board, you
I both like and dislike this.
Yeah.
It's now the Burge is now susceptible for attacks.
Yeah, but I would, it's the ability of like, what do you get punished by? I think you really only get punished doing this by if they have like Gamma Knife, right? Like they only attack 7Ks. This body is a 6K right now. If you use enough counter, you can make it a 7K base. So
starting with 6. Question is where at? Because here you teach ability because you don't want to run into a Luffy Tower playing a Sanji Pudding.
Oh, sure.
You have to use teach ability there.
Right. And you kind of wanted to do it too just to make this, a 7K attack.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we're going to play
There's
5 Sanji Pudding.
Sanji Pudding.
Unsurprising.
Leader ability. -2. Get 2. Get 1. You're now a 6K leader with 5 Dawn available.
Makes this a 7 cost, which still kind of matters, right? Though Kuzan can pop into Von Augur, right? Which is really strong.
Yes. Another 6.
All right, big think.
I do believe it's 6. You do save it. Yes, you give up one card, but that bird. Oh, he's going face.
Yeah, okay.
This entire time, I thought he was going after.
Yeah, same.
Zoro, no search. But let's see.
But yeah, I think that this is something that like teach players have to recognize. Like it's always like play Burgess and that just sits there until like late game. You can be a little bit more greedy, I think, with these attacks earlier because again, like Green Purple Luffy is really good, but the first 2 or 3 turns they don't really do anything, right? Like their interaction with you is really minimal, so you can kind of take advantage of that. I feel.
Yes. So I hope he has a finger pistol in hand right now.
Yeah. So the play would be you would attack with Kuzan, you would pop it to play Von Augur, and then use Von Augur's effect with finger pistol to get rid of the Sanji Pudding.
Yeah. So that's a total of 5 Dawn, leaving 3 Dawns available. That does allow you to swing.
There's also like a weird play where you can pop Kuzan and then just not play anything. Right? And then
but
because we had Liberation. I actually don't hate that play. I don't
hate it either.
I don't know. If you didn't have another way to get rid of Sanji Pudding, I would 100% do that.
Yeah. You do need to respond to Sanji Pudding for sure. We have 8 Dawn available. He's searching for full elite right now. Searching for stage. How much Dawn can he use? He needs at least 4 available for either finger pistol or the 4-cost liberation.
Yeah, liberation is searchable, so that might be what the liberation. It could be like this is my era, right? We use that to try to find or dig deeper.
Yeah. He also wants to increase the power of Burgess as much as possible as well.
All right, we're gonna get Kuzan.
Kuzan.
Okay.
That one's interesting.
Yeah, I'm curious what the choices were, right? Because that's not the card I would expect at that spot.
Is it going to be double Van Arger in the trash and then play Doc Hugh?
You know, that could be it, right?
We'll go with 6.
I mean, yeah, just interesting. I mean, that just
There's
represents like
counter.
one more card into your trash, right? Which is why it can be good.
Yeah. That's another 6.
All right. Are we going to pop the Kuzan?
I would assume he is. No reason not to.
Oh, really? I'm pretty sure we're putting more cards into our trash, so I'm surprised we're not. This is the play. But it looks like it'd be. I think it would be gianted either way. But that's a pretty early giant, to be honest.
Yeah, because I mean he has the enough characters on board already. Okay. Will he Kuzan and not play a card, just the Liberation? No, he's playing a card. He's playing another Burgess. Okay. 2
and then
for a blocker.
And then maybe okay.
Oh,
triple Burgess. That's a lot of pressure. These are currently at 6K, but if you get one more card out of your hand, it becomes a 7K.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't be, I think, too outrageous to say these are likely going to be 8Ks next turn.
He could just pitch an entire hand.
Yeah, he could.
Just be 8Ks each.
And I think we're going to 10 Dawn next turn anyway. So being able to get this set up and then maybe playing 10 drop Teach is good. It's just like, again, 6 drop Luffy is just so good at ending the game. It doesn't matter that you have a blocker. The fact that it could attack twice rush is unheard of in this game. Just unheard of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And we have what? 6, 6, 6, or 7, 7, 7, maybe? But
yeah.
We do have a substantial number of cards in hand. We know one's dead. There's one 5-cost Kuzan in hand.
Yeah.
There's one dead card.
Yeah, that we decided to keep because we wanted to put Burgess into our trash to play it from our trash.
Going 5, a 6. Question: is that a leader or is it at the Burgess?
I mean, it'd have to be at leader. If you counter once, or even if you block with Vasco shot, then you just immediately become 7K. Oh, at leader, yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Another 6.
I think they were maybe hoping for something out of life. The going Merry or Merry Go was able to boost the cost of the Sanji pudding. It just means that there's no triggers that really interact with it.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of like Liberation to turn off the effect from getting the Dawn back.
6. Here comes the Luffy.
Yes, very slowly, but yes, he is here.
Then leader ability -2, get 2, and get 1.
Yep.
So we are down to 5 Dawn now.
Yeah.
There's another 6.
I mean, it honestly, do you think they've recognized that we have to win this turn or we lose? Or because it's going to be...
That might be the case. But it all depends. I actually can't tell how many cards are in the Black Label player's hand. Because if that's the case, it's going to be 6, 7, 8, 8.
Yeah. And we do have a blocker for Teach 2. Yeah, 2K.
This looks like 4 cards left in hand.
Yeah, and then we can go... What?
7 here. You can. If he counters a 7, he's safe.
Yeah. And then otherwise it's double 8s.
Yeah.
Which, again, we know one card in hand is dead. All right.
He blocks it. We know one dead card. I'm gonna assume there's at least a 10 cost in hand as well.
Yeah. That's usually safe to assume. If we
Now,
felt like we
question
could get
is,
out of this, it'd be really tempting to just take that hit, and then now they have this decision of do they actually go for game or not.
yeah,
Because they don't have to. But again, with triple Burgess out there, right? That is very scary.
very scary because even if you have the giant, you can only giant twice. You cannot giant 3 times.
No, because we just don't have the Dawn to lose. We have the Dawn open, but
like
not to lose.
He's considering it. He's going.
All right.
And he's going for it.
First 8.
First 8.
Take it no matter what. Liberation to remove the rush. Oh, that is so sad. Oh no.
Oh
my.
No. Oh my.
That's just game. I don't. That's just game.
This is it.
That is tough.
That
is
right there,
tough.
That right there is what you call the. Oh my! I can't even talk anymore.
That is insane.
Like,
That's
some plot armor. You got to tell me anything.
And for what it's worth, right? You can play around that to some regard, right? But
yeah,
it's not. It's a learning point, I think, right? I think you kind of have to feel if you go for game, but I think they were committed to going for game. So attacking with Luffy first was probably better. But
I think if you attack with Luffy first, take it right away and just stun it.
Sure, but then you still have at least the attacks left maybe go for game,
one.
Right?
You have one. You only have one attack left. You only have the Sanji Pudding, unless his very first attack was that Luffy.
That's what I'm saying. If that's the case,
okay.
You start with that attack. Afterward, like before leader attack, but like every other matchup, it's always just attack with it twice. But I think there's like maybe some times like you play against the Nell and you try to play around beige kind of thing, but that is very tough.
Yeah, it's tough for sure. But another thing is he did take an attack from a 6K swing, so that 6K could have gave him the extra 2K that he needed for the second 6K.
Yeah,
it could have been anything.
They got out of the they jumped out of the call too quickly. I would assume that Blackbeard likely had the counter anyways. It feels bad
to he flashed.
Just be given like the immediate like, oh, you lost kind of thing, but that's just kind of how it is. So that was table 2. So we've got Teach currently 8-0 in our event. Let's see what our other tables are looking like. So again, we have table 1, which is Nami versus Anel, which is going as you would expect. I'm not going to jump over there.
I think we can go to the other one. I see there's only like sub 10 cards left in Nami's deck.
We have the green-purple mirror match. And then we got Usopp versus green-purple, which is likely where we're going. We'll go over there. So I will update half of this, and then we'll get the rest as we go there. But, yeah, let's go over there real quick.
All right.
Green-purple's on the right side. All right, we got the easy part there. And then on the left, it is going to be playing against the Usopp. There it is.
So Usopp's at 3 life. Green and Purple's at 1.
Let's see. Also, Hydro Gunner in chat played Teach 6. You played 6 green purple against as Teach earlier. Dang, sorry. You were Hydro Gunner. You were like 6-0 at a point, right? Like you beat a majority of them. So congratulations on that. That sounds very uphill. All right. We got the names here real quick. So we've got Justin T on the left. And then we have Liam on the right. Table 1 just finished. I think Nami decked itself out, if I was to guess.
I would believe so too, at least in that condition.
Yeah. All right. Usopp's board is pretty empty, but that doesn't mean can't go for it. We've got a little bit of fuzz.
It looks like Sanji Pudding,
Yeah.
Zoro, Nami, and Nico Robin blocker.
Yeah.
And
No
looks like
Dawn
there's
open.
5.
Yeah,
no
5
Dawn
Dawn.
open, but 5 Dawns. There's the Kyros. Oh, no Nami with the Kyros. Just flat Kyros.
Yeah, but putting the Robin back to hand is good. We'll attack into the Sanji Pudding. Yep.
Gotta let it go because that life looking a little dangerous otherwise.
It is, yeah. I mean, we can pressure for game right now because they're tapped out. Looks like we're just gonna go into the Nami. Sure.
Yep.
Make them, put them to 6. Maybe try to put a blocker up. 2-drop a Deo would be good.
Swinging 6. Looks like he's playing more than just EDO.
Mm-hmm. Table 1, Nami 1. Thank you, CJ. Blackbeard beat Green Purple. Green Purple Luffy won on table 3 because it was a mirror match, and then this is our last undefeated table.
Correct.
All right. We're still thinking about this 6K if we want to take the damage or not. We are. Okay.
He's taking it.
And yeah, likely 2 for Kyros. No cards in hand though for Usopp. That is kind of scary, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's such a battle of resources right now.
But at that point, I probably would have left the Nami alone and just swung 6-6. Or at least swung 6 with Zoro first and see what he does. If he takes it, I would swing 8.
Yeah.
It's fine if he uses the EDO or plays the EDO, but like,
Yeah. I agree. I mean, there could have been like some different sequencing.
Yeah.
I don't think they're in a bad spot though.
They're not. They're still in a very, very good spot here for Usopp. He's very far ahead. 3 life. Yes, he has no card in hand, but GP Luffy has to answer the board and set up blocker.
Mm-hmm. All right, attacking 6K into Zoro. Zoro into Zoro. Yeah, we're gonna take
Perfectly
it.
fine. Gets a draw for it.
Excuse me. Man, Kyros being a 7-drop 9K. It's just so it's such a scary card. Okay, we drew one with
He just played
Marigo.
stage. Yeah.
We forgot to use it on Zoro, but I don't think that's gonna be
I don't think it matters.
too big of a deal. Yeah.
Yeah. Once it's 6, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. For 3, we could Luna. Oh, we were gonna play the Robin that we knew was in there.
Yeah. Luna's not good here because
that's an 8K. You're right. 8 cost.
It's an
yeah.
8.
Yeah,
It's an 8
right.
cost. That's
right. You're right.
Yeah. That's a lot of Sanji puddings I see in there.
I saw 3, if not 4.
I saw 3 also. That's a lot in there. Can he set up another blocker?
Oh, are we not using leader effect? Interesting. And passing with 2 Dawn open. So we're at 7. We're at 7 Dawn right now. Seemingly
so
we want to...
7 minus 1 go to 6 for Nico Robin.
Mm-hmm.
Minus 2 go to 4 for Giant. And minus 2 more go to 2. If, depending on the numbers that are being attacked. He could technically do 998 right now.
Technically, yeah. 998 against... this leader is 5K. Just to clarify.
It's a 5K leader. This is the best chance to swing 9s.
Yeah.
Without needing to attach Dawn.
Okay, we're going to play Cav.
Cavendish. It looks like he's going at the Zoro then.
We're given
Oh, he's
the
attacking
Gyats.
active.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
He wants to go at the Nico Robin.
Yeah. Okay. It does get like a free removal, like not a free. We have to use like a 2K for it.
Yeah.
All right,
And he didn't. There was
and
nothing there.
yeah,
Just he's just like, all right, that's just
yeah. I've
it.
got no, you attacking 6K at me wins you the game. So
Yeah.
there it is. Yeah, but yeah, there it is, and we've got 4 players left, and they're all running 4 unique decks, which is really cool to see. Really, really cool to
Yeah.
see.
Yes. 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 Yes.
All right, and let me see if there's any other matches. Someone wanted one in chat, but I believe that game is already ended. So no luck on that one. Let's see. Yeah, 2 more rounds, and our undefeateds that we have are Green Purple Luffy. We have the Usopp. We have the Nami, and we have the one that we actually watched, Blackbeard Teach. Those are our undefeateds that are left for this next round. So where do we want to go? What's best case? What's the best matchup we want to see next?
Oh, that's
it's an impossible question, which I'm having you answer, not me.
all right. We have Usopp.
Yeah.
We saw Usopp from beginning to end. We saw Blackbeard from beginning to end. To be honest,
we see the duality of chat. The first 2 answers are Nami or anything but Nami. Those are the 2. So I get it. Luffy versus Nami
did we
is
see a GP from beginning to end?
Very few, but we have seen them.
Okay, we have seen it from beginning to end.
Yeah, if it's Luffy versus Nami, I would contend that would probably be a matchup worth seeing.
Yeah, that would be the only. Nami is the only one that we have yet to see from beginning to end.
Yeah, because the alternative would be Teach versus what? Teach versus Usopp, which I think that's like 50ish. Like
it's.
Yeah, I'd say yeah. If we can do Green Purple versus Nami, if that's what they get paired up to be.
Yes, it's very dependent on how it pairs out, of course, and yeah, that's really just it, how it pairs out.
All right. Well, I'm looking around. Most games are pretty dunzo. Are just like green purple mirror matches. So we've got 2 more rounds. This is going to be a tiny bit of an extended break just because we've been streaming pretty consistently for the last 6 hours. So we'll take that break. It'll be a little bit longer. 2 more rounds left. Let us know who you guys want to win of the 4 that we got left. This timer might be a little bit ambitious, but we'll see. We'll take that break, and we'll see you guys in round number 9. Be right back.
Yep.
All right, we are back. We've got our next round here, and so the four we have left undefeated for this event. We've got Teach and Green Purple Luffy, which we're going to start this round with at table 1. And table
Yes.
2 is going to be Nami versus the Usopp.
Usopp.
They're still setting up. Honestly, of the matchups that we could have gotten, I think this was the one where I wasn't really sure which was the better one. I know it was a little bit split down the middle, but this is just the one we're going to end up watching.
Yeah. We're thinking about going the other one. Just they were taking on a setup, and we wanted to get it going. So at this point, this would be the pick. And worst case scenario, after this game, if they're still playing, we just jump right on over and watch them.
Yeah, and I would expect this game to end a little bit faster, and they've already started off. We've got EPL on the left with Teach, who we saw last round, end up beating this matchup against the Green Purple Luffy and going second and just passing it back.
Mm-hmm. This matchup, you actually have to play around triggers. The triggers do matter a lot from the Teach side. You can have a trigger that can negate your effect. You can have a trigger that can remove a body from your board. It could be either or. We have one to search and one again for the stage. That's a pretty good opening if you ask me.
Yeah, this is pretty solid, right? Being able to already put 4, like the previous matchup, I don't think we saw any copies of It's My Era. So if we end up playing the bird just a little bit earlier, they're going to be a little bit more powerful. We're going to get a Von Augur, which you already have in rotation, and yeah, pass it back. All right. Well, we are at 3 Dawn. We're going to use our 1-drop searcher event. Look for a Nami. We'll play the Nami. Nami will look top 5 for a Straw Hat card, regardless of cost or color. All right, double checking here. And there's our first Secret Rare Luffy off the top there.
Secret Rare Luffy is one of the win cons in this matchup. You don't have to use the effect when you play it. Like, you might even play it early just to get the 7k swing in. So just swing with it and leave it there. Or even just play it and pass. Because following turn, you can swing with it. You don't have to worry about triggers. And there's no trigger in the entire deck that can stop it.
Yeah, outside of if you're just attacking the one time, for sure.
Yeah.
Some people are playing I bid 5, the 300 million berries, which I think is kind of rotated out of favor, but that could bounce it back to hand.
But that's only if it's a 6 cost.
True.
If you pump it up, it'll be 8.
Yeah, 100%. So, if I play this matchup, I definitely like playing the 6 cost early just to get that pressure early. Knowing that they can't really interact with it, I can tell if they can liberate me either, and getting the 7k early and not using leader effect is generally good enough.
Yes. So we do search the Kuzan here with the stage. We have 4 Dawn available. Luffy, that's a pseudo blocker if you ever seen one.
Yeah, but we've got the Nami out, right? So it's not that big of a deal.
Yep. Nami will be able to swing into it.
All right. Just big 7. Luffy's probably going to take this one. Yep, going down to 3.
Definitely. Oh.
Yeah, okay. Could be like a ramp trigger, potentially.
I will ramp.
Yeah, playing like the 0 cost event. Yeah, that card is generally pretty good on...
wait, you're going first. You don't need to ramp.
Yeah.
I just realized. If you're a second, you definitely ramp.
Yeah, ramping from 2 to 4... Or sorry, from 2 to 4 to 5, especially if we have the Sanji pudding, right?
Thinking back, you have to do ramp.
Yeah, I think it's just always good, right?
Yeah, it's always ramp, because then you can play your 5 for Sanji pudding. You can play user leader effect, and you can also play Zorojiro as well. Being able to play both on one turn, it's really nice. Now, here's the problem now. Sanji pudding on 5.
Sure.
It's a 5 cost. 1 card out if he has it.
Yeah. Now, I think this is smart. I think maybe in this matchup, you really don't care that much about being a 6k leader. You can afford to do that just because you know that generally Teach players use all of their Dawn and they can't attack a 6k leader later. That you just get a lot of free blocking from that. So I think that's
That's also
fine.
true.
And the Dawn that you lose out on is not quite worth it yet.
Yeah, yeah. You're also in liberation range as well, whether you're pumping up or not. So in this case, maybe he doesn't want to use it. Maybe he just want to see what he does.
All right, going
5 Dawn up.
6. So likely playing the Kuzan. Yeah, and I think in this spot, see, like we would have had to use a card anyways to get out of that attack. So, oh no, we're
Oh,
using another My Era. Okay,
for another
converting
2K.
to a 2K. It looks like we have over 10 cards in
Does
trash, almost 12.
Finger Pistol? There is
Oh
Finger
yeah,
Pistol.
Finger Pistol. So 2 more cards in the trash there. Liberation, one of them, so that's a key card. But yeah, our
Yeah.
trash is so large now.
It's very large. Well, as soon as that Burgess comes out, it's gonna hit hard.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we are at 14 cards in trash with that Finger Pistol. So a little bit of a slow start for Luffy, but and we are going to make it another card there, 15 with discarding the VV from hand.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we are at 7. If we do have Luffy Taro, we wouldn't be able to play it right now. But honestly, if we have 6-drop Luffy, I think we just play it and attack. I think it just makes sense to me. All right, they're going to take the 6. Yeah, yeah, we added this to hand earlier, so we're attacking.
Yep, and there it is. Swinging the Luffy. He's putting the pressure with that Luffy while he still can. Because now he is saying, you must answer this Luffy on your turn.
Mm-hmm.
You must liberation this. If you liberation this, you will not play Burgess. And how else can you remove it besides using like a 4-cost event, right? If you use a 4-cost event to remove it, that's fine. If you use a stronger to reduce the cost and then use an event, that's fine. That means you're not playing cards. You're not playing cards that can put pressure.
Mm-hmm.
There's no Burgess. If there's no Burgess, you're okay.
Yeah, but so far Luffy's been a vanilla leader this game, which is really fun to see. We're almost at the regular, like we're almost at 9 Dawn on the 9 Dawn turn, which is generally not what happens. But I think that just means that we can convert into larger numbers. I think that this deck is so fluid on how much Dawn they can use that even this 1-drop Nami can convert into some damage later. So
yes,
it's a weird matchup for sure.
Mm-hmm. But what we know for sure is there's not going to be a Burgess coming down. If you don't have to worry about Burgess, there's nothing to worry about the entire deck, to be frank. Because even if they play a 10-cost Teach, right, to stun a Luffy, I'll play a second one.
Yeah. The only thing I can think of is that, like, if Green Purple plays like a second Luffy here, that can be really tough. Having 2 of them out, even if you stun one of them, even if you get removal on the other one, right? Like, you can be so aggressive.
Yep. There goes the 10-cost Teach here. Get a Burgess. You're just not in a really good spot now because that Luffy is sticking.
Mm-hmm.
You can't answer the Luffy. There's no card in your deck to answer the Luffy.
No, there's really not. Outside of, again, like Liberation, no single card. There's a lot of combos.
Yeah, there are combos to remove it, but the combos that remove it require so much stun that you cannot play Burgess.
Yeah.
The biggest way for Teach to even contest into this is your 4 must be a Burgess, no matter what you see on the board. The 4 must be a Burgess, because otherwise you have no other cards to attack with.
All right, we're gonna play strong. Okay, it is going to be.
There's the stronger. He's
a combo.
He's going for the reduction. Discarding Burgess, draw 1. Huh? Did he draw? He's supposed to draw.
He did not draw 1. I'll let the judge know. Yeah, if you can let the judge know, that'd be great.
I did.
It should have been the Liberation that they discarded.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was supposed to draw. Yeah, Judge is talking now.
Yeah.
It should have been another card though. Okay. It should have been the Liberations was the card you're supposed to draw, and the card you just added to hand because they milled afterwards, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He milled it for
Yeah, because the order matters. You can't.
order does matter a
Yeah, the
lot.
order does matter. Yeah, you're supposed to draw. Yeah, draw the Liberation and discard the other card off the top.
The only thing is at this point he does show that is a known card shown.
Yeah, for sure. All right, judges making sure on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the first card they hit was Liberation 6 cost off the top.
Correct.
So in the far right card is still the card they drew. All right. Well, we'll see how the judge decides to answer that. Might need to have like a head judge on that too, just to confirm it.
Yeah, this. I would say check with the head judge. This would be the best way.
Yeah. For all intents and purposes, it's still a random card, but it's a it does change the order.
Yep.
So I think the judge is gone to go check that on the sequence.
Do you remember which card it was? Is it the card that's on top of the stack in hand or the bottom?
It's the one touching the mat. It's the bottom of the hand right now. They haven't shuffled their hand yet.
Okay.
So, and I know for a fact that when they've reversed the order in trash, but the card they should have drawn was a 6-cost Liberation.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they're checking with the judge on that one. So, but yeah, obviously, ordering is important. The reason this also matters is because the sequencing matters too. It's mandatory effects as well. So
yes,
yeah, we do have it on tape too.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think one of our head judges just jumped in too. All right, we'll see what their ruling is. I think it's a fixable game state, but I'm not the judge, so.
Yeah. I will listen in, but not talk. Give me a second.
Yeah. I have to be muted still, so. Yeah, because otherwise, just make a difference, right, on the card that we get. Ironically, if it's like another Liberation, they're just explaining what happened. So if you're just jumping in, they used a stronger effect to give something the cost reduction, and they forgot to draw. And then it matters because they use Finger Pistol afterwards to mill 2 off the top of the deck. So the card that was supposed to be on top of the deck when you use the stronger effect is not the top of the card when they drew the card, when they remembered to do it after using the Finger Pistol, if that makes sense. So the known card, the first card that we would have trashed and we would have drawn that we trashed is known. It's a 6-cost Liberation, and the card that we drew is at the bottom of the hand, so it hasn't moved yet either. So we'll see what the judge's ruling on that is, but that is what the cause of the delay of play is. I'm gonna mute my typey friend over there real quick too. Yeah, don't mind us. So, because otherwise, so we got 3 Dawn left. So we could attack a big 8. If we have like a 2-drop blocker Vasco shot, I think it'd be good here. We can't play out a Burgess this turn, which is really unfortunate because we're getting pretty late to Dawn, right? I think we're going to 9 Dawn is Luffy, and we're going to go to 10 Dawn on the next turn for Teach. So not having access to that is kind of rough. Actually, I think we should be 2 more Dawn should be tapped, right? We're at 8, 2 for Stronger, and then 5 for. Unless I'm missing it, right? We use Stronger's only 1, and then 5. Yeah. or 4 rather. All right, still making sure we fix the game state correctly. But yeah, it was a liberation that was hit into the trash off the top of the deck. All right, so that's going to be added to hand. And then the bottom card, I think, was the one that we drew. So that's the one that should be in trash. And I would expect a warning from this too. All right, still just deciding on the fate of this one. All right. Yeah, because the liberation can be really good, especially like you can kind of play around it, but the fact that it can get rid of like a Sanji pudding, even without reduction, is pretty strong. Yeah. So it's mill 2 from the finger pistol. So they hit a liberation and the stage. Yeah, we're just waiting for a judge call to resolve. Okay, so this is the card that they drew that would have been on the top of their deck. Or the second top of the deck after the finger pistol. All right, which is a Kuzan. Okay, there we go. And that has been corrected. All right. So real quick, one more time. So the effect layout was, and I'm going to unmute Human too because he was typing some. But we use Stronger. We use the effect to discard a card and itself to draw one and give something 2 cost. We forgot to draw, which is mandatory, and then we use Finger Pistol, which milled 2 cards off the top of our deck. So we needed to draw, but the card on top of the deck when we drew was not the card on the top of the deck when we activated Stronger's effect. So they needed to make sure that they could rewind it to get in the right spot. So Liberation, which was the top card of deck when we milled from Finger Pistol, was added to hand, and the second to top card afterwards, Kuzan, which we ended up drawing, ended up in the trash.
And we only know this because hand was not shuffled.
Yeah, hand was not shuffled. They drew, and we immediately told them to freeze play. All right, and then we've got another search.
This is why having a stream or having someone watch play is important sometimes. Being able to correctly revert back and fix game state.
Yeah, and it is a mandatory effect, right? Yeah, if judges can't jump in, or like if it's even if it's like an obviously bad choice, if it's a choice, it's the one that they get to make.
Mm-hmm.
All right, they discard the liberation from hand anyways, and there it is.
But we are at 9 Dawn as GP Luffy, which is very rare.
Yeah, very rare on our 5th turn, right? Which almost never happens. Almost never.
All right, here comes 6. Is another one?
Yeah, it is.
Oh no, it's not. 7.
All right.
I'm sorry, I can count.
It's okay. It's all right. So we're just going to attack.
6 at lead.
6 at lead. The Teach did use the effect, so Luffy Tar doesn't get its effect.
Correct.
And then we can maybe play.
We do have 4 available.
Yeah.
Zoro Jiro. That's also pressure. That's 2 cards that can attack, assuming a 10 cost Teach comes down.
Yeah, and even if it does, our leader being a 6K means that their leader can't attack us, which is good. Yeah, this is not too bad of a situation.
Yep. Pitching for stage. There's the 10 cost.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we knew he pitched 1 already, so this might be the second one.
Yeah. I mean, I think double 10 costs are kind of needed for this. Get rid of the Nami, because why not? That card can attack.
And will attack if must.
7 costs didn't resolve either. They hard played the 4 cost after using their
Yes.
leader effect to restand the Dawn.
Correct.
All right. Luffy Taro can't attack this turn.
But we are going back to 9 Dawn. Let's see. 9 Dawns. You technically can double attack if you have a Luffy, but that's not a good thing right now.
No, it is not.
It's not.
I think
He
we
needs to set
still.
up.
I think we still play. I mean, if we have Sanji and Pudding, even if we don't get the card draw, I think having it is
I think you
good.
still play it. Yeah.
Six
Just
drop.
need extra bodies in play.
Yeah, just having more bodies on board is just what is the downfall for Teach, I think, right now.
Yeah. Like right now, the downfall teach right now, it's staring down multiple bodies. So your best, just my opinion at least, the best way is Sanji Pudding. You use 5, you go to 4. You use the leader effect. Get one. What? You go to 7 Dawn. At that point, you're able to double 6-cost Sanji.
Yeah, being able to play a 3K or 3-cost blocker that's actually a 6-cost 2K. Yeah, super viable here.
Body plus a blocker is your most efficient play if you're able to have it.
Mm-hmm.
And
looks like we're gonna start off with Zoro, just to be able to use our Dawn while we still can. So no copies of Sanji and Pudding, which is a little bit unfortunate.
Yep.
We do get 2.
We're playing around with 7 Dawn consistently.
Yeah. We're gonna attack 7.
7. 7. He wants 2 cards from their hand.
Yeah, and if you don't block this, if they block it, you attack with Zoro. If not, you just leave it active.
Yeah.
Oh,
they took it. So now you leave the Zoro active and you can play blockers. Play a blocker and then pass turn, I would say.
All right.
That's a lot of cards in hand, though.
Is a lot.
You're also playing heavily into Liberation if he has it.
Yeah, but this is the issue, right? Like if they play Liberation, they can't play another.
They can't deal with the Luffy Taro.
Yeah, right. Like this is kind of the point of the game where you needed to have a wider board, and if you don't have one, then Luffy just gets to punish you.
Yeah. So we should expect at least another Teach come down.
I mean, we could go if we want. We could go 12 with Zoro and make them lose a card in hand, but I think we just.
I don't think that's worth it.
A little wider.
Yeah.
Oh man, do we have the double Sanjis? Double Sanji would be pretty nice.
Oh, he's playing Usohachi and Nami's just playing bodies.
Just
like,
playing bodies
I need bodies.
Okay.
And leaving 2 Dons up.
Well, okay. Not the bodies you'd expect to see hit the board here, but they're the ones. I think I'd be kind of worried about losing next turn, right?
Yeah, I think this is fine. Like, as long as he has enough counter in his hand to survive a 12-15 or
13-14.
13-14. That's the other math.
Yeah.
It's one or the other. 12-15 or 13-14. If he can survive that, that's fine.
Ooh, all right. So there's the Liberation. It's going to be able to get rid of, I guess, both Zoros.
I would say both Zoros for sure.
Yeah. Oh, and they do have the I bid 600 million berries in their deck.
But that only hits 6.
Yeah, sorry, but we were just discussing if it was something that could hit off a life. Yeah.
Yeah. But that is fine. He is able to attack with the leader.
Yeah.
Big 9.
I'd be kind of unless we can't get it rid of or out of the 12K, I'd be kind of tempted to take this because we could be kind of confident that 6-cost Luffy could get us there.
Gum Giant. Draw 2. He's fine going to 7 Dawn. He doesn't have to be at 9 Dawn.
All right. Well, I think green purple's still in a good spot. We've got 8 Dawn right now. Is that correct?
He should be 7.
Should be 7.
Because he was. Yeah.
Okay, it is 7. Okay, sorry. Only 2 are showing. Okay, yep.
Yeah. So Luffy is able to attack now.
That is true, yeah.
That Luffy Taro being able to attack does make a very, very big difference.
I think they're asking for how many 2Ks are in trash right now, perhaps.
Yeah.
Looks like Teach has, 2 cards in hand, 3 cards in hand?
I might be 3. But if he's swinging for 6K, so he can do 4 on Nami, 3 on Usohachi leader effect. Go to 6668. I don't know about that. I don't know how I feel about that one.
Yeah.
Taps 5. Is it time?
Our first Sanji pudding of the game.
First Sanji pudding game, and he gets to draw because he did not use the leader. Oh, 6 cost.
Oh, 6 cost. Okay.
Just kidding. Just a prank.
I mean, you kind of want to attack with this card first. You are asking kind of for an all or nothing by doing so.
At this point, I believe your best math will actually be 7, 7, 7, 8.
Yeah. Which one of the... Oh, no. I think you attack with Luffy first. I mean, maybe... Maybe they could have asked how many liberations and stuff they had in trash too, right? That could have been the question.
Yeah. Is it gonna be twice in a row?
All right, 2K.
2K for that.
Oh,
okay.
They had 4 cards in hands. Okay. Oh, so we're not using our Luffy effect. We're just attacking 5. We can't attack twice anymore.
He doesn't. I don't think he wants to attack twice. He's just saying, "All right, I'm at 1 life. I can still counter out of the 12 or 13 if he wants to."
Yeah.
I think that's what he's saying. If that's how it is, I think this is great. This goes 6. Okay, see what he does. He counters. Okay, 5. See what he does, and then he can swing 7 afterwards, and then 8 if he has to.
All right. Thinking about it. All right. 1K out.
With Luffy. Yep.
We're just gonna go 7.
Yep.
Actually, I probably would have aided with Luffy Taro first.
To leave it active.
He's blocking anyways.
There's the Luffy Taro 8. Take the last life.
All right, and can we survive? That is the question. Can we beat a 13-14?
13-14. I think that has to be the math, right? 13-14. It can't. There's no way it's 12-15, is it?
It's just 13-14, yeah. And we'd want to swing with Teach first because Electrical Luna could win you the game too.
Yes, by itself.
Yeah, there are some rush cards that exist for Teach, but no one really uses them. We're going to just start
he's
with
going
Big
12-15.
I think this is fair, right? Because then it says, well, if I can't get out of that, maybe we can play like another Teach. And I don't know. Another Teach doesn't really do anything, though. When you're at 0 life?
No. You're the only way you can play this game, play this turn if he counters out is 1, another liberation, and double 2 cost blocker.
Yeah.
Takes the 12. No trigger. He's going for 15. Does he have it?
Giant to go to 10.
Yep.
Oh, they already. Okay.
Well,
it doesn't matter.
Oh, he already has.
They just, it doesn't matter what you draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be it.
Because he already had the triple 2K.
Yeah.
And that is game.
Yeah. So we got green, purple Luffy taking at table 1. It's going to be in finals. And then table 2, we had Usopp versus Nami. I don't know immediately who won that, but we'll check in on that literally right now. Nami won. So it's going to be Nami versus green, purple Luffy in the finals, man. What's with all these Namis in finals? Why does this keep happening?
I don't know.
Why does this keep happening?
Nami's doing a lot of work.
Yeah. And I would say like green, purple is like the matchup that you would be like a little bit scared for Nami to that's a rough matchup for Nami potentially, but if you were confident in your build, right, I think there's room for adaptations for it. You would not be playing Nami right now if you didn't have a way to interact with the green purple Luffy matchup though, right?
Yeah, because you need to be able to answer Sanji Pudding, which not the hardest for blue.
No.
You also need to answer the rush Luffy because as Nami, or as GP at least, I feel very confident in swinging those rush Luffys and taking a life because I can.
Yeah, no, that card can be really good. I know a lot of people who play for conversely on like the blue Nami side, there's the what's her name? Nojiko, is that right?
Yes.
Bounce a 5 cost back to hand. So if they don't
Yes.
have the Merry Go, you can put that Sanji pudding back, which is really good. Yeah, I actually
Absolutely.
am pretty curious to see how the matchup goes for this one. I think it can go either way, and yeah, Nami still a strong deck despite all this time. So
Yes.
we'll put a bid on the Twitch side if you guys want to go from there. And we will be back with our finals. Let us know who you think is going to win. We'll be back, and round 10, our finals. Be right there.
All right.
All right, we are back with our 10th and final round. Maybe I should put
Oh,
finals there for the Top Cut events online EB02 One Piece Treasure or regionals. It's a regionals. It's a regionals.
it's a regional. It's not Treasure Cup. This is not Treasure Cup.
It
This
is
is
not
a
a Treasure
regional.
Cup. I thought it was a 512 Treasure Cup this morning, and I was wrong. And that's okay. I still have time to be here. So we've got our
Yes.
finals today, and I'm with Human as I have been our Ying this entire day. What do we have
Yes.
in this finals today?
We have, as we saw in our previous round, green, purple Luffy. Honestly, not surprising due to the sheer number of
Mm-hmm.
people playing this deck. And to my surprise, at least, Nami. Blue Nami.
People just keep doing well with Nami, right? Like, I'm not even upset. Like,
Yeah.
it's just impressive, right? It's just like, well, there's this new aggressive deck on the block. Nami generally has a hard time against it. There's no way that it can do well. And I did some information. This is not the first green purple Luffy that Nami has played against, which I don't think is surprising. It might be surprising to some people to say that it's one, two, or three of them. However many they, it's 100% of the times it's played against this deck today, right? So we'll
It's why he's here, right?
yeah, exactly. So I do think Nami has some ways to interact with
Mhm.
this deck, and we'll see if they kind of pay off. So um, looks like we're rolling to see who goes first or second. I would generally say, if you're green purple Luffy, would you want to go first or second in this game?
I think second.
Yeah, I
I
it's
personally think second because you want to set up. So on your 4 Dawn is obviously Luffy. On
mm-hmm.
your 6 Dawn is Sanji Pudding, and then use your effect. You don't have to use your effect.
Yeah,
That's the thing. You don't have to use your effect. And then on your 8 or 7, um, you can Luffy Taro go wide, play another Sanji Pudding. Then you start attacking if you want.
yeah.
Or just be able to swing 6Ks depending on how much Dawn is available. How much Dawn does your opponent have? Is it okay to swing? Is it not okay to swing? And of course you have your Rush Luffy. Your Rush Luffy does put a lot of pressure on your opponent.
Yeah, it reminds me of kind of like how Hody Jones can help like Bonnie or other green decks with this matchup. I do think that Rush Luffy can be very strong. Conversely, though, this one drop Nami is so good. We don't have a lot of ways to interact with this card outside of 4 drop green Zoro, and
Mm-hmm.
that's likely going to get some value. So just going to use the search event looking at top 3 for a Straw Hat Crew type card.
Yes.
And there's our first secret rare.
That's one of your win con for sure.
All right, and playing a 1 drop Nami of our own. This will just let us be able to attack into their Nami if they when they attack with it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, gets a 2K, which isn't super important in this matchup, but can be. And pass from there.
Yep. He could end up playing that Sanji at some point. It is still a 6K body. But there's the Nami swing. With the effect, you get one East Blue event.
Yeah, and there's a lot of good ones, right? There's like the Sanji's peel off, and something else to kind of consider about this matchup too is that we have to be really cognizant of the cards that are on the bottom of our deck and the order of it. So this being our
Mm-hmm.
first search really sets that up, and
Yes.
we'll have to see. Yeah, we're going to get the gavel here, and then decide on how we want to put cards back to the bottom of our deck.
Yep. You also have to remember, gavel only applies to leader, does not apply to characters.
No.
Don't make that mistake. You can't protect the Nami.
No, you cannot. And we're going to play out the Kaya for one. Get to draw two, put one card, two cards into our trash as well. So this is definitely it's our most cost effective way to be able to get cards through our deck. And
Yes.
clearly made for this deck, right?
Very, very much so.
Yeah, and it's any blue event as well. Sorry, I think we misspoke on that. It's not just East Blue.
Yeah.
It's just any
Oh yeah,
blue
it's
event.
blue event. I remember blue in there.
Yes, blue is definitely part of the condition. Yes.
Yes.
All right. Well, looking at the turn here, we're just going 5 into Nami.
It's not even gonna give him a chance to use other cards to save it.
I mean,
He could save it.
yeah.
Nah.
I do think it's I don't think we'd be attacking into leader right now anyway, so I respect
Yeah.
that we're keeping our 1-drop Nami in case we need to interact with stuff. Just not give them a free attack is good. We're going to get the the Marigo, which could be good for protecting a card from like a Nojiko on the next turn, and I think we're going to pass from there.
It might not even be Nojiko because Nami could be playing something like Gravity Blade for double removal, leaving 3 Dawn up. That's sometimes more than enough if they only have 1 attacker or even 2 attacker. And then you have cards like Red Rock. Red Rock removing, like, let's say if they're playing in like Shanks, give her the biggest body. What are you gonna do? That your 1/6 6 Dawn now removed a 10 cost, and you still have 4 Dawns available to deal with everything else.
All right,
but not everyone's playing it, of course.
Yeah, thinking about here, I think we just passed. Yeah, 5 Dawn open, nothing to really do with it. We don't want to attack into Luffy. Obviously, like maybe we could attach a Dawn to Nami and pressure 6 to get a discard 1, but yeah, clearly not worth it. So we're gonna play out the Sanji Pudding for 5, have 1 open. We're gonna use the effect to get 2 Dawn back and then get 1 back with the Sanji Pudding, having 4 open, playing another Zoro Juro, looking at the top of our deck. And if my opponent didn't do anything last turn, I might just consider passing, right?
I'm just passing, yeah. I'll 100% be passing. I don't need to attack twice. 5 Dawns open? Nah.
Yeah, generally speaking, there's just a good chance that there's like cards that even out the advantage that you have, and so I'd rather not let you. I used all my Dawn this turn. You didn't use any Dawn last turn, right?
Yes. You're now falling back in an extra turn, pretty much.
And especially if we don't have any way to, like, they could bounce the Kaya back to hand with something like Snake Dance. So maybe we're waiting for a way to interact with that card off like a 4-drop Zoro.
Yep.
A lot of
no need
plays.
To give them a free interaction. But we are going to 7 next turn. You could play Luffy Taro into Sanji Pudding, get 4 Dawns back.
Yeah, that's pretty
good.
Obnoxious. I wouldn't even be upset if I started using like the 6 cost Rush Luffy starting next turn either.
Yeah. At that point, I might even start attacking.
Yeah, I think next turn is definitely when we start, applying Dawn.
Or let's see, he does go to 7. Plays 5. He can actually play both. He can play Sanji Pudding, which we saw add, and we also saw him add Rush Luffy. He can play both cards next turn and pass as well.
Yeah, and then what? Do we just put all the Dawn onto Rush Luffy and then just attack 14 twice, right? Like I'm not even memeing. Like that could just be very strong.
It is very strong. Like just passing here just shows he has nothing he can play. He's not progressing his game state. He's not progressing his to his win condition at all.
And like, yeah, Nami is technically slowly drawing 1 card every turn, but you're making it difficult for them to really take advantage of the defensive cards in hand. And I think that's important.
All right, we're starting with 6. See, he's gonna start swinging now.
Yeah, milling off
first 6.
Brick Fist.
Oh, Brick Fist. Brick Fist, I believe, bounces a 4. If I'm not incorrect.
Yeah, it's 4. So it could be used to get like a Zoro back to hand, but
yeah, Zoro back to hand, Zoro back to hand, Kaya back to hand matters a lot.
And Snake Dance, yeah, Kaya's back to hand, so that's important.
All right, it's a Sanji Pudding coming down.
Yeah, Sanji Pudding and Rush Luffy would be pretty good.
Very good right now. Yeah. So you can play Sanji Pudding, swing another 6, then a 7, then another 7.
Yep, Sanji Pudding.
He does get to draw off this one as well.
We do. Yep. Casually refresh for Dawn.
Casually. Hey, I just
And
played Sanji Pudding for 1. Feels
yeah,
pretty good.
pretty good. And it replaced itself in hand, starting with another 6.
Yep.
All right, using a gavel out of a 6K attack is
Oh, and
showing that they have
Rush
the Usopp.
Usopp.
Yeah.
There's a 7. 3 dons remaining. I believe we have 4 cards left in hand.
All right. We
Love,
do have
love.
the love, so that's why we use the gavel to get down to 4 cards for that. The original Gum Gum Giant, maybe a little bit less good, but yeah, we do have the Rush Luffy just going 7 to 5, replacing the
7 to
Nami
5.
there. Yeah,
As expected.
yeah, but this is a fantastic start for Green
This
Purple.
board is so scary right now.
Yeah, we're gonna go down to 4. First card in life, no trigger, and pass
No
him back.
trigger. Yep. The next turn, I believe he is going to. Let's see. So he's going to 9 next turn. He could play another Rush Luffy.
Let's see. For a second, I was like, "What are they? Are they going to spend 9 Dawn or something? Are they spending 8 Dawn for something?" Oh no, do they have it? Okay, sorry. They're playing Marcerita for 3 to draw 1. For some reason, I thought that was. It looked okay. I thought that there was 1
It
and
just
then
stacked.
the stack. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Marcerita, just a blocker to draw 1. We don't see that card as often right now, but I do think it's still pretty solid.
Yeah, it's
Prevents
still a
us.
solid card.
Yeah, prevents us from going like too big with our Luffy.
Yeah. Just being able to stop a swing that requires you at least 2 cards is nice with 1 card.
Mm-hmm.
That's what blockers are for. Like your blockers stops 2 or more card swings that require 2 or more cards.
Yeah.
But we're not looking too hot over there as Nami. We're
No.
having 2 turns of just passing.
Mm-hmm. And that's why, like, it's not, one way is not better than the other outright, but I think like if you can identify that your opponent's not doing anything, making it so they wasted 5 Dawn and we used all of our Dawn to set up for next turn, I think is strong. The fact that you know that they're kind of hoping to hit cards out of life or to be able to draw cards off their events means that like passing can get you advantage. Sometimes it is worse, but I think in that scenario it was correctly identified.
I believe there's only 4 Dawns available at that point.
I think it's 5.
No, 5 Dawns
Yeah,
available.
5 for now.
5 Dawns available. A little hard to see, but there's 5 Dawns available. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 swings on board right now.
Yeah. And so this is kind of a weird scenario. I don't think you use -2 with your Luffy leader, but I think you do use. You might use the Dawn. Like you can use the Dawn -2 with the Secret Rare Luffy, and then the Sanji puddings just get them back, right? Yeah. So you don't even have to really pay the cost outside of just taking a life. And if you have another Luffy, you can maybe use that effect again too.
You choose to play the stage to pump the Luffy. So Luffy being an A-cost does dodge what's it called? I forgot the name.
Like Gravity Blade perhaps, or
no, Gravity Blade does hit a 6 from no, it hits a 6 if you activate it just from hand. Yeah. Gravity Blade from life, it's a 5, so it's not Gravity Blade. Not a lot of Nami's play it anymore. It's Deathwing. Deathwing bounces a 7.
You're right. Yeah. I'm like, what card? I was going through the encyclopedia in my head, just like Gravity Blade. Like, no, like what jank card could it be? And it's Deathwing is not. Deathwing is just like a little bit less popular right now.
Yep. We started with 7. We got a White Smoke and a Rubber Band. That's 2 Dawns remaining. And I think it is a 6K leader now.
Yeah, so now we can just do some like really like 6K here. We might still just do 7. No, we're gonna do 8 here. We're gonna use the effect to put 2 Dawn back, and then we get it back with our Sanji and Pudding.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. He takes the life and get 2 Dawn back.
Yeah, both active again. So with this
Yep.
setup, yeah, nothing really happens. Let's see. Oh, they
GB
have.
is
I
very
don't.
far ahead right now.
I don't know. I thought they had like 1 card in hand. My apologies. They have like 3 or 4. But yeah, eight
There's
into
quite
6.
a bit. Quite a bit. Takes the 8.
All right.
Trigger.
Kaya back to hand is pretty nice.
It's not bad. Not bad.
Though, yeah, probably worth.
Because it does require you to lose another card to use it.
Yeah.
But you're so far behind that you actually need to actively play cards at this point.
Yeah, because you still need cards into your trash.
Yeah.
All right, another 8 here.
I believe there's 6 Dawn remaining.
Yeah, so you can still leader effect and play another 6-cost secret rare. All right, we do have the Brick Fist, which adds a Zoro back to hand. So maybe should have attacked with those a little bit sooner, but that's okay.
But that is 1 less card in their hand as well.
Yep, that is fair. We still have 3 attacks on board. We've already used the minus effects from Sanji Pudding, but if we play out another Luffy, we can still just attack with it once.
You can actually attack with it twice.
Yeah, if you use leader effect, right?
Yes.
You lose 4 Dawn this turn, but that's might be worth it. I think it probably is. What they're only at 1 card left in
1 or 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, and 1 Dawn open. Maybe it's 2 Dawn open. I think it's 2 Dawn out. Actually, I think
I believe it's 2 Dawn open, but we do have a 6K going in. Want to eat as many cards as possible at this point. That's a lot more than 2 cards.
Yeah. The op is 2K. Again, we do know that Kai is in hand, but they would want to get rid of that last chance, right? It's not the first card they want out of their hand.
You don't want to rip a Kaya from hand if you have a choice.
No, you do not.
6.
Yeah,
another Luffy,
one, yeah.
Which is perfectly fine because we lost the Zoro, but I'm just gonna play the Luffy over the Zoro anyway.
Yeah. We're going to use the effect to Dawn -2, get 2 back. We've already used Sanji Pudding this turn off the first one. We're going to go another 6 into 6.
6 into 6.
And we can do double 7s and 1 more 8 afterwards.
It's not giving him time. Do not give him time. Just eat as all the cards possible. No trigger.
Okay.
7.
Yep,
use the effect.
Yep. 7 to 6 once again. Gavel. So expensive.
Very.
And then
that I see Ojiko being sent to trash.
Yeah.
We're going for another 7.
Yeah, we've got 1 Dawn open. We still have Marcerita blocker too.
Mm-hmm.
All right, 2K, and then
2K. I believe this.
Yeah, 1 more 8.
The blocker.
Yeah, there it is. So, pretty impressive turn. A lot of attacks.
We're down to 1 life. We still have a lot of attacks coming in next turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because both these secret rare Luffy's can attack twice once again, right? It's generally not the size of the attacks; it's the amount of attacks that Nami really cares about, and we have a lot of large swings, so it's terrifying.
We need some Sanji Pilafs.
Yeah. Another Kaya. So this is going technically -1 in hand size every turn. Getting rid of another Kaya. 3 for what looks like a Pilaf to draw 2. And then we've got, 5 Dawn open, 1 life, and 2 cards in hand?
4.
Another Kaya.
3
okay.
left.
I mean, it gets there, but...
4. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
There's 4 more. 4 more left. How many cards in deck?
Way too many. Yeah, I would be very surprised to see Nami survive this turn.
Yes.
It's not impossible, but it's actually, I almost want to say it's impossible.
I actually do want to say it's impossible.
I'm a believer, I promise. But with how everything is, right? Like without any Dawn investment, like you have 7, like you have 7 like 7k attacks in one turn, right? Like how do you beat that?
7, take a life, get the Dons back. 2, level of Mellow.
Yeah.
Draws 1. All right.
We do it again.
There are odds. Second 7 with the same Luffy.
Yeah.
Takes the life.
Yeah. Oh, peel
Hey,
off. All
Sanji's
right.
peel off. We needed that a lot earlier.
Yeah, we sure did. Another
7.
All right. Yeah, Impel. Yeah, not
Impel.
quite.
Not it.
Yeah.
Oh, there they are. The Pilafs and the Impel.
Yeah, still just stuck in the middle of the deck. So that's going to be it. We've got Josh as our winner with green purple Luffy for today's event.
Yes. So 2 green purple Luffy has won the last 2 events, last week and this week.
Correct. Yeah. Not surprising a lot of people. I think it's surprising some people, but I think that's really in the realm of possibilities. We've been in such a format where the best deck in format was kind of contested for a long time, and then now we're just like, clearly this deck is very good. Clearly this deck is a good one. So I don't think it's tier 0 or anything like that. It's just a strong deck. And also, we are at the end of this event. If you guys are interested in the top 32, it should be on my website, Eggman Events, on Monday morning. I don't know where my name went. Who am I? Who is this guy?
Who are you again?
Who is this guy? There I am. But yeah, we are Hayden the Eggman Ying Huang, also known as Human, for this event, and I really do appreciate Top Cut letting us do this. This is a lot of fun. There are a lot of fun matches that we were able to see, and I truly love this format. I love this game right now, and even though EB02 is such a small burst in this format, like as a format, there's just a lot that we get to watch, and I think it's really fun.
Yeah, I love the diversity. Like, it's not just about one deck being good. There's one deck being good, sure, but then you have a deck that's good against that, and then a deck that's good against the other deck that's good against it. It's just, there's so many different decks you can play. You can play Bonnie that's good into GP, right?
Yeah.
But then GP is good into another deck, into
a lot of the format.
It's just a mix. It's just mixed.
Yeah.
GP is just, it's at the spot where it's not inherently super strong against a deck. It's at a point where it's slightly favored this way or slightly unfavored this way. It's not like super unfavored.
Yeah, and I think what the quote unquote issue is that the consistency for the deck is very high. The fact that it's pretty much, we have a lot of searchers and they all search the same thing, which is the majority of our deck. So kind of the same strength where Teach is just like a very consistent deck in this format too. In the previous format, because of how consistent you can be over 10 rounds. I think that's something that green purple has inherently over a lot of other decks, where you can still have options for everything, but the consistency to find them is a little bit lower. So it's harder to get there. It's you can still go 8-2, 9-1 with a lot of strength, but going undefeated is very tough for a deck with the consistency like that. So
yes, absolutely. So another thing about GP is you don't forget though, as you're talking about the searching, Zoro Jiro is purple cards only. Purple shards.
That is
only.
correct. Yes. Good thing all of our best cards
Luffy
are purple.
Taro,
but yes.
Luffy Taro can only play purple,
which are all of our best cards once again. So
yes. But you do have situations where sometimes, yes, I want to play the green Zoro if possible, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you want to play Nami and search instead, just playing 2 bodies rather than playing 1 body. But you will come into situations. Just don't forget those 2 cards are purple only.
Yeah, for sure. So we're going to end this one, though. Thank you again for watching. Thank you again to Top Cut for letting us do this stream and also for running the event. I think it went really smoothly. Congrats to our winner, Josh, with the green purple Luffy. Also, Soga King as their X1 finish. I'm going to say likely runner-up with Nami. We'll see how the pairings go. Again, if you guys want top 32 deck list, it should be out on my website by Monday morning. That's when I expect to. With top 32 and with a leader breakdown, which I'd be really curious to see how much of the field is actually green purple Luffy. Any predictions, Ying?
I would say anywhere between 33. I think around 30% is our green purple Luffy. I would say 30% would be green purple Luffy.
My guess is 25 to 30. That's where my range kind of is.
Yeah, it should be right around there. I would say Bonnie might be like 10%. It is fairly popular, around 10
Yeah,
to
we did
15.
see a lot of Lucci today, a
Lucci,
lot of Teach today too. So those are
10,
probably
10 to 15.
double-digit
Shanks,
percentages.
10 to 15. Yeah. Blackbeard, I would say on the lower side. Blackbeard will probably be between 5 to 10.
Yeah.
But Usopp, I would say be 1% for sure. So props to the man
Yeah.
making it this far with Usopp.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think that was really, unexpected to see. I got to see where Star Deck 14 Luffy ended up too. That was definitely one of the decks that I was really excited for this event too. Yes. And yeah, it was a lot of fun. So that's going to be it for us. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you guys want to watch this, it's on Twitch and YouTube too. The full VODs can be watched as soon as this ends. And we'll see you next week. You got like 2 more weeks of this format. We got OP11. We got some new Star Decks coming out. We still got to know what some of these cards in these Star Decks do too, which is going to be exciting.
Yes.
And that's going to be it for us. So again, thank you for watching. We really do appreciate it. We'll catch you at the next one. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.